Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, February 28th, 2023, and we take note that a full complement of the board is present. Chief Executive Officer, the Interim County Counsel, the Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. I wanted to start by giving a warm welcome and a shout out to the City of La Mirada's Youth in Government program. Are you here? Oh, there they are. Many of you are familiar with Youth in Government, and this partners students from La Mirada High School with city council members and staff in an effort to engage local youth in city programs and services. Thank you very much for coming to our meeting, and it's a pleasure to welcome you this morning. Thank you. Okay, we will begin today's meeting with the county's land acknowledgement.
The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, the Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, the Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, the San Fernando Band of Mission Indians.
Thank you. We will now have our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance, and the invocation will be led by Pastor Kenny Keating, Remembrance Community Church from the city of Lomita, from my district, the 4th District, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Julio Finolet, former Corporal, United States Marine Corps, to be recognized by the 5th District. And if you are able, please stand with us at this time.
Please join me in invocation prayer. Heavenly Father, we just ask that your gracious favor would be on our land, and we thank you for the privilege to live in this region of Los Angeles County with all of its wonderful resources and beautiful diversity. And we just ask that you would protect us from the evils that are all too common. You would help our public safety officers and all the decisions that need to be made to aid our help against these evils, and pray that you would just bless our land. Pray that you would protect us and continue to give us the resources that we need. I pray that you would help us with the many complex issues that we face with homelessness and poverty and just complex economic and environmental issues, and for mental health and just so many things. And we just cry out to you and we ask for help that can come beyond our abilities. And I just pray a blessing on our land, on our people, And I pray a blessing on our government officials, and especially those represented today. I pray that you would give us wisdom to know what is right and what to do. And I pray that you would give us courage to do what is right. I pray that you would remind us, each of us, why we got into public service in the first place. And I thank you for what's written on the walls, that we're a government for the people. Pray that you would protect us against the hostility and the hate and the tribalism that we have allowed to become all too common. That we would let down our ideas of us versus them, and that we would pick up our ideals of us for them, that it would be a government for the people. And I just pray a blessing on this meeting today. I know it's a long day. I know there's a lot of complex things that feel overwhelming. And so I just pray for our officials, our government officials, that you would bless them, help them, give them wisdom, give them courage, give them strength, and that today would be a good day. That would be leading us closer to your ideals of righteousness and justice. And we pray all of these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Hello and good morning. I ask that you place your right hand over your hearts at this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I really want to thank you, Pastor Kenny Keating, for leading us in the invocation today. Pastor Keating is a lifelong resident of Los Angeles County and has ministered for the last 10 years as the lead pastor of Remembrance Community Church in Lomita. He has 30 years of experience as a minister and is affiliated with the Evangelical Free Church of America, where he serves on the West Coast Church Planting Assessment Team. Remembrance Community Church is committed to helping to meet the needs of the most vulnerable among us. They have engaged in a ministry called Laundry Love, which provides unhoused neighbors with free laundry service, food, and hygiene packs. They also partner with a church in the Grape Street neighborhood of Watts to bring much-needed essentials to their community food pantry. In addition to his ministry, he works as a firefighter-paramedic for the Orange County Fire Authority, serving in Los Alamitos. He currently lives in Lomita with his wife, Blanca, and their 2 daughters. Pastor Keating, thank you so much for joining us this morning and for your dedication to helping others. It's my honor to present you with this certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much. My church also in San Pedro does Laundry Love.
So now, would you please join me in thanking Corporal Julio Finulet for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Corporal Finulet proudly served the United States Marine Corps from 2012 to 2016, last serving as the non-commissioned officer in charge of VMFA 533, FA 18 Ordnance Division, Marine All-Weather Fighter Attack Squadron. During his service, he received meritorious Mass for exemplary and distinguished service in support of Marine Aviation Weapons and Tactics Instructors Course. He is now active in supporting and advocating for his fellow veterans, having recently served as a president of the Pasadena City College Veteran Club. His role as president was during the pandemic, which he led efforts to help veterans, but especially those dealing with self-isolation. Corporal Finulet is continuing his studies in fire sciences at Cal State LA, and I'm recruiting him to become part of the county family. Not only is he supported by his fellow veterans, but he also earned recognition on the Dean's List at the schools he has attended. Outside of school, he partnered with fellow veterans to provide other veterans a space and opportunity for them to learn jiu-jitsu. Corporal Finulet, thank you for your service to our nation, your dedication in supporting fellow veterans, and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Let's give him a big round of applause. want me to do the pets? So now I'm going to introduce you to Lexi, a 2-year-old female Chihuahua, who's very cute. Yeah. This is Lexi, and Lexi's available for adoption at the Downey Animal Care Center. Her ID is A553-5188. And again, Lexi's available for adoption. You can call 562-940-6898, or you can visit our website, animalcare.lacounty.gov. And anyone looking to give Lexi a forever home, she is absolutely the sweetest dog, great demeanor, a lot of energy, which you don't see right now, but trust me, she was upstairs in our office running around. So with that, this is Lexi. Yeah, I know. I may take Lexi. Hi, baby. Okay. So now, the opposite of Lexi, you've got Jet, a 3-month-old male German Shepherd puppy. Come here, baby. Hi. Jet has a lot of energy, and I heard that someone in County Council eyed Jet walking in. Jet's ID is A5531956 and can be adopted by calling 562-940-6898. And again, you can visit our website at animalcarelacounty.gov. But Jet is going to be a big dog, but Jet is absolutely the nicest, aren't you, babe? Yep, nice dog. All right, this calmed down the temperature in this room, so we're ready to go. I know. Do you want it? Yeah, okay. Hi, baby. Jet. Hi, baby. Hi, baby.
Yes. Thank you. Just adorable. And so is the dog. Okay. With that, we'll move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 26. On item 1, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 2 and 4, Supervisor Barger requests that these items be held. On item 7, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 9, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 12 and 13, Supervisor Mitchell requests that these items be held. On item 14, Supervisor Mitchell would like to revise Directive Number 1 to instruct the Director of Economic Opportunity and the Chief Executive Officer in coordination with other departments to report back to the board. On item 15, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 18, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 21, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 23, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 32, Administrative Matters, items 27 through 69. On item 64, the Register Recorder, County Clerk requests that this item be taken off calendar. On page 54, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 67A, Supervisor Barger revised her motion to add Supervisor Solis as a co-author. On item 67B, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 55, Separate Matters, items 70 through 75. On item 71 is a recommendation to appoint Dawn R. Harrison to the position of County Counsel at an annual salary of $440,000 effective February 28, 2023. On item 72 is a recommendation to appoint Anthony C. Maroney to the position of the County Forester and Fire Warden at an annual salary of $441,792.90 effective February 28, 2023. And on this item 72, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 73 is a recommendation to appoint Lisa H. Wong to the position of Director of Mental Health at an annual salary of $505,219.58 effective February 28, 2023. Item 74 is a recommendation to appoint Jackie Contreras to the position of Director of Public Social Services at an annual salary of $383,655.84, effective February 28, 2023. Item 75 is a recommendation to authorize the Chief Executive Officer to execute a proposed 10-year lease with Ani Brand LP for the Department of Children and Family Services, use of approximately 82,723 square foot of office space and 331 on-site parking spaces located in Glendale, and authorize the issuance of notes in the amount not to exceed $6,205,000 for the tenant improvement costs. On page 58, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 59, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. On page 60, notices of closed session. The requests for the items to be taken off calendar through CS3 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve this item, and that will be the order.
That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now, Executive Officer, would you please play the Code of Conduct?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Today, we're going to begin with item 72, and then we're going to take up item 2. And then on item 4, colleagues, we're going to take this up later in the meeting when the sheriff arrives. That will be followed by items 7, 9, 12, 13, 15, 21, 23, and ending with item 67B, which were held by supervisors, and finishing with the remaining items not held by the board, and then general public comment. So before we begin today with our held items, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by the supervisors, and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has lapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, When the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be entered into the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your devices as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1 and then 0 for each item on which you would want to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I raised my hand.
I see that.
I did. Items 7 and 13 both have overlapping issues on there, either for move. Can those be heard together, or is it your preference to have them separate?
My preference was to have them separate.
Okay, because 13 also has what, 7?
Right.
Okay, all right.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to begin with item 72, the appointment of the county forester and fire warden, which I held. And for members of the public on the telephone, you can press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. And we have with us today Anthony Maroney, who's currently serving as our interim fire chief. So today, what is before this board is the appointment of 4 county employees to become permanent department heads. And all 4 of these individuals have dedicated decades to LA County, and in my opinion, have shown true leadership and integrity during their time as interim directors. I plan to vote in support of Dr. Lisa Wong as our new director of the Department of Mental Health, Don Harrison as our permanent county counsel, and Jackie Contreras as our new director of Department of Public Social Services. And I also plan to support Tony Maroney to become our next fire chief. And this item is about appointing the new fire chief in LA County, and I held it because I wanted to say a few words. I wanted to give Tony Maroney an opportunity to say a few words, and I know there's members of the public that wanted to specifically comment on his appointment. I've worked really closely with interim fire chief Maroney during his time as our interim fire chief, and this has been a difficult last few years for our LA County Fire Department, and I have watched you lead this department with grace, empathy, integrity, and I think those qualities combined with your institutional knowledge from over 37 years in our department make you the right person for the job. And LA County is unlike any other jurisdiction. No one compares to us. So I think it's important that we have someone lead our fire department who knows us, knows our communities, knows our firefighters, knows our lifeguards, knows the Board of Supervisors, our strength, and of course the challenges that this department has faced and certainly will face in the future. There have been some concerns about diversity in our fire department, and I share those concerns. It's been this board's desire to increase the number of women in the fire department for many years now. And if Interim Chief Maroney is appointed today, I pledge to work with you to make sure that we're not only hiring more women and people of color as firefighters and lifeguards, but that everyone is given an equal shot at promotions and opportunities. Colleagues, is your desire to say something now? Would you like to hear from the interim fire chief first? Let's hear from our interim fire chief first, and then I will call on my colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you to your honorable board for having me here today and considering me for the position of permanent fire chief, the 10th fire chief of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Specific to diversity, that too is one of my areas of focus. Throughout my tenure as the interim fire chief for 11 and a half months, I have focused on the residents that we provide our care to. They are my North Star, so to speak. Everything that we do needs to be in support of residents and communities in our care. It's also a focus on our personnel and making sure that we take care of our 5,000 members of this wonderful fire department that we have. I believe it's the greatest in the nation, and I am committed to working with not only the Board of Supervisors, my fellow department heads, residents and communities, but also our labor organizations to include 1014, LaCola, Local 119, and the groups like the Women's Fire League, the Stentorians, the Bomberos, the Black Chief Officers Association, to make sure that we can move the needle on my fire department, our fire department, to be more inclusive of women and people of color, not only when hiring, but when promoting. It's more about just hiring people. We need to get a diverse group of chief officers that are at the executive level to make sure that we do the right thing when taking care of the residents and communities in our care. And that's going to be my area of focus. And the last area of focus that I was working on for the last 11 and a half months was budget stabilization. We have a funding deficit. Our expenditures outpace our revenue. We need the money to take care of the people in the communities, expand programs, create new programs, and make sure that we have a fully funded fire department that is reflective of this great county that we all work in.
Thank you. Now, before we go to the public, I'm going to call on my colleagues. I have Supervisor Hilda Solis, Holly Mitchell, and then Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I also want to congratulate Chief. Maybe it's a little premature, we haven't voted yet, but I do agree that you are the candidate that is well represented and has a capacity to really help us meet challenges. And I was very impressed when you met with us individually and talked about your efforts to try to stabilize the budget. Lord knows we've been in this situation with the fire department for a number of years, where this is a special district, so it's treated differently. And I'm not sure that the public is fully aware of that. You could maybe touch on that, but I do want to say that I'm looking forward to your plans on diversification at your top levels and also in rank and file, not just for women. That obviously is something that we all, I think, agree with here on the board, but also making sure that we have achievable goals so that all the affinity groups that we have heard from can also have a seat at the table. And that includes also doing more recruitment outside of our own capacities with our community colleges and with other organizations that perhaps can learn more about opportunities to join your department. I think that's really critical. I know we've seen that happen already in different areas. I want to see more of that. And just want to also commend you for your work with 1014. I know they're here. And it's really critical that we continue to have good relationships with our employees, but also I'm happy that you're also taking up the mantle of really recognizing the culture that exists in not just your department, but in other departments as well, and trying to make sure that that culture is flexible, that it is reflective, and that it's open. And I look forward to seeing how your ideas can be transformative. So it isn't just our rank and file, but it's our community. You always talk about putting the community first, and I have seen you in action. In fact, when I represented the Southeast communities, we had a big chemical spill in Cudahy. I'll never forget that. And I remember you had all of these simulations out there on the ground, including alongside with our OEM office as well as federal government, because that was a disaster, a catastrophe, a hazard that I had never witnessed, and I know our community didn't. And because there were language barriers, it was predominantly Spanish-speaking, we had people out on the ground. Your staff was very good about providing information and what the hazards were and what cleanup was going to take place. And for me, that kind of sets apart where you are in terms of how you take control of issues. And you've done a lot already in my own district. With respect to arson, we had a building that was set on fire, believe purposely, and it's a dangerous situation because it was going to be a new housing unit in East LA. And he went out there and made some adjustments quickly. We didn't have to wait. So I think for me, boots on the ground, always a necessity. and want to hear more about what you have to say about stabilizing our budget, because you said it very quickly, but some of the things that you talked about with us to help stabilize the budget.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Yes, we've been very intentional with trying to identify new revenue streams. The department's budget, as you stated, we are a dependent special district under state law, so we're not really can avail ourselves to NCC funds. $1.6 billion is our current budget. We need to find more money for the fire department. We need to be fully funded for the services that we provide in our fee-for-service cities. I know that in the short term, expenditure cancellations are going to be critical to making sure that we have enough money for salary and employee benefits. About 80% of the fire department's budget comes from property tax, the special tax, and unfortunately, over 80% of our budget goes towards salary and employee benefits. We're slightly overhired at this time with about 4,925 employees. I would like to see us at about 4,800. I think one of the biggest challenges the fire department has is to make sure that we keep our employees safe and healthy and not have so many people get injured that we have greater than 10% of our firefighting workforce off on workers' compensation. We need to do better. As a group, I am going to do better, but I'm going to work with the CEO, the Joint Labor Management Financial Committee. I'm going to work with our labor partners to make sure that long-term we are fully funded so we can increase what we do for our communities and the residents in our care, that we can expand programs and even create new programs. I have a vision for the fire department that's going to be more inclusive. But we really need to start with that foundational budget. We need to fix it because we're not available to get money from NCC at this time. So I want to make sure that we do everything in our power to be the most efficient and effective fire department that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning. I also appreciate, given the fact that we have a structural deficit in this department, that you have stepped up in a meaningful way in collaboration with the CEO and the Board of Supervisors to come up with ways to really address that. And so I tip my hat to you. I just wanted to comment, we've talked about, it was referenced about the lack of diversity in the fire department. I just want to be clear, that everyone else is clear, that that is a historic underrepresentation of people of color and women. And I heard you use the word equality, and I want to suggest that the focus should be equity, given the historic underrepresentation. We know and have heard since I got here that your predecessor had great strides in closing that gap, and it's not my expectation that you merely work with the groups that you talked about, but that you lead in a meaningful way, that we not only don't want to go backwards, but want to continue to make strong strides ahead in making sure the fire department is a representative department that reflects the diversity of LA County. We as a county have made our commitment to be an anti-racist county, and that starts with our own internal departments. And so please know that I will continue to collaborate with you and hold you accountable for those goals. I appreciate your willingness to talk about it, but again, I just wanted to say it's not merely working with. As the leader of the department, I fully expect that we make significant gains in that area, and I'll be casting my vote in support of your leadership today.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, and I can commit to you that I will be intentional, that I will move the needle forward towards more diversity in our fire department. There's much more work that needs to be done. I owe it to your board, I owe it to the residents in our care, but I owe it to the people who work for us the most, to have a diverse workforce where everybody feels like they belong. And I'm going to partner with DHR, the Board of Supervisors, ARTI, and the underrepresented members of our department to make sure that we do the right thing. Thank you.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our interim chief for your leadership over these many months and your demonstrated commitment here. As you're hearing from my colleagues, I echo their comments and sentiments. Your commitment to increasing equity in the department and using the tools available in the county to actually do that. I think the realities that the department faces are not unique to Los Angeles County Fire Department, but we do have resources that can help us change this reality. And we've seen all too often, not just on this issue, but so many, there's a difference between putting it in writing and putting it into practice. And so what I think you're hearing from all of us is a commitment to seeing that put into practice in terms of in partnership with your leadership. So I look forward to seeing the ways that you will put these changes into action, to making sure that the members of your department have clear understanding how they can progress in their own careers and in the opportunities that exist for them through your leadership, and excited to see what will happen next with the department and its growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
So I could not agree more. And what I would say to Supervisor Mitchell is equity and quality can and I think are achievable. And I think that when you talk about diversity, it's got to mirror what LA County looks like. And I agree. I know Supervisor Hahn, or Chair Hahn, has pushed for women for a long time since you were first elected. I know we can do better, and I believe we have to do better so that we really do have diversity within the ranks. But, you know, I've known you practically my whole county career, and I've seen you grow. And I know that when we talk about the structural deficit, there's going to be some increases. We've had this discussion over your want to increase some fees that have not been touched for years. So the increases are great. So as we work toward addressing the structural deficit, I hope that we can be thoughtful, recognizing that some of the fees that are going to be increased may be far more substantial than people are prepared. And I want to work with you to address that, especially when it comes to the brush clearance issue that has really impacted my district. And I've heard loud and clear from my constituents about the concerns they have about such a large increase with no transparency. And I think it's important for us to have public hearing or public meetings to explain and talk about these issues. But I have confidence in you. I know that you surround yourself with a strong team. And I think that's important, and I would continue to remind you that while you are the chief, your team is important as well. And I hope that you will take advantage of the incredible people that you have. And also, I would agree, you know, 1014 is a partner. And when it comes to the structural deficit, I hope we can work together and possibly look at state legislation that may be available for us to address some of the issues that have come down that may appear to be an unfunded mandate or just opportunities. And there are opportunities, and I know that Fezia, you've been working and looking at that as well with our advocates in Sacramento. So I think it's going to be a tough job, but it's an exciting job too, and it's an exciting time with opportunities that I know you're going to capitalize on. So I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. And yes, just to speak to our lack of communication regarding the fee increases, I think that the fire department missed the mark, and we're going to have to do better to be more communicative to the residents when we're going out for additional fees. And we're certainly on the path to setting up additional educational meetings regarding the brush inspection fee, and we're going to do better in that arena. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we'll go to the public, but I was thinking too how important it is to this board of peer support and really focusing on the wellness of our firefighters and their families. You know, it's every day this job brings incredible challenges, and you know, just since I've been a supervisor, I've gone to too many funerals of fallen firefighters, and we know that is traumatizes, and some of the circumstances have been horrific. And we are committed to making sure that there's enough resources to provide, to make sure that our firefighters are always well and have that support, as well as their families do, for a very stressful, challenging job. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hahn. We continue to work on that June 22nd, 2021 board motion from SD5 for the Wellness Division to make sure that we're taking care of the behavioral health of our employees. And I think that we all realize now that it's not only your physical health, but it's also your behavioral and your spiritual health, which we need to focus on. So we're committed to doing that because we do have a very stressful job and we see some very terrible things, but we're part of the solution. And I'm going to continue to build out that Wellness Division. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so all of my colleagues have spoken. Now let's go to the public speakers. We have with us Dave Gelati, who's president of Local 1014, the union that represents our rank and file firefighters. Mr. Gelati, welcome. Wait, you're not on. Okay, there you are.
Live.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Dave Gelati, and I represent the over 3,400 proud men and women in safety positions for the Los Angeles County Firefighters Local 1014. We want to thank each member of the Board of Supervisors for their action to empower a chief with the full authority to lead our department. Our department has been through more than most the last few years. Multiple line of duty deaths, a horrific station shooting, a workers' compensation crisis with the impending budget fiasco, and so much more. Yet, I remind you, we are still the greatest fire and lifeguard department in the world, leading the nation in many fields, from our fight against occupational cancer and post-traumatic stress to our world-class urban search and rescue team, who you just saw return from Turkey, serving another part of the world. We respond to hundreds of thousands of calls per year. I'm a rank and file fire captain, by the way, right in the Watts-Willowbrook area. A department our size and caliber deserves a fire chief with full authority to lead and command. We have a lot of work to do, and we need a chief that can get that done. There are needs to revamp policy, bring in new talent to the executive staff, and give direction, focus, and have accountability for the work of all the executive officers of our great department. We support the motion and we embrace the hard work that remains to unite and fight for an LA County Fire Department future that we can all be proud of and one that serves all of our communities, beaches, and neighborhoods as the greatest fire department in the world. Chief Maroney's success will be our success, and our success will be your success in providing world-class service to all of our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up, or are we going straight to the phones at this point?
We're going straight to the phones.
Okay. Moderator, please call the first person on the phone.
Our first participant is Libby Diane. You may begin.
Good morning. I strongly oppose this item. The supervisors have stated that they take seriously the concerns about LA County Fire falling way behind other departments in hiring women and people of color. Yet when they have the opportunity to do something about it, they don't. As Supervisor Solis said, the vote should say something, right? Yes, it should, and it does. If the board moves forward with a contract for Interim Chief Maroney, that vote clearly says that the board does not truly take those issues seriously, and the status quo is fine with them. Chair Hahn just stated that she believes everyone should be given an equal shot, but that's not what is happening here. This board can take the time to solicit and properly consider applications from other qualified individuals and make an earnest effort to include women and people of color. If after proper evaluation, Maroney is truly the best person for the job, it will be an easy sell to the public and to the Black, women, and Latino firefighters. With their support, you won't have to rush it through, but to do anything less is a disservice to the people you are elected to serve. In the LA Times article
Thank
from
you.
February 21st,
Thank you very much.
2023.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Michelle Fell. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, okay, thank you. I strongly oppose this as well and am in agreement pretty much with what the last caller had said. There have been, if we're not talking about race and racism, that is a problem. And I know that there was a letter sent by the Centurions along with some of the others, I can't pronounce it, I'm so sorry, that they had asked for a 90-day extension on this to be able to look at more qualified candidates. Chief Maroney doesn't even have, he has no degree, no college degree, and other people at this level are required to have either a bachelor's or a master. He has neither. Racism is really alive and well in the department. Just recently, a white fire captain said the N-word at the fire station in front of
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Stevona Evan. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm also calling to oppose the appointment of Interim Chief Maroney. I take issue as well as the previous speakers with the fact, one, he doesn't seem to fit the qualification that you guys have placed on the other three folks that you're appointing today. They all have college degrees. He does not. And then again, just as spoken before, you guys have said over and over again how important it is to bring in people of color and women into these positions, yet you're not giving the opportunity for those very people to apply for this position. So we can't say one thing and say that we're putting something at the forefront and we want to promote and advocate for diversity and inclusion, and then do the very opposite by appointing someone that doesn't fit that description. You're not even giving folks that fit the description an option to apply for the position. This is typical backdoor conversations you're appointing someone without going through a proper hiring process, which looks shady to the community. So if we want to talk about transparency
Thank you for calling in.
Equitable,
next speaker, please.
That.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Lauren Andrade. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just want to say the hypocrisy in this meeting. Hello? The hypocrisy in this meeting is nauseating. You completely disregarded the Women's Fire League, Centurions, and Bobero's request for a fair and equitable process of fire chief. You have two deputy fire chiefs, one a woman and one a black man, both with master's degrees, that didn't even get an opportunity to apply for this position. You wanted to rush and hush Maroney in for backdoor monies from 1014 and Board of Supervisors. You know what I'm talking about because we have your records of exactly how much money you guys have received. You can't push for women firefighters, first of all. LA County has only 2% women firefighters. 30% of your fire stations do not have women restroom and shower facilities, which is in violation of federal law. If you don't believe me, ask me. I can get you my contact with the ACLU. And regarding race, a white fire captain last week said the N-word in front of his crew, just last week. This is the kind of leadership that you get with no process for fire chief.
Thank you. And let me remind the audience, if you agree with something that's been said, you can just put your hands up in the air instead of clapping. Okay, is there another speaker on the phone?
Our next speaker will be Aaron Robertson. You may begin.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Aaron Robertson. I am the Director of Political Voice at Catalyst California, formerly known as Advancement Project California. I urge you to support Supervisor Mitchell and Horvath's motion to improve Los Angeles County Board governance to strengthen equity and transparency.
That's not the item we're on right now. We're on item 72. So just hold on and what's that item number? 13. So hang on for that. But right now we're on item 72. Is there another speaker on the phone that wants to address us on 72?
Our next participant is Malia Williamson. You may begin.
Hi, this is Malia Williamson. I'm the president of Riverside County Now. Now is the oldest feminist organization in the United States. We fight for women's rights and we fight for representation for the underrepresented. I am calling to oppose this appointment of Maroney. This is a travesty in 2023 that a county as diverse as LA County is not considering a woman or a person of color where you have qualified applicants who could have applied, but you guys decided to do it in a closed session. And what are good leaders? They represent, they uplift, they support everyone, they stand up for what's right. And if there are issues in their current workplace, they challenge the status quo. And from what I have heard from the folks in LA County Fire Department, Maroney ain't it. Thank you.
Is there another speaker on the phone? Moderator.
Our next participant is Genevieve Cleverell. You may begin.
Yes, good morning. This is Dr. Genevieve Cleverell. I am totally in favor of Mr. Maroney to become the fire chief. You know, if he has a degree or not, that's not that important. We know what needs to be done as a firefighter and so on. I am kind of surprised of how many people just spoke 2 minutes ago about how important education is, and I should, because myself, I am a PhD in hospital management. But sometimes it's not the education will make a difference. It's the knowledge and the practice. And I am in favor of Mr. Maroney. Have a good day. See you later. Goodbye.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, thank you. So hearing no other comments, item 72, colleagues, is now before us. I'm going to move it, and seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 72 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations, Chief Maroney.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item 2, executing the first countywide community workforce agreement, which was held by Supervisor Barger. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for co-authoring this motion with me. First and foremost, I would like to thank our CEO and County Council for their work bringing this agreement to the board. I would also like to thank Chris Hannon, the Executive Director of Los Angeles and Orange County's Building and Trade Council, for his partnership on our shared goals of building up the future of the county's workforce. For roughly 6 years, we've been working on this agreement to get to this moment. The action before us, authorizing the CEO to sign the first countywide community workforce agreement, is representative of the importance of compromise to allow the county to carry out its role in serving our communities while also creating good, paying, skilled labor careers. This is especially fitting given that this board has truly made it a priority to promote equity and access to opportunities to lift and empower our communities. As one of the largest local governments in the country, we play a vital role in providing critical services and benefits to some of the most vulnerable individuals and disadvantaged communities. While both the county and the trades were able to come to an agreement, it is important to note that neither side got everything they wanted. However, in the spirit of collaboration, we were able to reach a compromise that allowed us to work out this monumental agreement. Our commitment to working with our partners allows the county to continue to invest in the future of our communities, our infrastructure, and most importantly, the people we serve. One reason I am proud to see the county sign this agreement is because of the provisions included to provide employment opportunities available for some of those with greater disadvantages. For non-traditional students who feel like college is not for them, the trades can be an avenue that can lead them to finding meaningful careers that lead to high-paying jobs without the burden of student loan debt. We also look forward towards building a better Los Angeles County for future generations, and we can and we will empower individuals who have often faced seemingly insurmountable barriers. This includes individuals who have faced employment barriers such as formerly incarcerated individuals. The trades have done a commendable job demonstrating and setting an example for how we can provide a fair chance to individuals who face difficulty finding employment because of their past mistakes. Beyond providing employment opportunities, these jobs can be critical in reducing recidivism rates among formerly incarcerated individuals. Equally, these opportunities can help break the cycle of incarceration and create a pathway for lasting success for them and for their families. The construction industry has historically been a male-dominated industry, so my hope is that through this agreement, an expansion of opportunities will be seen, and we will have an increasing percentage of women that are afforded the opportunity to thrive in the trades if they choose to pursue that as their career path, something that we've been working on at the MTA. I know Chair Hahn has been the lead. Moreover, this agreement empowers females interested in job trades and allows groups such as the Women in Trades Advisory Council to help shape the policies to allow women to benefit from this agreement. Other groups that will benefit from this agreement include foster youth, individuals experiencing homelessness, people of color, and our veterans. As I stated earlier, this agreement allows the county to carry out its role in serving the community while also providing equitable employment opportunities and careers. I am excited, and I again want to thank you, Chris, and your entire team, and Fezia and Dawn for the work that you did to bring this to the board today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger, and I'm so happy to be on this motion with you. This is really a great day for the County of Los Angeles. And first, I also wanted to thank Chris Hannon and his team for working with us to make this agreement finally a reality. This new countywide community workforce agreement will ensure that the men and women working on our county projects are receiving the wages and benefits that they deserve. This agreement will apply to projects over $5 million, and it incorporates the county's local and targeted worker hiring policy. It supports opportunities for local small business enterprise, social enterprise, disabled veteran business enterprises, and supports, as you talked about, the very special apprenticeship programs, which are so key to giving people from very diverse backgrounds a real solid pathway to a good paying career they can support themselves on, they can support their families on. This is really a great day for us. And this partnership that we're going to be codifying today helps us not just deliver important projects, but it also provides well-paying careers and career paths for many diverse county residents. So thank you so much, Supervisor Barger. And now I have on the queue Supervisor Mitchell, and then Supervisor Solis, and then Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to echo everyone's acknowledgement of thanks to the building trades and to County Council and Supervisor Barger for sticking to it to get it done. So we appreciate that. You know, from my perspective, everyone deserves the opportunity to earn family-sustaining wages and comprehensive benefits. We know that unskilled and trained labor, using skilled and trained labor and ensuring that our residents can access good jobs from our county infrastructure investment is one of the highest priorities for the people I represent in the 2nd District. And the CWA will increase availability of quality jobs for those residents in the construction industry. It's important that the implementation of the CWA centers equity and increases opportunities for Black, brown, and hardly reached Angelenos. In practice, the CWA should increase pathways to apprenticeship and union membership for our residents, particularly those from historically marginalized communities. So I look forward to the Department of Economic Opportunity working with the building trades to source, train, and support a diverse workforce who will be employed by the career opportunities this groundbreaking agreement will create. This will be a game changer for a lot of Angelenos, and I'm proud to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to commend both you and Supervisor Barger for holding this item and bringing it forward. It's been something that I think has been long overdue for many, many years, and I know we tried to do similar things. I know when I started out on the board, and I know so did you, Supervisor Hahn and Barger, and I think all of us are in unity on trying to see this transformation occur as soon as possible, and I'm glad to see that our departments are going to be engaged in this because it's critical. All the facilities that we are planning for the next couple of years, whether it's housing, whether it's hospitals, clinics, parks, all of it describe jobs. They include jobs, and all of those jobs should be made available at the local level, but also protections like PLAs and making sure that we have trained apprenticeships programs available so we have a pipeline. And I am a big advocate and was when I was a member of Congress and also as Secretary of Labor. We tried to push forward many of these aims at the national level, and I'm happy to see that we're going to be doing it here at the county. This is really where the rubber meets the road. So I too want to support all the building trades, including I can see friends from IBW, some of our folks that have actually already begun the hard work of integrating our labor movement with women, people that are recently released from the carceral system, but also partnerships with our community colleges. That is essential, and putting funding into that as well, I think as we move forward is going to be helpful. Working with EO, our Economic Opportunity Office, to see that the building trades is connected with our pipeline at a very, very granular level, and that means working with our partners out in the field like Winter, who work with women in non-traditional fields, and others. So looking forward to this, and congratulations. So I do intend on voting for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank both Supervisor Barger and our chair for bringing this item forward, as well as the Building Trades Association for working with the county on this agreement. I know it's been a long time coming. Entering into a community workforce agreement, as has been said, will ensure that large projects funded by the county are completed with a labor force that is local, well-paid, and supports the education and apprenticeship of new employees from the community. Good jobs for our local community are critical. At a time when we're seeing rising prices and a housing shortage, we need to ensure that good jobs are easily available for our local residents, including students graduating from our schools. A community workforce agreement for large county-funded projects is an important step towards that goal. I'm happy to support this item to ensure our public dollars create good jobs and improve the lives of residents. I also look forward to the report back requested in January regarding affordable housing projects. The timely construction of affordable housing is critical to solving the homelessness crisis. We want to ensure that the construction of affordable housing will not be delayed. The information in the report back will allow all of us on this board to make an informed decision about whether affordable housing projects will be included in the agreement going forward. So I look forward to that report. But what is before us today is something I fully support, and I thank everyone who made it possible.
Thank you. All my colleagues have spoken. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will Alexandra Torres Galancid, Angela Bai, Anne Marie Ote, Chris Hannon, Diana Lemon, Donnie Sappington, Ernesto Pantoja, Joe Abbott, Johnny Escobedo, Justin Welter, Lauren Akiam, Paul Moreno, Rick Vasquez, and Wyatt Stiles. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Diana Umano. You may begin.
Hi, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Diana Umana. I'm an LA County resident in District 3, and I'm calling to ask you to please vote yes on item 2. Community workforce agreements help ensure our taxpayer dollars are invested in high-quality public projects built by skilled and trained workers who are fairly compensated. And I think this is a really exciting item. As you all mentioned, it's long overdue. So I wanted to thank you all for your leadership on this issue and ask that you please vote yes on item 2 to finalize this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Williams, so you may begin.
Hello, I am an ADEM delegate for 8061, a resident of the unincorporated community of Westmont and a member of the West Athens Westmont Task Force. California Healthy Places Index data shows vast differences in economic opportunities across the county. I support this motion with the expectation that special priority is given to LA County resident contractors and workers that live in areas with abnormally high barriers to economic opportunities. According to race counts, Black LA County residents have the highest unemployment rate. While we cannot use race directly, I encourage the exploration of zip codes to assess where folks face outsized barriers to economic opportunities according to the data. Doing so will catalyze economic growth in historically excluded communities and make sure all of LA County can thrive and not just survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Good morning. It's Eric Previn, and what a lovely, idea to put together this kind of group and provide quality jobs, including equity, opportunity, and union membership, as well as, trainings. I'm glad that you're going to move forward to finalize this. But it's funny, I was on the line for the fire chief, and I didn't get a chance to say how interesting this sum of 441 was, and how Moroni, we have to look at their work, and the work of all these workers is so wonderful to look at. But it's nice to see that, there was some confusion over at the helicopter site, and there were a couple of lawsuits there. These things go back, and obviously Gelati is so concerned about the behavioral health, and we all are. But I do think we wind up on the question of overexertion, because the fire department is overexerted in a big way, and it's more than even the sheriff, and we have to figure out some way to relax all of that exertion.
Thank you, Mr. Previn.
While keeping the public.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Cloverell.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Again, Dr. Genevieve Cloverell. That is a fairly fantastic idea, and I am so glad that you, Supervisor Barger and Hunt, will push that motion, and I'm totally supportive. Have a good week. Bye.
Our next participant is Jose Usona.
Good morning. Just want to express support for item 2. It's an item that's been long overdue. I'm grateful that Supervisors Barger and Hahn have co-authored this motion. I'm glad that the county, in particular the Board of Supervisors, is using the power they have over the contracting process to make sure that marginalized communities, especially those of us that have experienced incarceration, have access, equitable access to good livable wage jobs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next
Our
speaker,
next
please.
participant is Roy Humphreys.
Hello, this is Roy Humphreys. I just take a slight exception to the categorizing those who didn't go to college or go to that curriculum as non-traditional, and that's been part of the problem. Is most looked at those numbers who actually do go to college, and the numbers that over a third of them never finish. So it's time to give working people and the contributions that they make to our society their just due. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we're going to go in person right now. Welcome. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Torres Galancid, and I'm the Executive Director of Women in Non-Traditional Employment Roles. Good morning. I am here in support of the Countywide Community Workforce Agreement, or PLA. This commitment is very important for the work that we do, is training women to enter the construction and building trades in our apprenticeship readiness program. And we are ready to go with our partners to increase the number of women and to really help with the gender equity issue with in the construction and building trades. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Diana Limon, and I am the Director of Women Recruitment and Support for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11, Los Angeles. I am an electrician by trade. Throughout the years, I have worked with many of you, and I commend the Board of Supervisors in finalizing and entering into this community workforce agreement. Not only does it have the economic advantages, but many of the things that you've already stated in providing opportunities for local hire and including the targeted population, in which includes veterans, those that live in poverty, single parents, and for us, especially recruiting women into the trades. We already work with Winter and the building trades, and I also thank you for including language that has the MC3 pre-apprenticeship, which increases the chances of getting more women into the trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Tommy. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Anne Marie Odie, here to speak with you on behalf of the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. My sisters spoke so eloquently to the issue of women in the trades. I'd like to speak for a second about MC3. I'm a college-educated editor, and I work on people's words, but these words came into us for our magazine, Building Trades News. I need no editing. This young man is currently in an MC3 program in Bell at the Richard Slauson School. He is 22 years old. His name is Ronald. I started slacking off after high school. I was messing around with drugs, the party life. I saw a billboard, and I realized there was a program 10 minutes away from where I live. I didn't want to go to college because I'm not really a reading and writing type of person. I'm more of a hands-on type of person. The fellow walks in, it was like a godsend or something. He comes in, overhears the conversation and says, "We have this new course. Ronald is in the course right now. He is an immigrant from El Salvador. I would be the first member of my family to graduate from high school, the first one. They were disappointed in me before. Now there are more smiles on their faces. That is the graduate that you will bring in."
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Isn't that great? Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Board of Supervisors, my name is Angela Bai, and I'm an LA County resident in District 1. I'm here to ask you to vote yes on item 2 to advance the motion for the Community Workforce Agreement. I'm the workforce development organizer for the Los Angeles Alliance for the New Economy, and in my work with communities in LA County, I've seen so clearly how people, especially those in communities that have been historically marginalized, are ready and enthusiastic to take on good quality jobs that support themselves and their loved ones and create meaning and fulfillment in their lives. There's a huge opportunity for our strong workforce right now as LA County is transforming itself into a healthier, more climate resilient, and thriving place to live. So let's embrace this moment and make sure that our taxpayer dollars are invested in high-quality public projects built by skilled and trained workers that are fairly compensated. So please vote yes on item 2.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Justin Walters on behalf of UA Local 78. I'm speaking in favor of item number 2. This countywide PLA will allow us to increase our apprenticeship program with local residences of LA County so they can learn a trade and earn a living wage. So on behalf of Local 78 and the building trades, we thank you all so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Johnny Escobedo, and I am a business agent for Iron Workers Local 416. I am here requesting that you move forward in passing the countywide CWA. By doing so, you are allowing 3/4 of our members to work closer to home, which in turn allows them to spend more time with their families and make new memories. Furthermore, by moving forward with the CWA, you are bringing livable wages to communities in the County of Los Angeles. With this CWA, you will also be helping a variety of minorities, such as military personnel, transitional individuals, and more women who are becoming a big part of the building trades. I hope you will move forward with the approval of this CWA. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, good morning. My name is Paul Marino. I'm the president of Iron Workers Local 433, and here in support of this agreement. We look forward to our continued partnership with you guys, and just to keep moving with the best skilled and trained workforce out there. I am happy to say that Iron Workers Local 433, we do have the most women in all of North America in the ironworker industry. And with this agreement here, we look to expand on that and just keep opening the doors. So thank you.
That's great, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donnie Sappington. I am a business representative of Local 105 Sheet Metal Workers, where I'm a 28-year member. My brothers and sisters of our local and the brothers and sisters of the building trades are all in favor of this Los Angeles County-wide project labor agreement that will put to work skilled trades, women, veteran workers, and local hire. Having these project labor agreements in place means that the future projects of this county will be built with the highest standards of craftsmanship, safety, and come in under budget. This is why we support this agreement, and you should too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Board of Supervisors, my name is Lauren Akiem. I'm a resident of SD1 and the Water Justice Director of the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, and we stand here in support of this motion with over 100 members of the public and allies like Scope, Heal the Bay, LA Waterkeeper, and dozens of others. And we are thrilled for the board's progress on this agreement, which was first introduced in 2017, and that this agreement will cover projects over $5 million, including billions of planned investments for the county, and we urge the county to continue exploring covering affordable housing projects with a community workforce agreement as well. Our taxpayer investments can and must create great projects and family-sustaining careers when they're built safely and to high standards by a skilled and trained workforce, and we're so thrilled that these career pathways will create new opportunities for family-sustaining careers for women, people of color, and those who face barriers to employment. Thank you so much for your consideration of this and your progress on this for a better LA County for all of us.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, board members. My name is Ernesto Pantoja, speaking on behalf of Sergio Rascon, Business Manager of Laborers Local 300, and with my brother here, Nick Santos, Laborers Local 1309, on behalf of all our members. What a lot of people don't realize is when they're driving through the county and they see all these wonderful projects going up, they don't see the faces of the actual construction workers and who they represent. A lot of women, a lot of veterans. From our standpoint, we have a veteran who was homeless. A lot of people don't realize we put homeless people into the trades and give them a job. Most importantly, a lot of formerly incarcerated individuals who come to our trades looking for a new lease on life, sometimes their last chance at being able to turn their lives around. That's what these project labor agreements do, and we commend you for all the hard work you've put into it, especially you, Supervisor Barger, acknowledging foster children. Thank you so much. It's a big thing, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And make sure you say hello to Sergio Rascon. He's been such a good, longtime friend, dedicated to the working people, and friends of many of us and all of his members in Local 300. Next speaker, please.
Morning. My name is Joe Abbott. I'm representing 18,000 plus members of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local number 12. I'm here today to express the operating engineers' strong support for LA County's first county-wide community workforce agreement. As representative of Local 12, I understand the importance of fair wages, benefits, working conditions for all workers on construction projects. By implementing a county-wide CWA, we can ensure that all workers in LA County are paid uniform wages, benefits, and overtime pay in accordance with prevailing wage requirements, and also better working conditions on construction sites. This CWA not only benefits workers, but it will benefit the community as a whole by promoting apprenticeship programs, local hiring, targeted worker hiring, while also creating a stable workforce within Los Angeles County. By supporting this CWA, we are taking an important step towards ensuring that all workers are treated with respect, dignity, along with better and safer working conditions. So with that, I encourage you all to join our membership in support of this important community workforce agreement. It's the right thing to do for workers, for the community, and for the future of Los Angeles County.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Rick Vasquez. I'm with Sprinkler Fitters UA Local 709, Los Angeles. I'm here in support of item number 2. I urge you to vote yes on the first county-wide community workforce agreement. This agreement will increase diversity in the building trades workforce, as well as add opportunities for military veterans to join the building trades. We'll also bring in more graduates of our authorized apprenticeship readiness programs to building trades. We have 21 programs, most of them in LA County, that prepare individuals from local communities to joining the building trades apprenticeship. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Wyatt Stiles. I'm a UA Local 398 member, covering everywhere, the San Gabriel Valley, representing over 1,000 members of plumbers and pipe fitters and welders. I'm here to show support for number 2. I urge you to vote yes on the first countywide community workforce agreement. It will increase diversity in the building trades workforce and incentives for bringing women into the building trades. Bring more graduates of our authorized apprenticeship readiness programs to the building trades. We have 21 programs, most of them in the LA County, that will prepare individuals for local communities to join the building trades apprenticeships. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board Chair, board members. Is it okay if someone, if Eddie Pena yields his time so I could just have a little bit more time? There's a couple important things I need to say.
I mean, we love you dearly, Chris Hannon. It's been our policy not to let people yield time so that everybody gets the same amount. That pains me to say that to you of all people, but we're trying to be fair.
I'll be brief then. The community workforce agreement that's before you for approval. Number one, the 140,000 members of the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council asks for your support. I would also like to thank your leadership on the board because it's beyond just this item. It's led up into the many years of support for this item about building an economic opportunities department that funded quality nonprofit programs to get people ready for the trades, encouraging us and pushing us to bring more women in the trades. Your Women in Trades Advisory Council, your staff at your CEO's office, your Public Works office, your county council that rolled up their sleeves and put in hard work. This is going to create thousands of additional opportunities for county residents, and I'm proud to be able to speak in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any more speakers?
No other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, no other speakers. Well, thank you so much to all those that came down to offer their opinion on this item. And may I say, I'm not speaking for my colleagues here, but I did appreciate the way all of you stood in solidarity behind a particular member and let them speak. We saw the strength and the power behind, but the fact that you were organized to just have one speaker speak for several of you, really, we appreciate that. And Chris, you may have not gotten more than 1 minute, but I will tell you that the members of the various unions here today, I believe, spoke so articulately and got in all the points that I think they wanted us to hear. So thank you. And with that, item 2 now is before us, the countywide community workforce agreement, authored by Supervisor Barger, co-authored by myself, is before us. So Supervisor Barger, you can move. I'll second to approve this item. And Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Congratulations, everyone. Okay, now we're going to move on to item 7, equitable representation through possible expansion of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, which was held by Supervisor Solis. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for joining me co-authoring this very important, I think, timely motion. You know, the Board of Supervisors, all 5 of us, govern over 10 million residents in the county, and we oversee a budget of $44.6 billion, a budget that is greater than most states. In fact, I often comment that many of us represent states and US senators and a far greater capacity. And I point to Vermont, where Senator Bernie Sanders has less than 1 million people, and we represent a far greater number. But keeping that in mind, within the county, as we know, there are 88 cities and 122 unincorporated areas. And we know a significant number of communities of interest that exist. But the question has been raised almost since the county passed its charter to become a county on the appropriate size of the governing board. And that goes on, my goodness, I read an article today. It says that almost since 1926, at that time, people were talking about expanding the board from 11 to 13, and that was back in 1926. Can you imagine that? But for some reason, it never took off. And the question has been raised since the county passed that charter a long time ago about how important it is that we continue to provide good leadership and governance. This time the question was raised, as you know, many of us just went through this, the Independent Redistricting Commission, which was made up of private citizens at the last redistricting, which took place in December of 2021. And that was something that I think all of us here were very much engaged in, as well as our constituents and new constituents. And during that redistricting process, we heard from residents, not only those who were serving on the commission, but from people. I remember thousands and thousands of people participating in those discussions as to where communities of interest would land and how important it was to keep communities of interest together, whether they were Black communities, AAPI communities, or African American communities, or communities just felt that they need to stay in a certain district. I heard that time and time again. And one thing that I did hear also, and I'm sure all of us did, was that people weighed in on the lack of representation that they believe reflects the county's changing demographics, and specifically from communities of color, the Latino community, as well as the AAPI community. And as of 2020, in our census count, we know now that there are over 4.8 million Latinos and 1.5 million Asians, which combined make up over 60% of the county's total population of 10 million people. So think about that. Think about it. There should be more voices reflected on this dais. The Independent Redistricting Commission took great care to keep communities of interest intact, despite the almost insurmountable challenge in light of the number of diverse communities. And although the California Constitution specifies 5 supervisors will represent the county, the reality is that that was codified when counties were much, much smaller. In fact, at that time, Board of Supervisors only represented 100,000 employees. That's maybe one of my cities today, in El Monte, for example, where I live. Given the changes this board has signaled, I believe that the time has come for us, again, to ask that question of ourselves again. What is the appropriate governance structure for the County of Los Angeles? And ultimately, this is a question that the voters should have to decide. But it is incumbent, I think, upon this board, given the cost of a voter-led initiative, to put it before them. I think that's important. The calls have been clear. In fact, I received 40 letters from different cities and organizations that are supportive of this motion. This motion will focus on expanding the board, which I believe gets to the heart of governance. It directs our county council, since they will be responsible for drafting the ballot language, to report back to us in 90 days with options to expand the board, and details what their review should include should be the following: what this county has done in the past on these efforts, since this is not the first time we have put this question to the voters, and what other similar jurisdictions have done. And we should also consider the impact of the 2021 redistricting and recommendations on the composition of the board as referenced by the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. It should also help us define the number of board members, because I certainly don't have that answer at this time. The timing of how expansion could work and anything else that could be relevant and helpful. And of course, we also need to make sure that the motion, as written, delegates authority to the county council to work with consultants, but more importantly, directs the county's anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion initiative, along with county council, to engage with diverse groups of community members and report back so that their input, their valued input, is taken into consideration. To me, this is the essence of democracy, an equitable representation to represent all voters and to have equitable representation at the table as we develop a path forward to ultimately ensure our residents are served effectively. I want to say on a personal note, when I first ran for public office as a trustee at Rio Hondo Community College Board, I remember there was much discussion about changing the makeup of our boards and breaking it from at-large elections to district. Very distinct. So instead of, for example, my having to run in Whittier, which I really know nobody, but I was representing El Badi and South El Monte, that I knew that I wouldn't probably have a chance because we wanted to keep communities of interest together. And it made sense at the time, and I think it makes sense again here. But in this case, we're also looking to expand the board. And I don't think we're the only ones looking at this. I think the city of Los Angeles, given what is happening there, is also looking at expanding their board. The city that I currently reside in originally had 5 members. Now they have more, and they just changed that in this latest census count. And for me, it's about representation. And I think that the communities that we all represent are looking for that. And I have to say that the community I represent now, I'm very proud of. But I will tell you that I represent now East Hollywood, all of Skid Row, and I go all the way to Pomona. That is very diverse. And Diamond Bar, Hacienda Heights, and Roland Heights. Together, that's 2 million, probably more, because we know there was an undercount in the census for some of our people. But nonetheless, I think that as we move forward, and I'm not setting a timeline on when this will happen, but I think it's worthy of having that debate. So thank you very much. And I know, Madam Chair, that this is a legacy issue for you. Your father, I believe, was always about expanding representation. And that was interesting for me to know. So with that, Madam Chair, I ask, I know you're going to join me on this and would respectfully ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Solis, and you're correct. Board expansion is something that I know I've supported for a very long time, and I hope that the time is right now that the voters will agree with us. And there was a time, as you said, that 5 supervisors made sense. When my father was elected in 1952, LA County's population was just over 4 million. And each supervisor had roughly 830,000 constituents. And now we all know with 10 million in the county, we're each charged with representing 2 million people. And yeah, my dad always thought that it would make sense, and there was plenty of room to have 7, 9, 11. He always advocated for that. And then when the Citizens Redistricting Commission was working to redraw our supervisorial districts, they were struggling, I think, to carve out just 5 districts that would make sure that there would be fair representation for Latinos, African Americans, Asian Americans, and other communities that call LA County home. And I know, I don't have any doubt that all of us work really hard to connect with our constituents. We have field deputies in all of our communities. We have field offices in various geographical parts of our districts. But I was thinking, even in my district, I have 32 cities plus unincorporated area. I think I have the most cities. And I mean, that means there's 160 council members, one of which is a mayor. So that's 32 mayors at one time. And then if you add them all together, it's 160 council members. And, while the county has limited role in our cities, Smaller districts, I believe, would allow for more effective communication and working relationships with local leaders and then all of their constituents who elected them to run their cities. I think it's time to expand this board. I think we should expand it, what we should expand it to, which will be part of our report back, whether it's 7, 9, 11, or more, will be part of the analysis that I think we'll all get a chance to see. And even again, if this motion gets the support of us today, it would still be a big challenge to make it a reality. It would have to go in front of the voters. And as we know through research, this is not the first time it's been put before the voters. I think LA Times talked about 8 times it had gone before the voters. I only remember the more recent ones, a couple of times. And the voters have turned it down every single time. And I'm hopeful it will be different. But, I had an experience when I was on the LA City Charter Reform in 1997, and we were looking to expand the City Council of Los Angeles at that time, which has 15 members. And we were charged with putting a new charter on the ballot. And part of our 2-year discussion was expanding the city council. So we separated the whole charter from these 2 amendments, increasing the city council. I believe the 2 amendments were to 21 and to 25, and would have given Watts in South LA definitely a specific, or a couple of council members that would probably had better representation than lumping them in, with the Harbor Gateway and the San Pedro area. So that was the thought. Again, it was better representation. It's closer to the people that you represent. Voters roundly defeated the 2 expansion amendments, but passed the whole charter, which created neighborhood councils and a lot of other stuff. So I think our case to the voters will have to prove that it makes sense. I'm hoping it will be cost neutral, because I don't think voters are interested in spending more money to have better representation necessarily. But I think we can make the case that it really is in the best interest of transparency, efficiency, accountability, and better representation. And those are the challenges that I think we have. I really will be interested in the report back. I'm also interested to see if adding seats to the County Board of Supervisors would mean convening a new redistricting commission ahead of the every 10 years, or whether it would be added to the work a redistricting commission would do after the next census. So I think it's time. I really have always believed this. There has been state legislation that attempted to increase the seats on the Board of Supervisors, and that also failed. But I'm hoping this time will be different. And thank you for bringing this forward, Supervisor Solis. Yeah, that's right. Tony Mendoza brought it forward. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, support taking the necessary steps to expand membership on this board. I had hoped that items 7 and 13 could be held together so we could discuss the goals of both, as has been the practice of the board. But since we're being asked to consider them separately, I'm going to abstain on this item so I don't unintentionally give conflicting direction to staff, and I'll save further comment for item 13, because without additional direction from item 13, I think it could be conflicting direction, and I'll comment further on 13. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm really excited and grateful that my colleagues are interested in exploring potential reforms to create a more equitable LA County government, and in this specific case, to an expansion of the Board of Supervisors. Exploring an expansion of the board is also included in a directive that we'll consider later on in the agenda, which was also presented in motions previously that came before this board. I believe that expanding the board and increasing equitable representation is one critical piece of the puzzle to improve LA County's governance model. Expanding the board may allow our supervisors to be more responsive to a diverse community needs, With districts of 2 million people with a wide range of geographies, infrastructures, and demographics, since delivery can be challenging, especially in our unincorporated communities. However, while I believe that expanding the board is part of the solution, I do not believe that expansion alone will solve some of the greatest challenges with LA County's governance model. In fact, if we evolve our structure without changing how we do business, it could frankly lead to greater fragmentation internally and greater confusion externally about how constituents can engage in the county's policy and budget development processes. I believe expansion must be considered in conjunction with other reforms that could create more inclusive and transparent county processes. That's why the governance motion that I've co-authored with Supervisor Horvath, which is item 13, would advance a broader, more holistic review of the board's governance model, analyze best practices, and identify potential improvements, including but not exclusive to an expansion of the board. It's important that this holistic review is independent of any current county structures and conducted by a third party free from bias. Expanding the board, which I support, in and of itself will not necessarily achieve the goal of advancing transparency and more equitable outcomes for our constituents. I really hope that we have the opportunity to look strategically at our governance model in a comprehensive way, to really identify all of the changes that we could consider as a board to create a county government that best serves all of our constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Executive Officer, please call the members of the public that signed up to speak on this item.
Will Donald Harlan, Eddie Pena, Julie Fun, Nancy Yep, and Richard Zaldivar please come forward and staff will assist you? Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Jose Ruiz. You may begin.
Hi, good morning, members of the board. My name is Jose Miguel Ruiz. I'm the executive director for Cultiva LA, a nonprofit that has community gardens both in the greater Los Angeles, San Gabriel Valley. And I do support item 7, which is expanding the board of supervisors. In the past, I've also worked in the Lancaster-Palmdale district. And believe me, to drive down to LA County, there's two different worlds. The type of services that are in the Lancaster-Palmdale area. So my hope is that with the increase of board of supervisors, we also have equity. We look at the health aspect of it, transportation component as well, but ultimately communication between the stakeholders there now. And my hope is that also we consider looking at Pomona, which is another part of LA County, that when you're there, it feels like it's a whole different area. So we want to make sure that the residents that live in Pomona seek the same resources, get the same quality of care as the members that live in the greater downtown part of LA as well. So with that said,
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Hector Villagra. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Hector Villagra. I'm Executive Director of the ACLU of Southern California. The ACLU supports Supervisor Hilda Solis and Chair Janice Hahn's motion to ensure equitable representation by exploring the board's expansion. Los Angeles is the largest county in the U.S., home to more than 10 million residents. Because the 5-member board is locked in size, individual supervisors are tasked with representing roughly 2 million residents. That's completely unwieldy. For context, San Francisco, a city and county with almost 874,000 residents, has 11 supervisors that each represent roughly 79,000 residents. This means that LA supervisors represent 25 times as many people as San Francisco officials. Because increasing the number of seats will reduce the number of people each supervisor serves and enable greater responsiveness to all constituents and their diverse needs, the ACLU strongly supports this motion.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Connie Jung Jo. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Connie Chung Jo, and I'm the CEO of Asian Americans Advancing Justice Southern California, or AJ SoCal. This is my first opportunity to testify to our current Board of Supervisors, and I just want to first express my incredible pride of having 5 women running our great county, hoping you can spread your magic to other places like the U.S. Supreme Court. AJ SoCal supports the motion by Supervisors Solis and Hahn to advance equitable representation through possible expansion of the LA County Board of Supervisors. AJ SoCal has been heavily invested in redistricting at the county, city, state, and federal levels for over 3 decades. Expanding the Board of Supervisors would allow underrepresented and marginalized groups to have greater and more equitable representation in government. For APIs who make up 16% of LA County community and are widely dispersed geographically in various ethnic-specific enclaves, an expanded number of board districts would help our community with more equitable representation. With LA County having grown so much over the past decades and now up to 10 million residents, keeping the number of board seats to only 5 dilutes our voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jeanette Ellis Royston. You may begin.
Good morning, honorable supervisors and executive officers. My name is Jeanette Ellis Royston. I am the president of the NAACP Pomona Valley branch and serve as commissioner for Los Angeles County Human Relations Commission. This morning, I am speaking on agenda item 7. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis and Supervisor Janice Hahn for their courage and courageously simply asking and requesting assistance to better serve Los Angeles County residents in their district. Los Angeles County is the largest county in the United States, and with over 10 million people, each represented by one of the 5 supervisors. As you already heard, that means that's 2 million California residents are depending on 5 supervisors.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our government.
Our next participant is Sophia Quinones. You may begin.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to start, we're in favor of this motion, and you started today's meeting talking about the colonial forces that committed genocide to indigenous Aboriginal people. Well, those same forces committed genocide to African Americans and Mexican Americans. So when we talk about inclusion does not equate proportional representation, nor does it deal with the histories that we have had here on this continent and in Los Angeles. So we support the motion, but we must, I really appreciated Ms. Mitchell's statements, because as we saw and we've seen at the last redistricting that took place, they obliterated one of the largest congressional seats representing Mexican Americans. And the history in LA County, when you had 2 Democrats, Ridley Thomas and Sheila Kuehl, not support a second seat for Mexican Americans, that wound still hurts. And in current times, even when your father, Mr. Hahn, who he supported to replace Ed Roybal, that wound still hurts.
Thank you.
So that history is important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's bring in the inclusion.
Your time is expired. Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sean McMorris. You may begin.
Hello, Sean McMorris with California Common Cause. I'm writing to thank Supervisors Hahn and Solis for this motion. California Common Cause supports this motion. LA County is by far the largest county in the country, and we believe representation could improve significantly with more supervisorial districts. I also want to note that we also support agenda item 13, which we hope that this board will support both items. We think that there are a lot of good reforms that are in 13 that will complement this motion. So we hope that the board will work together and pass both. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant will be Rob Kwan. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I much appreciated. I love this item, but as much as I love it, I think you should move forward item 13 instead. I think process matters, and we have to look at this from the perspective of voters. They're going to be sizing up this proposal down the line, and are they going to trust a process that was born out of county council and driven out of the board itself, or one that was done in a more community-driven way? I don't think there's any silver bullet here. As much as I like expansion and think we need to do it, I think we need to take a comprehensive approach. Supervisor Hahn is somebody that has spoken up about the need to potentially have an elected county executive. And I think that's something that would be really valid to have involved in this conversation. Another thing we have to attend to is campaign finance. We need to have limited fundraising windows, prevent candidates from transferring in war chests from zombie accounts at a state or federal level. We cannot increase the size of our county supervisors without looking at campaign finance as well. So I will leave it at that and talk on 13.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Soni Waknin. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Sunny Walkman, and I am a voting rights attorney in Los Angeles, California. I think that expanding the Board of Supervisors in Los Angeles is the right choice, specifically item 7, because it will show the board's commitment to an equitable democracy and government. It's also important that county council, as a neutral party, lead the research and recommendations. We have to ensure that there is, again, a clear, equitable process in how the county explores the expansion. And so I support item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Everin Arat. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Everin Arat, and I'm with Hoveness Inc., which provides services to unhoused youth throughout Los Angeles County. We're grateful to Supervisor Hilda Solis for her motion to advocate for greater MHSA flexibility from the state. The motion is timely given the mental health crisis that the county has been facing. As an Innovation 2 partner, we are acutely aware of the mental health crisis on our streets and understand intimately the vital role that mental health services play in helping our youth achieve housing security. The MHSA carries significant restrictions on spending and timelines that can impede getting resources into impacted communities as quickly as needed. That's why I ask you to support item 9, which will advocate for greater flexibility to meet the current need while still safeguarding important community feedback and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jackie Wu. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jackie Wu, and I'm calling in support of agenda number 7. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis and Chair Janice Hahn for their motion to ensure equitable representation on the Board of Supervisors by looking to expand the board. LA County is the largest county in the United States with over 10 million people, and it's imperative that we engage our most underrepresented, historically disadvantaged communities. I'm specifically part of the Asian American community. It's important to have community organizations like CAUSE involved with the process to make sure that whatever the outcomes are truly community driven. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jordan Nguyen. You may begin.
Hi there. Actually, I'm going to speak on item 13. Thank you very much.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys.
Mr. Roy Humphreys, Roland Heights, and this measure guarantees nothing but the possibility of a positive change here, and certainly that possibility of the Gang of Four never returning to this board, and also that we return to the rule of law as respect to the Brown Act and the Constitution of the United States of America, which this board has subverted and perverted for its own measures to control the input of the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Oh, now we're going to go to in-person. Hello, welcome.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. I'm speaking on agenda item number 7. This is some kind of equity to transfer power away from the Board of Supervisors. I would like you guys to think about that for a second and say, ha, 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 how do you like that? They're trying to take power away from you guys and dilute what you guys are doing. How do you like that? Now they're doing it to you. Would you waste an opportunity to tell you guys that? Hell no, take it. That's agenda item number 7. LA County Board of Supervisors are transferring your power away. You know, every supervisor seat has an owner, a title holder, and you're just the administrator. You understand that? You don't hold the electoral vote for that district you represent. You don't hold the governorship right for that district you represent. And now they're going to transfer your power away. How do you like that?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members
morning.
of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Richard Zaldivar. I am the Executive Director and the founder of the Wall Las Memorias. Many of you know of my work in the community, working in health prevention in the Latino community and the LGBTQ community. Our community is hurting, but it's also hurting when we go looking for funds, when we look for programs, we don't have all the folks that really listen to us. And so there are a lot of communities out there that are seeking your support, your representation, your type of representation. That's why it's important to expand the board. Consideration for expanding the board. The second thing I want to say, in this day where our democracy is constantly being attacked, it's important that we have people who can connect with supervisors in their own regions. That's why it's important to consider expanding the Board of Supervisors, not just for the functions of government, for the functions of preserving our democracy. Thank you, Supervisor Hilda Solis, for your vision on this. I appreciate your support on this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Julie Fun, and I have been a resident of the San Gabriel Valley for over 40 years. It is the region that has the largest and most diverse group of Asian American, Pacific Islanders, and Native Hawaiians. We are also arguably home to the best Asian food in the nation. Specifically, I grew up in Monterey Park and currently reside in the city of San Gabriel. Today, I come before you all today to share my feedback and support of agenda item number 7. As a community organizer who worked with CAUSE in the 2020 redistricting process with the state's California Citizen Redistricting Commission to not divide the AAPI community, I urge you to vote yes. As a family member of one of the victims of the mass shooting in Monterey Park, I know personally the need for resources and representation. For that, I urge you to vote yes. As an educator at Cal State LA that sees every day the importance of equity, I urge you to vote yes. It is not only historical, but it includes all of our voices. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Yap, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Asian Americans United for Self-Empowerment, also known as CAUSE. Our work includes increasing civic engagement and political participation in Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Chair Han for their motion to ensure equitable representation on the Board of Supervisors by looking to expand the board. CAUSE supports this motion. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are 17% and a fast-growing population in the county of LA. We want to be part of this process of exploring what expansion could mean, because expansion of the board will also expand representation of our diverse AAPI communities. And representation leads to our communities feeling seen, heard, and inspired to engage. CAUSE supports the use of research that utilizes data about AAPI communities of interest and engages with local communities to understand the unique needs of each one. We want to thank you for being thoughtful about equity and representation, and thank you for collaborating with communities to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're going to go now to the phone. Next speaker on the phone, please.
Our next participant is Jacqueline Cotto. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jacqueline Cotto with Naleo Educational Fund, the leading nonprofit and nonpartisan organization that facilitates full Latino participation in the American political process from citizenship and public service. We are in strong support of the motion proposed by Chair Han and Supervisor Solis on equitable representation through possible extensions of the LA County Board of Supervisors, Agenda Item 7. This motion will provide for more equitable representation and a more meaningful voice to all of LA County's diverse population. This is particularly important for the Latino community because Latinos comprise of nearly half, 48% of the LA County's population. We urge you to vote yes on this motion to advance equitable representation and strengthen the democracy of Los Angeles County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is David Diaz. You may begin.
Good morning, folks. My name is David Diaz, and I'm the Executive Director of Active San Gabriel Valley. We're a public health and environmental justice organization located in the city of El Monte. We want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis and Chair Janice Hahn for the motion to ensure equitable representation on the Board of Supervisors by looking to expand the board. Most significant is the fast growth of Latino and Asian populations, which is currently not equitably represented on the board. We want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis and Chair Hahn for their leadership to continue this discussion and put this question to the LA County voters again. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you again. Have a great day.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Cleverell. Please go ahead.
Well, good morning again, Board of Supervisors. Dr. Cleverell. I'm totally in support of that motion because I was in support of that motion many years ago. I felt that the number is not enough for the number of people, and I'm looking forward to that motion approved and to really expand the board. That will make more people I get to talk to. Anyway, yeah, have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Genevieve, are you done? Or you have more to say?
I am, of course.
I can't hear whether she's done or did we lose the call? Okay.
She said she was finished.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. And what an interesting item. I know it's come up a lot. And of course, more mom and pop districts with more little supervisors would be good in a way, but it would be costly. For example, the trip to Washington is going to cost a bundle already coming up on April 24th. But imagine if we had 15 supervisorial districts, we would have to, charter some kind of a plane, which I'm not opposed to because I think that there's a lot of savings there. I'm a little worried the Park Hyatt is $600 a night. I had thought that perhaps it would be in the government, sort of affordable. But we'll find a place. And, I think that the campaign finance stuff is going to follow. Obviously, this is an absolutely corrupt system, and county supervisors are more powerful than almost anybody in the state of California, as we know. But that's exciting. Why not? Let's all go to Washington, and we need more resources, okay? And the resources will tell us where we need to go, which is to a much bigger set of, look, every supervisor has several district offices. If each one had a new
Thank you,
supervisor,
Eric.
we'd
Thank
be
you, Mr. Previn. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lydia Camarillo. You may begin.
Good morning. This is Lydia Camarillo, President of Southwest Voter Registration Education Project. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis and Chair of the Board, Janice Hahn, for providing Los Angeles residents with the opportunity to grow the size of Los Angeles Board of Supervisors with a motion to expand the board. It is time to increase the board to provide representation to all residents of Los Angeles County. WCVI, SVREP, and the Latino civil rights organizations have made this recommendation in the past and have provided sound reasons for this to take place. The 2021 Independent Citizen Redistricting Commission made the same recommendation. A representation that is equitable is what Los Angeles needs. With the demographics for Los Angeles County comprised of 49.1% Latino and likely more because of the undercount, 25.3% white, 15.6% Asian, 9% African American, 1% of Native American, and 2 or more races, it's important that we expand the board. Developing the board.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Developing the board of directors.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rosa Soto. You may begin.
Hi, this is Rosa Soto with the Wellness Center LA. We are in support of the motion to increase representation, equal representation for communities. It has been since 2000 that this issue has been looked at, and we are very supportive of this opportunity to expand the board. We appreciate Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Hahn, Board of Supervisors for your consideration of this motion. We are in support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jordan Nguyen. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Originally, I was going to speak on 13, but I don't think you'll get there before I have to leave. So I'm going to speak in support of item 7 since it is in parallel. My name is Jordan Nguyen. I am part of United Way of Greater Los Angeles. And I want to speak in support in general of the transparent governance and increased representation for the people of LA County in the policy process. The United Way of Greater LA is an advocate to create the best possible policies that serve our diverse communities across LA. Adequate and equitable representation in government is key to this. United Way has fostered that kind of advocacy and equity through our campaigns to end housing and homelessness crises across LA, and through our involvement in Our Future Los Angeles, which is seeking a more equitable future for all residents in LA County. We're encouraged by this motion. We look forward to seeing how this will best serve the residents and promote a prosperous and more equitable future for all. And we encourage more dialogue and discussion about how to best expand the representation possibilities across the entire county. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is that the remaining speakers?
Those are all the speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, this item is for, and I understand there's some anxiety a little bit about maybe asking for this report back, which would be, we're giving the county council 90 days to report back on the options to expand the board. And I understand there's some concern that maybe Supervisor Horvath, you indicated that if you voted for this one and 13, somehow there would be conflicting directions. And I was going to ask county council, because there was a thought to hold these two together. So if they had been held together, it's the same motions, but would they have given conflicting directions on looking at expanding the board?
Thank you, Supervisor. I don't know so much that they're conflicting. They're different hows. They're different how-tos. So one is directing me with the authority to be able to retain a consultant, but I'm reporting back in 90 days, whereas the other 13 is directing the executive officer to do an request for a statement of information or interest, which is a process that takes time in order to get a consultant on board to do the work of reviewing basically kind of the same look at and look-see in terms of options to expand the board. So I wouldn't say they're in conflict. They're just different hows, different processes on how to get to that report back.
I mean, that's how I see it, colleagues, that we're kind of moving in the same direction. I understand certainly Supervisor Mitchell saying it's not just about expanding the board, right? If we don't change the governance. And the reason I held them separately, because I felt like there are some opinions on just representation that I thought people's voices needed to be heard about in terms of just expanding the board. And I also thought 13 was large enough and covered some pretty significant ideas about how we govern ourselves that also deserved its own space this morning. And I know even for me, I have different things to say about both of them. So that's why I held them separately. But if I caused anxiety by doing that, I apologize. I think we can, I do think we're rowing in the same direction. And so it's I would think getting the report back in 90 days would actually help if the consultant comes on board and looks at a number of things in item 13, not just expanding the board. It would give them kind of a leg up, I think, in exploring at least this issue. So that was my thinking. I apologize if it gave you anxiety on voting for both of them.
Madam Chair,
yes.
if I could ask, our motion actually directs County Council to be engaged, but to also engage with a consultant and help us. So it's not like we're cutting anything off. It could conceivably be, who knows, the same number of people, or I don't know. But I'm just saying, I don't think that's.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, and it's a report back. Again, we usually give each other that courtesy of a report back. So okay, so that item is before us. Executive
Chair,
Officer, please.
Madam Chair, if you
yes.
I've raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Ms.
Thank
Mitchell.
you. With all due respect to County Council, see it very differently, which is why item 13 was crafted that way. The language was crafted the way that it was. I am clear about the role of County Council in providing counsel in interpreting the law. We asked County Council, for example, before I joined the board, on what legal actions we could take with regard to the sheriff. A report was issued. A full year later, a motion was passed, which became Measure A. So from my perspective, County Council opines on the law. This is different. This is pursuing options that would be potentially taken by this board to qualify initiative for the ballot to expand the board. And so from my perspective, it's no stress. I had hoped that we could discuss them together, but I see them very differently. The how is different in terms of who will lead that effort. So I will be abstaining from 7, again, to preserve my opportunity to have a fuller conversation on item 13. I just wanted to say, for the record, I do see them differently, which is why I'll be abstaining.
Okay. Any other supervisors? I'm curious if they were held together, how that would have made a difference for you. Okay. Hearing no other comments, item 7 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Solis. I will second to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 7 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell. You got to vote. You got to vote.
Silence doesn't connote abstention. Abstain.
Supervisor Mitchell abstains. Supervisor Horvath.
Abstain.
Supervisor Horvath abstains. Supervisor Barger.
Abstain.
Supervisor Barger abstains. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion fails 2-0 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, now we're on to item 9. We will be talking about advocating for Mental Health Services Act flexibility, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Dr. Christina Galley, our Director of Health Services here. Dr. Lisa Wong is here, Interim Director of Mental Health, and they'll be available for questions. Supervisor Solis, do you want to start us off?
Yes. Thank you so much. And thank you to Madam Chair for also co-authoring, I think, one of the most important issues that the county is facing today. And I'm very thankful that we have both of our directors here this morning with us to help add more insight into why we're doing this today. And all of us know here on the board that the county is facing a very, very significant mental health crisis. There's no doubt in my mind about that. If you've been reading the news for the last couple of years, and especially in the last 2 years, and because of all the things that are happening on the streets of LA County, and not just the city of LA, we see that there's a need for us to address this. The crisis is with people facing overdoses, crowded emergency departments, as one example. The need for more mental health resources, period, is not new, and it's a fact. It's something that Californians have recognized, we know, for decades. And that's why in 2004, California voters supported Proposition 63 and passed the Mental Health Services Act, known as MHSA, which imposed, for those that may not be aware, a 1% income tax on wealthy individuals making in excess of $1 million. That was a transformative initiative and provided significant funding to expand and transform public mental health systems to improve the quality of life for individuals living with mental health illness. Here in the County of Los Angeles, we've used this funding to support a wide variety of critical initiatives, from our full-service partnership programs to short-term crisis beds to community initiatives, one that I know many of us promote, and that's the Promotoras. Those are our health navigators. And over the years, these programs have all helped keep vulnerable residents out of hospitals, which is very costly for us, and off the streets, because we know what happens there, and of course, very obviously, out of our jails. But since 2004, not only have we learned much about how to address mental health issues, but the nature of how this crisis evolved. And the demand, we know, is significant. The needs, we know, have changed for people facing mental illness. And it's clear to me that MHSA, as constructed currently, needs to evolve. It needs to be flexible, and it needs to meet the current needs of the County of Los Angeles, the largest county in the country. MHSA funds are allocated, as we know, into specific spending categories. Counties have to abide by these rules by varying levels of restrictions, which can hurt us in each category for how funding can be spent. And I think that's the nexus that we're trying to get to here. For example, within the community supports and services and the innovation categories, we have greater, I understand, flexibility to spend money, letting us support critical programs like full-service partnerships and outpatient care and community health workers. But in other categories of that funding, in prevention and early intervention, we have hundreds of millions of dollars that we need to spend over the next 3 years. But due to current restrictions, we're having difficulty getting that money out. MHSA funding also carries a long review process before the money can be distributed. And what that provides, I think, is an important level of transparency, for the most part, and accountability. But it needs to be nimbler. We have to somehow contract that so that we can get the funding out and be able to address emergencies that this county is facing. And during a time in which we know we have a significant shortage, we all know this, of mental health beds across varying levels of care, and especially long-term subacute beds, MHSA can't be used to build and support them. That doesn't make sense to me. This is even more important with the increase in the demand as we joined our first cohort of care court. And that's something that we have to accept whether we like it or not. Meanwhile, we're seeing this crisis play out in real time with residents experiencing mental health and substance use crisis, as we see in our streets, and people are languishing also in our jails, and we know what that means. It's very costly. Lawsuits, other things that are happening, the overcrowding, also not just in our jails because of that, but even in our emergency rooms, and we see that across the board. And I'm hearing, like many of you, from our residents loud and clear. We need to solve this crisis now. And we need to do it in a compassionate way that will drive care first. Having greater flexibilities with this available funding source will enable us, I believe, to do just that. And rest assured, I've already begun speaking, and I know many of us have, to Secretary Mark Galley, who was playing a very, very big role here and advocating for this change as well, which I think is commendable. But I want to make clear to the public and to all those that I'm hearing some narratives in the community that this is interpreting this motion to be more than what it's intended to do. The motion is not trying to remove community engagement or transparency. Nothing could be further from the truth. Community feedback, we know, is essential and critical, and it has to remain robust. And it's important that the public funding remains accountable to our community's desires, no doubt. The motion simply asks for greater flexibility to utilize funds that are unspent and to speed up that process so funding can be distributed expeditiously to meet our needs here. And I recognize that some of our community partners are very wary because they believe that somehow community input and feedback is going to be removed because of this. It's not. The intent of this motion simply is that we provide more effective partnerships in our community and we get this funding to those most in need. That means our communities. And who knows best than some in our community? So we're not going to cut and sever that partnership. How could we? Whether that's persons experiencing homelessness on Skid Row, or AAPI residents needing greater access in the San Gabriel Valley, Latino residents in East LA facing stigma, and anywhere else in the county. With that, I think we have a need, and that's just me speaking for my district, but I think other members and colleagues here would want to add to that. But I do want to thank both Dr. Wong and Dr. Galley for joining us, and I do have a few questions, if I might, Madam Chair, if that's possible.
Yes, go ahead.
So Dr. Wong, can you share with us some of the difficulties that you have experienced with spending MHSA funding in recent years?
Supervisor Solis, thank you for having me here today to speak about this and for tackling this really important topic. You know, we have had some challenges in our MHSA spending due to kind of the categorical nature of a lot of the spending. And this has been due to, we've had some unexpected increases in funding, which is always a good thing, but it's unexpected, so not budgeted for. We also went through a hiring freeze, and we went through really unprecedented staff shortages because of the national mental health staff shortage. And because of all these factors, we ended up with some unspent dollars that end up in a category that is restricted.
So that has been an impediment for us, so we can't quickly move those items into another budget item.
Yes, and it's especially painful during this time of great need in our community.
And during the pandemic, I mean, a lot of our health agencies and hospitals suffered. I mean, I keep hearing that as a theme across the board. How would you describe some of the flexibilities that we should be moving forward on or advocating for and accelerating the timeline for the department?
I think it would be really beneficial to have increased flexibilities, particularly related to the unspent dollars, and increased flexibility to utilize PEI and innovations to purchase or build capital projects that would be beneficial to our folks in the community, you know, who are experiencing serious mental illness and homelessness. I think additionally, the ability to use PEI and innovations for ongoing services for people with serious mental illness would allow for sustainable expansions of our programs, including street engagement teams, intensive field-based treatment services, and crisis services.
So I'm thinking about, for example, we may not have the ability to build things right away, but we can acquire buildings perhaps if we have flexibility, such as board and care.
Yes.
And other acute psychiatric facilities that we really need because we know that we don't have enough space or beds for that. And I think that's what our problem has been. I know my frustration has in just looking at what we're trying to do at LAC-USC in our restorative care village to quickly ramp up the need, because we knew going in a couple of years ago we were going to be faced with this, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle for us. Can you also provide, Dr. Wong, some assurances to the community advocates that accountability and transparency will be maintained if we are granted this flexibility?
Oh, definitely. Well, you know, MHSA regulations are very specific about having the stakeholder engagement and the community feedback. And in fact, the Department of Mental Health, we've been engaged in revamping our processes so that we could have greater transparency and greater community involvement. We recently had a stakeholder event where, you know, we got a lot of positive feedback for some of the changes made. So we would never want to endanger that by restricting that or decreasing the amount of stakeholder engagement and you know, public feedback. We definitely want that to be a guiding light for us, and we want that kind of feedback to be able to serve our people in the best way possible and to meet the greatest amount of need.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Dr. Galley too. I know that DMH is beginning to partner with other departments on their programs, and you all have been doing that for some time, but I think there's probably a need, hopefully, to do more if we can create these categories so that more funding can be available. So could you share what access in this term of flexibility would mean for some of the key DHS initiatives that you're currently undertaking, including decompressing the jails, harm reduction, and providing services to people experiencing homelessness?
Sure, thank you, Supervisor Solis, and thank you for the motion. It's very exciting. I appreciate the sponsorship of this, and thank you for the co-sponsorship, Chair Hahn. The flexibility is really what has been missing and is sorely needed in MHSA. We've worked closely with the Department of Mental Health throughout the years, but because of some of the funding restrictions and the very rigid categories, we haven't been able to have some of the funding used, even for those projects and those initiatives where there is really broad community support. And I know I have, and I know Dr. Wong and many others, we go to community meetings and we hear from Mental Health Commission, the ODR Permanent Steering Committee, CFCI, a number of other settings in which people want to understand how they're aware that MHSA exists, and they see the needs on the street, they see the needs in encampments among unsheltered individuals in the jails, in the emergency rooms, as you point out. But there's not the ability to use the funding in the way that the community might want it for. We have used MHSA in the past for a very small team doing reentry and transitions work out of the LA County Jail. That's supported about 11 individuals in the past, but that's the extent of the funding that's been able to be used in the jails. And then we're currently working on a proposal with the Department of Mental Health to be able to use MHSA funding to be able to support ODR housing. But again, some of the funding restrictions within MHSA have caused that to be more limited than potentially it might be. And I think what you said in your comments are so appropriate in that it's the flexibility. The intent is not to limit community input or the stakeholder process, which is part and parcel of MHSA, but to allow the program and the funds that are available to be more responsive to what the needs are right now in 2023, where individuals are struggling with mental illness, and we need to be able to get services out more rapidly to people. And the flexibility on the ground among the people who run the programs and are experiencing the need right in front of them, those are the people that know what would work. And so that flexibility is essential to making the changes happen.
Great. So just to be concise, I think what we're looking for is more nimbleness. Maybe that's the key word, to be more flexible and nimble in how we use these monies, because I hate when we're criticized that we haven't spent money. We do have initiatives, we do have programs, and we know where we want to go, but we are locked in to this formula. Thank you, Madam Chair, and respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to co-author this motion. You and I have been in talks recently with Mayor Bass, LA County Department of Mental Health. You've been in some of those talks, along with the courts, and about the need for the county to create more mental health beds. That seems to be at the crux of addressing our homelessness crisis, those on the streets. I think the public is aware of that you know, many of those unhoused have serious mental health challenges, and we just, at this point, feel like we don't have enough mental health beds to provide that critical service to those on our streets. These conversations have been specifically about the LA Alliance settlements, but they underscore, I think, the general need that I think we all have in terms of creating more mental health beds. And again, Supervisor Solis, I think you touched on it. This is what the public hates, right? This was a tax on the wealthy, right? This was sort of the millionaire's tax. It was going to go towards, helping address those who are most vulnerable in our society. So then when they hear that we've got that money but can't spend it, it really drives people crazy. So I think the fact that we're going to send this letter to see if there might be more flexibility available to us is important. These funds are in certain buckets, and these buckets are kind of where that formula lies in terms of how we can spend them on everything like capital projects to building those most critical mental health beds. So just one more time, Dr. Wong, I was going to ask you, so why can't DMH take all of its unallocated MHS dollars, regardless of what bucket's in, and use it to obtain more of these critical beds in simple language?
Just that the regulations restrict the spending in that category. It's really that simple. And having the flexibility to do more in that area, I think will help more people who are really in high need.
So plain and simple, if we get more flexibility, how's that going to help you?
We'll be able to spend in the places that people really need the services, and they tend to be for our higher acuity folks.
Good. Well, I hope this, appreciate that, and I hope this letter from our county will get them to the table at the state level to look at how, because ultimately I feel like they have to feel the same way. They want the money to go where it is most needed, and if we're highlighting how it's not going to where it's most needed, I feel hopeful that they'll agree to come to the table to negotiate that. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. And, I agree. And obviously, MHSA flexibility is at the core of any discussion around mental health funding, whether it be care court, whether it be the mental evaluation teams and expansion, although that has to do with other issues as well. But, I've been advocating for additional mental health services with CSAC at the state level, and I know Supervisor Mitchell also with NACO, both of us. And at the national level, additional flexibility in our mental health dollars constantly comes up. And surprisingly, many people are unaware of the limitations that come with MHSA. And to your point, we have exhausted the use of what we can with the existing dollars, but we need the flexibility to expand in the areas of greatest need. In response to this last year, Senator Eggman brought in SB 970 to amend MHSA and make these dollars more flexible. I brought in the motion to support that legislation. Unfortunately, it didn't go anywhere. So this has been something this board has been pushing, I've been pushing, and knowing that there is a consensus for this flexibility, I'm hopeful that the state will listen to us, especially if we're doing it as it relates to care court. But we must continue to advocate for changes at the state as it relates to mental health laws and the workforce development investment and the IMD exclusion, because we talk about mental health beds, but if we don't get that waiver and the state doesn't apply, you're not going to have a lot of beds coming online because of the financial risk to do so. So I think it's important that we continue to push for the flexibility, but also continue to push the state to act on the waiver. And I know that they were back in DC. The state, the governor, and Dr. Galley was back there with him, and I know that they did have discussions with the White House regarding this. So I am hopeful that we can move that along, but there's no question in my mind that MHSA flexibility is a necessity for us to really address the issues that Mayor Bass has brought forward as it relates to those, and Supervisor Solis, especially those on Skid Row. And I know that this is an opportunity. I guess, I don't know if you asked this, and if you did, I apologize. There's this misconception that we're sitting on $1 billion. Can you clarify that? Because I'm told that, in fact, that money is in fact encumbered over a period of time, it'd be helpful for us and the public to understand exactly the amount that we're talking about, because I know that's been thrown out like from the state that we're sitting on $1 billion, and I know that's not the case.
I'm happy to clarify that. And you know, that really haunts us too, this myth out there that the Department of Mental Health is sitting on $1 billion. I mean, if we had that money, believe me, we would be right up there spending it. So right off the bat, about half of that is money that's already been allocated because of the way that MHSA dollars work is there are certain categories like innovations, so it will be on the books for a certain number of years. So if you only spent year one, the rest of it remains on the table. But it's not that you can reallocate it because it's already committed to this project. Just like if you know, we allocated a certain amount for a contract for a legal entity, if they haven't utilized a portion of that because they're short on staff, then we're not going to give that money away because then that money won't be in their budget when they are able to hire up. So there are a lot of things like that that account for about half of that $1 billion already. And then the other half of that $1 billion there are all these projects that we've already kind of put together and put forward for approval. So those dollars get allocated, even though they're not spent yet, you know, they end up on the table still. So when all is said and done, you know, it leaves us with about $100 to $200 million that we can use then to either spend hopefully more flexibly or to entertain further proposals from the community within their categories.
So I was told that, because Senator Steinberg at the time, now Mayor Steinberg, is the one that orchestrated and really put this all together. Was he down here? Was there a meeting where we sought clarification? Because there was some talk that we were interpreting it too strictly. And is that a word, strictly? Yep, okay. And I just want to get a clarification on that. And I don't know what the outcome of that meeting was.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I think I can answer that. First of all, thanks to Mayor Steinberg, who came down and shared information with us. At the end of the day, coming out of that conversation, Mr. Steinberg did not provide to us information that allowed us to spend money across categories, basically to get rid of the 5 buckets, to allow us to combine bucket funding within the buckets and use them more strategically. His comments and suggestions really focused around reprioritizing and modifying the spending that we're doing within our existing categories and elevating certain populations, that the TAY population within our existing category. And I think you know, Ms. Wong was not available to make it to that meeting, and a lot of his comments assumed things that we weren't already doing, like serving encampments, using our full-service partnership dollars to serve encampments or our TAY population.
So is the answer then that he felt that there is flexibility that we are misinterpreting?
No, he didn't. No, that was not his conclusion, that we were reading the statute too narrowly and therefore missing the boat, so to speak, on spending, more flexible spending.
Well, I hope that, you know, we've been on record supporting the flexibility issue for years. Hopefully, maybe this letter will drive it, maybe in combination with the care court, to bring it over the finish line, because it's obvious to me that there's missed opportunities. I know when we look at the homeless issue, we look at flexibility and the need to be nimble and recognize that it's not a one-size-fits-all. So I will be in support of this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Libby, I'll just say I was in that meeting, and I do think the other thing that I picked up on from Darrell Steinberg was he encouraged us to make more effort in the innovation fund bucket and urged us to go ahead and request that money to be used for different projects. And he felt like maybe we hadn't been as aggressive pushing the envelope in that bucket that we could. So I would also urge us, while we're asking for more flexibility, I do think we could pitch more projects that could be funded by that bucket. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Hahn for bringing this forward. This is so frustrating. It is not a new issue, and it's not unique to LA County. There are counties across this state that are sitting on money because it's too restrictive. In response to Supervisor Hahn's question, you talked about the regulations, and it hit me. Are said regulations set forth in the language of the initiative or no?
They are a part of the legislation.
Of the ballot initiative?
Yes.
Okay, because, you know, we need to be clear about what legislation, if legislation can change it enough to give us the flexibility we seek, or if it has to be, again, the will of the voters. Because the general rule is what's passed by the voters can only be changed by the voters. So if there are regulations that were set forth in the initiative that are problematic, we just need to be clear as we go forward. I would also hope that this 5-signature letter not just address the governor, but the legislature, because the Eggman bill died before it even got to the governor. Because it's regulations set forth in the initiative, I don't know that there's anything he can do about it through executive order. I think we need legislation. And so if the 5-signature letter could be sent to the legislative leadership and the governor, I think that's critical given the Eggman letter, the Eggman bill didn't see the light of day, which is, so we need to re-educate our legislative colleagues. I think that's important. And it is flexibility. I am clear. I'm glad you provided that clarification, Supervisor Solis. It's not about limiting public input. However, even public input has a stranglehold. Case in point, our very own LA County Mental Health Advisory Committee passed a motion and sought to direct MHSA funds to support beds in LA County. And the hoops that they had to go through in terms of the timing and when the plan has to be approved were all very complicated. And I know our own advisory committee were very frustrated by the process. So as we talk about flexibility, it's not removing community access or engagement, but could also make it easier for our county commissions across the state to help prioritize how MHSA funds are to be used in the community. So thank you for the motion. I hope that we could add the legislature in addition to the governor to make sure we've covered all of our bases. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Supervisor Solis and Chair Hahn for bringing this important motion forward. I'm very supportive of sending a 5-signature letter to the state seeking flexibility on the use of our MHSA funds, and I thank our directors who are here, who I know have been fighting for this for a number of years in partnership with this board. The intent, obviously, of our funds, which were approved by California voters in 2004, is to provide a comprehensive system of care to treat the whole person with a focus on wellness, recovery, and resilience. However, we've seen over the years that the restrictions tied to these funds have made it difficult to invest in services that are needed, and has been mentioned in previous comments, and I saw before serving in this seat, we heard the frustration of the community about their perceptions around the county not spending this money when we see the crisis on the streets. But we are in a time of crisis in LA County, which is why this board declared a local emergency order on homelessness. We need the flexibility to appropriate funds more quickly and to a variety of uses so that we can answer the call. But our system of care is not static, and the population and services need changes over time, especially in a time like this one, a time of crisis. So I wholeheartedly support this motion. I thank you for the efforts that you have brought forward and consistently bring forward to realize the goals that we want to see on our streets and providing the care throughout our communities that is so desperately needed. And I hope that this call to the state for that flexibility will finally deliver what we have been begging for a very long time, especially because that is what our residents and community members expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other supervisors that would like to make remarks on this one? No, seeing none. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who signed up to speak on this item.
Will Adriana Bautista, Jasmine Richards Abdullah, Maisha McCoy, and Richard Zeldivar please come forward and staff will assist you? Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Diego Rodriguez. You may begin.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. My name is Diego Rodriguez, and I'm the COO of Alma Family Services, which offers a wide range of supportive services, including mental health, to individuals of all ages. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for this critical motion, and also commend Dr. Wong's leadership in supporting this timely effort. As a clinical director, I know firsthand how incredibly valuable MHSA funds are. As you know, we are experiencing an unprecedented mental health crisis that has been exacerbated by the pandemic. While serving as a critical resource, MHSA funds are significantly restricted by spending guidelines, which delay utilization and makes it harder to support impacted communities as quickly as needed. That's why we ask for your support. We look forward to advocating for greater flexibility to meet the current needs we see in our streets, in our clinics, in emergency departments, and in the community at large. As service providers, we look forward to working with the County Department of Mental Health and other stakeholders towards promoting critical community input and participation and safeguarding transparency to ensure that these funds can deliver life-affirming relief and support to impacted individuals and families. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Carmen Perez. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carmen Perez, and I'm here to support Supervisor Solis's motion to advocate for greater flexibility of MHSA funds. This motion will help our communities access needed mental health resources more quickly. We have a mental health crisis right now, and we must do all we can to help people receive services. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn for this motion, and thank you for helping our communities heal.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Hector Ramirez. You may begin.
Go ahead. Hello? Can we have the next speaker?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, now we can.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Hector Ramirez. I'm Chiricahua Apache Mexican. I'm a person with a disability, and I am a consumer of the Department of Mental Health. I'm one of the 250,000 people that receive services, and I'm at West Valley Mental Health Clinic in Spot 2. We are the largest county-operated clinic with over 4,185 clients, the majority are Hispanic or Latinx. I really want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis and Supervisor Hand for their leaderships on this motion to advocate for equitable access to MHSA funds from the state. Right now, MHSA funds and processes within LA County DMH are actually not transparent. They're not accessible. They're not even accurate or in line with the spirit of what the law is and very other state kind of requirements for the great funding that we have. We talk about the concerns that we have for stakeholder engagement. I think this really is an example because this is an MHSA matter that our community really should have had an opportunity to really provide feedback and support or have questions, and this didn't even happen.
Thank
so
you.
It really kind of shows.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And when I talk about accuracy.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Diana Williams.
Good morning, supervisors. I just wanted to make a comment on this effort that you're putting forth. I think it's exemplary and it's insightful, but I would like to hear the word accountability attached to the word flexibility as well. I'm in the Antelope Valley, 35 years, and even now we have some serious mental health issues that have nothing to do with just the homeless. We act like the homeless are the only population that's affected. It's not true. I am a Kaiser Permanente member. I could not get any behavioral health services for myself. And so I went to the county. County told me they couldn't service me because I was a Kaiser patient. But if you look at Kaiser with its $8.2 billion net profit, they are not providing mental health services. So my concern is that we form partnerships, but not with those who are going to use our money to accelerate their profit scale, but that we are using our money to help all people, not just the homeless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Clavroll. You may begin.
Genevieve, your turn. Yeah. Yes, good afternoon. This is Genevieve Clavroll again. Well, I'm totally in support of that, and I hope we can be flexible enough to really provide the mental health care and not waste a lot of the tax money. Anyway, thank you. Goodbye. I have a good thing for you. Anyway, I'm missing a mic.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rosa Soto. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on item 9 in support. I am with the Wellness Center at LAC-USC Medical Center. This is a one-stop center for health and wellness, and the number one need that most of our patients and most vulnerable community members come for is mental health services. This is an area that has been very difficult to refer our patients to, and it's become even more difficult during the pandemic. The greater flexibility opportunity allows us more opportunity to work collaboratively with our partners here in the county to ensure that better services are available in alignment of the proper treatment that is needed, from prevention all the way through to deeper levels of care. So we appreciate your consideration of the motion and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. I'm coming to you from my cell phone. I had to change phones. This is so heartbreaking because when you see a big pile of money and an enormous problem and you can't match them up, it feels terrible. And this has been a history with mental health in California and America. But, I remember when we were putting the law into effect to take people out of brutal situations, but they forgot to put the money in place, intentionally forgot to put the money in place to take care of this population. So this is just like a national fiasco, I think is the right word. So I appreciate what the team is doing here, trying to loosen the rules and make just what is absolutely essential available to the people who need it. It's so disappointing that at the Great Hall of Administration, there's a guy lying out on we have to do better. We have to. And I know we're trying. So great work. Let's get to the gratitude quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Oh, let's go in person. Hello, welcome.
Hello, my name is Adriana Bautista. And when mental health care professionals are not available to community members, the cost is actual people's lives. Charles Towns was murdered by LA Sheriff's deputies, Clarissa Prentice and Eliezer Morales, on January 22nd of this year. He was experiencing a mental health psychotic episode due to substance abuse disorder, and he was killed in front of his own community. When his sons arrived on the scene, deputies ignored them, harassed his family, laughed in front of their faces. And Catherine Barger, this is up to you. You need to fire these deputies immediately. We know you have the power to hire deputies, so you can also fire them. Make sure Sheriff Luna does his job. This needs to go to the Office of the Inspector General and immediate administrative review. Immediate.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Abdullah with Black Lives Matter Pasadena. We would like Catherine Barger and the rest of the team to actually have the Department of Mental Health work with the Sheriff's Department, because right now the Met team, there's only one Met team per district. And so if somebody's having a psychosis in one district, 2 people, then they have to choose. They're not readily available 24/7. That's a problem. I actually went to the Altadena Sheriff Department and spoke with the sergeants, and they said that there's only one per district. That is a problem. Charles Towns was murdered right in front of his community, January 22nd, 2023. And so the community is asking for the crisis response team as well to come talk to the community, right? Because what was happening was there was a sergeant, and they were met with more police. We were met with more police instead of a crisis response team that was able to talk and calm the family down, talk to the family, and let everybody know what are the next steps. So, Captain Barger, this is on you. If you do not help us, we will be voting in another person, which is going to be Chris.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Maisha McCoy. Mental health neglected my father. My father suffered from schizophrenic and bipolar because he was beaten by St. Francis police officers at the age of 16 when he was trying to visit my baby sister when she was first born. He also suffered from diabetes and heart failures. He needed dialysis, but due to neglect, he wasn't given the services that he needed. I watched mental health abandon him, neglected him during the pandemic. My father died on the streets of Los Angeles County while being on probation. The county has been known to free mental illness prisoners with nowhere to go, placing them on house arrest, but leaving them on the streets to die. I asked the board to take mental illness seriously and give us the support we need. Compton, Watts, South Central LA, and North Long Beach. I asked the board to do something about the sheriffs dropping off homeless, mental ill people in other cities. Stop it. Send them to a shelter, not the streets. I also asked LA County to investigate in all these mental health facilities who has been neglecting mental health people. It's a known fact.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Richard Zaldivar again, the Executive Director of the Wildlife Memorials. I'm here to support, and I thank Supervisor Solis for this motion. I'm also a member of the Cultural and Linguistic Committee for the Mental Health Commission in the state of California. And we have been sitting there looking at many of these issues in our communities and knowing that many counties don't spend out their dollars because of these restrictions. We're also dealing with high suicide rates, and we have many people in our community that are suffering from depression, particularly in the Latino and AAPI community, the LGBTQ community. LGBTQ elders are experiencing tremendous trauma. And so we ask you to support this motion. And again, when we're looking at mental health, we're not just looking at treatment, but we're looking at prevention. Because promotora models and a lot of prevention work that's going on in the community has great results. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to let the public know that talked about the shooting, that the Office of Independent Review is in fact involved. And as is the State Attorney General, as is protocol. And Office of Independent Review is separate from the sheriff, so it's an independent review that's taking place. And I could not agree with you more about the mental evaluation team. That's why when first elected, one of the first motions I brought in was to expand the mental evaluation team. And I know that my tribe, Rise Heavenly, also has submitted the same request. And it's something that we're looking at. It's a staffing issue, which is not unique to the mental evaluation team. You just heard our Director of Mental Health, Dr. Wong, talk about the inability to recruit because there's not enough out there. But I want you to know that this is a serious matter, and it is being investigated outside of the Sheriff's Department. So I just wanted to let that be for the record. But I appreciate you all coming down and voicing your opinion.
That's the other thing you should clarify is that we cannot fire deputies. That is only the sheriff can hire and fire deputies. The county code does not allow. Thank you. There'll be no yelling from the audience. We're just clarifying something.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other speakers?
No other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, no other speakers? Okay, could we have quiet in the audience? No. No, you're going to be quiet now so we can continue the meeting. Can we have peace in the auditorium, please? We sat here and listened to you speak, so now we appreciate you listening to us while we conduct our business. Hearing no other comments, item 9 is now before us. Be moved by Supervisor Solis. I'll second it. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 9 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to go to item 12, establishing a fair chance ordinance in.
Can we just take a minute so that they can get this? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're going to go ahead to item 12, establishing a fair chance ordinance in Los Angeles County, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. And for members on the telephone, please now press 1 and 0 to comment on this item. Supervisor Mitchell, would you like to start it off?
Absolutely. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for co-authoring the motion. I'd also like to thank our county and community partners for the report backs and their leadership in ensuring a fair chance for every Angelino. For system-impacted job seekers, the promise of a fair chance is a critical opportunity to pursue a better life. While many employers keep that promise, we still have a long way to go in making it real for every job seeker. Research has proven the biases that often deny system-impacted job seekers critical opportunities, finding that they perform as well as or better than their counterparts. Despite this, more than a quarter of formerly incarcerated individuals are unemployed on average, in contrast to the historically low rates for the general population. As a result, those with lived experience are more likely to experience homelessness, live in poverty, and deal with health issues. Further exasperating racial inequities for African Americans, who account for a disproportionate share of the population that's incarcerated or on probation or involved in some other carceral system. While the passage of the Fair Chance Act started to move California in the right direction, job seekers and reentry partners have highlighted shortcomings in its actual enforcement. Job candidates can wait weeks, even months, for a final hiring decision after a background check has been completed, often forcing them to seek lower paying opportunities. When an assessment of the risks associated with convictions is not provided in writing, candidates are challenged to defend themselves when an offer is revoked. The county should add teeth and guidance to the enforcement of the Fair Chance Act to ensure that its intent is followed more consistently. So, this motion asks staff to draft an ordinance to strengthen protections for system-impacted job seekers and to create tools for stronger enforcement. As the largest employer in the region, the county has an obligation and an opportunity to lead by example and to ensure that our hiring practices are equitable and transparent. The motion calls for a stronger county fair chance policy, as well as compliance audits and requirements for department head performance evaluation to strengthen accountability. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you very much, Supervisor Mitchell, for allowing me to co-author with you on this motion. As some of you may know, I've been a longtime proponent of the Fair Chance Act, long before I even came to this board. As Secretary of Labor, we worked with President Obama on creating the first of its kind program to provide technical training and apprenticeship opportunities for at-risk youth and formerly justice involved. And I worked alongside with then our AG Holder, who also, Eric Holder, who was very much a part of this effort with us on a national level. But, you know, so much has changed here in the county. And during the Great Recession, many of these programs that could have improved employment prospects for people with lived experience, targeting high poverty and high crime areas to provide training in demand industries and operations, didn't always come to fruition. Now we have an opportunity to do that, and I would like to see more happen. I know that I have been involved over the past few years, 4 years, carrying different motions, starting as far back as 2017 to establish the Fair Chance Task Force, and also developing an educational campaign to help educate our employees and employers about their responsibilities under the Fair Chance Act. And then in 2009, I carried a motion to increase hiring of justice-involved individuals for our county. So I think all of us have been moving in that direction, but now we have an opportunity to do more. And I know that this motion will help us based on the research that supports much of this motion and where we need to go. So I, along with members of my community, are very much in support of this motion. And we know that this is about care first. And it really does help us with providing more opportunities for people who are coming out of our carceral system. We heard earlier today from some of our folks in the labor movement who have been doing and demonstrating apprenticeship programs with people that come right out of prison. And I was happy to be a partner with them and LA Trade Tech on helping to get that going. But we need to do more, and we need to get businesses more engaged. So hopefully this will create an opportunity to bring down those barriers to employment and provide dignity and respect to all. So very much in support of this, and thank you again. Ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Barger.
Hi, out of the interest of time, I mean, I wholeheartedly support this, and I know I've worked with Flint Ridge in my district and have seen the fact that employment is critically important to successful reentry. For individuals, we tell them to stay out of trouble and get a job, and then we put up barriers. So it's time for us to address that across the board. I want to make sure that whatever we put together is successful. So I have a friendly amendment, and I know we've shared it, to consult with stakeholders such as small business organizations, nonprofits, local chambers of commerce, BizFed, and LAEDC to provide input on any draft ordinance prior to introduction and consideration by the board. And then the second is to direct the CEO to report back to the board every 2 years, because it's going to take a while to really see the fruits of the success for the implementation of the final ordinance on the impact of this policy, including an impact on recidivism, small businesses, and economic opportunity for systems impacted individuals. That's a friendly amendment. It's not going to change the body of what you want to do, but I wholeheartedly support this and believe it is a step in the right direction. So I would ask you to consider that as a friendly amendment.
Accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Supervisors Mitchell and Solis for bringing this item forward that honors every person's fundamental right to be gainfully employed. As they wrote in today's motion, the rate of employers conducting background checks has risen, which has impacted rates of employment for system-impacted individuals and implicitly normalized the assumption that despite known racial biases in policing and the criminal legal system, those convicted of a crime are to be viewed with suspicion even after returning from incarceration. For far too long, society has set up a double standard for people returning home from incarceration. On one hand, a person returning home is expected to be a productive member of society. On the other hand, people are set up to fail, whether it's finding a safe place to live, getting a job, or even the simple act of reconnecting with family. The barriers people face are often insurmountable. We must push back on the systems that fuel this double standard, and today's motion is an incredibly important step forward in that direction. Now that we've done our due diligence and worked on gathering stakeholder feedback, I am very pleased to see that this motion calls for a comprehensive ordinance. I also want to thank the authors for the very thoughtful directive that asks county leaders on this issue to think outside the box about provisions that will strengthen our county ordinance. We have an opportunity to lead by adopting an ordinance that honors the second chance we promise to people who are returning home from incarceration. I look forward to seeing the draft ordinance. I'm excited to support this motion today, and I am grateful that it is brought forward for our consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger, did you?
Nope.
Okay. Let me, say thank you for this motion. I think it's important for both the people who are formerly incarcerated and deserve to have access to jobs, and for our employers and businesses who have been really struggling to hire as we come out of the pandemic. I hear that all the time. They're like, where are the workers? Why can't we hire people? So establishing this fair chance ordinance will help make sure that people that have a past arrest or conviction are not unfairly discriminated against when looking for work. It can be really difficult for someone who is formerly incarcerated or who has a criminal record, even from many years ago, to find work. And that can make their reentry journey so much harder. The state passed the Fair Chance Act in 2018 to try and lower this obstacle. But it's time for us here in LA County to codify the state law into an ordinance so that we can enforce it and go even a small step further by closing any loopholes. I do want to say that I think it's essential for the county departments to be included in this ordinance. We cannot exempt ourselves. And I've heard that there are some conflict of interest concerns that have been brought up, but our county lawyers need to figure out how we can make that work. LA County is the largest employer in Southern California, and it's important that our county departmental jobs are accessible to everyone, and this ordinance will hopefully get us there. So I just wanted to tell our county council that I think we need to figure out a way to make it work for our county departments as well. But overall, I think this is a good first step as we really try to be so much more inclusive and less discriminatory in how we allow people to apply for good paying jobs. Thank you. So Executive Officer, please call members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item here in the boardroom. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Jose Osuna. You may begin.
Hello, Honorable Board. My name is Jose Osuna, and today I am representing Brilliant Corners. We're a statewide housing organization, as well as the Los Angeles Regional Reentry Partnership, and I'm the 4th District appointee for the Public Safety Realignment Team. I want to express my full support for item 12. I think it's a great step for LA County. I think that I agree with Supervisor Hahn that the county departments need to be aligned with this item when it's implemented. I also want to say that one of the things that I love about this is the creation of a stronger fair chance policy by including regular performance and compliance audits. By conducting compliance audits, we can ensure that fewer instances of businesses violating fair chance protections, and we can ensure greater safeguards for some of the most vulnerable populations in the county, those of us that have experienced incarceration. I urge this vote to unanimously pass this item today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Yeah, it's Eric Previn, and I support this as well. It's a question about, certainly the county has to opt in. If the county council comes up with a sneaky, well, unfortunately we can't because of some other rule or law, of course the proverbial eyebrow will pop off the face. This has to be for good county jobs too. And, it's long overdue. Again, it feels almost like we're in a time warp because these things should be legitimately easy for people and easier. And it go back to the beginning, it's the wonderful new fire chief who's now sort of mired in controversy because there was a whole group of people who never had a chance to apply. Now, I don't understand, how about just a single chance would be good? They would worry about the second chance. All chances should be easier and made more efficient. And the only thing I don't like about any of this stuff is all the consultants who are happily circling around telling the county what to do. The county knows what to do, okay? So let's get on with it. Thank you for this great work. Amazing. Really, really good.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sophia Quinones. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm in favor of the motion, and I echo Mrs. Hahn's comments regarding county agencies. weighing in due to the privatization of what's been going on with reentry. I think it's important that we support our county workers. That's why we fought for Ban the Box. We need our employees to have pensions and to have a union. And it's very important. So I'm in support of it, and also the transparency and allowing the public to weigh in on letters before the county sends something off. I think that's very important, not only in this area, but throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay, fully support this item here, but there's also a workaround on it where the employer represents, your point of residence, or what's your work history? And I have to say, well, I've been in prison for the last 20 years. One of those situations like that. And also, I must commend you, the board, on finally taking down that hideous on-screen clock, the timer situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, item 12 is now before us. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
As amended.
Item 12 is amended is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, let me just take a brief moment. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item 13, improving Los Angeles County Board governance to strengthen equity and transparency, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Mitchell.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. First, let me read in an amendment to Directives 1 and 4 to allow more time for the Executive Office to identify an independent third-party consultant. And the directive reads as follows: direct the Executive Officer of the Board of Supervisors to conduct an expedited request for statement of interest, competitive solicitation, and report to the board in writing within 180 days. We're striking the 90 days, 180 days, with a recommended independent third-party entity to work with the EO. The rest of the language remains the same. The same change has been made to Directive 4 again, to allow more time for county council in consultation with Artie to report back with the recommendations around campaign finance reform. And that directive reads, direct the interim county council in consultation with the CEO's anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion initiative to report back in writing in 180 days with recommendations for county campaign finance reforms to advance a more equitable process. And that language continues. So now that we've got that clear, I'd just like to kind of level set, if you will, to talk about how this motion came to be before us today. We took our first bite of the apple on January 24th with a motion that was not successful. And then we read in today's governance motion on February 7th. So really my colleagues and members of the public had the time and opportunity to meaningfully review it before we vote on it today. Prior to the January 24th motion, we had spent months in consultation with CSAC, NACO, and looking at models across the country to really verify that there were other ways in which county governance happens. Again, between that and the February 7th read-in, we spent more time in consultation. Since reading in the motion, my staff and I have spoken with various members of the public who've shared concerns with the county's current governance model. Organizations have commented on the lack of transparency around the county's budget development process and confusion around the role that community members could play in shaping the county's $44 billion budget. Others have shared that it's very difficult to thoughtfully weigh in on a motion when, frankly, some motions can be published on as late as Friday afternoon with only the weekend and Monday to review them. These issues that have been raised aren't new, and we've heard calls for meaningful governance reform from advocates across the state. So our goal with the motion today is that this board proactively take this opportunity to strengthen our constituents' faith in their local government by exploring opportunities to improve the county's governance model so that it better reflects our commitment to equity, transparency, and inclusivity, particularly in the way we make policy decisions and allocate resources. If people better understand how they can participate in their local democracy, I hope that, for example, they would be more inclined to vote to expand the budget, as we discussed earlier. The core of this motion is a request for a report back with recommendations on establishing an independent external process to review LA County's governance model, to study equitable best practices and identify potential reforms to strengthen our policy and budget processes and increase effective opportunities for public participation. The study could consider ways that we provide for public advanced review of proposed motions and board letters, ways to make the current policy cluster system more transparent and account for public input, and opportunities for the community to weigh in on the county's budget at multiple points in the annual process. The study would also involve exploring potential changes to the structure of the board, including board expansion like we heard about earlier. All of these potential improvements should be studied with the goal of creating a more transparent, inclusive government and ultimately advancing more equitable and effective outcomes for our constituents. I think the county has done hard work in the past to improve our model, and I think we still have room for growth. After the read-in on the 7th, we began to hear inquiries from a broad group of people. Some say, well, can't you just do this yourself by changing your own rules? True. The point of the report back is to give us the opportunity to look at best practices across the country to inform our decision-making process. Some have asked the question, why now, or what's the problem you're solving for? Well, if we look back over time, and there are reform trends, they're often initiated from another level of government, either via referendum or legislative action from either the state or federal government. Case in point, the Brown Act, campaign finance reform, term limits, the redistricting commission. We talked about the redistricting commission at length earlier. That came about as a result of a state piece of legislation back in 2016 that the seated board at that time opposed officially, and when it passed, LA County sued the state of California. LA County lost. So the point is, I say, why shouldn't we be proactive in identifying governance structures that meet the needs of our constituents so that they can feel heard and engaged? That we can work towards a goal of increasing confidence in local government by creating a clear, consistent, transparent process that our constituents feel is accessible. You know, in our MHSA discussion just a couple of motions ago, you know, it was stated that, of course, we want to listen to the general public in informing policies that we bring forward. I think that applies not only to the allocation of MHSA funds, but it should also apply to the process by which we develop policies and vote on a budget that governs a county of this size and structure. I don't believe we will ever achieve our goal of an equitable LA County when our own structure and processes don't explicitly build in clear, transparent ways for our constituents to have meaningful public participation. Again, this is a report back to create an opportunity for us to review options available to us. It casts a broad net to talk about, yes, expanding the size of the board, but also the way in which the board conducts its business. For those reasons, I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all of my colleagues for hearing and discussing this item, which is about being the best county government possible. We have an enormous responsibility to care for 10 million people and to effectively manage $44 billion that are public funds. With this responsibility comes the opportunity to meaningfully lift up all voices through the possibility of a more transparent legislative process, electing a board that is larger to more equitably represent our communities, allowing for publicly funded campaigns or matching funds, and offering remote public comment after the COVID-19 emergency ends. I join Supervisor Mitchell in asking that we be a responsible government, committed to evolving and instituting best practices that gives the public more of a seat at the table. There are no final actions taken as a part of this item today, but this is a first and very important step. Instead, we are asking an independent third party, as well as county staff, examine these items and report back to the board on best practices and their feasibility. Specifically, there are 4 different requests. The first 2 actions involve the same request, which is the development and funding of an independent third-party study, which would look at the following items: exploring a process for advanced review of proposed motions and board letters in order to increase analysis and the opportunity for public review and input before they are considered by the board; review of the current policy cluster system and budgeting processes; development of a procedure for routine review and amendments to the county code and county charter; and review of potential changes to the structure of the board, including its expansion. The third request involves enhancing public participation by examining legislative opportunities to make remote public comment permanent, as well as virtual advisory board and commission meetings. The fourth request asks County Council to report back with recommendations on various campaign finance reforms, including adjusting campaign contribution limits, creating a matching funds program at the county, establishing fully publicly financed elections, and creating a process for routine review of campaign finance ethics after each election. These items are all designed to look at the way we do the business of the county, and if there are more efficient, transparent, and responsive ways of doing so, that we consider them. Key amongst these items is expanding the number of county supervisors, as we've heard from testimony already today, because our residents deserve representation that is greater than one person per 2 million plus residents. In fact, the Board of Supervisors was larger in its earlier stages, at one point having 7 representatives, and at another point, one district was also represented by more than one representative. So there have been times in our county's history where this board was constituted a bit differently, and I think we can consider what makes sense today. Our residents deserve meaningful representation, which is why I support this item, to evaluate governance reforms in the county, including expanding the number of supervisors on the board. We face many significant challenges in the county. Re-examining the way we do our work will be beneficial as we move forward in tackling those challenges. Public interest in the goals of this motion and past motion 7 is clear. We have a responsibility to do the work that is ours and provide analysis for the part that is the public's in making change possible. I thank Supervisor Mitchell for inviting me to co-author, and I thank my colleagues for considering this item, and I encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Other supervisors want to make any comments? No? Okay, I'll say a few things. I wanted to say I appreciate this version, 2.0, of county governance. It is a tad different than the one that was before us 3 weeks ago, which I couldn't support. And mainly because it included things like proposing a chief analyst's office, which I didn't really agree with. I thought it would slow down, our work here on the county board and hinder our ability to get things done, which is one of the things I think in a county like this, particularly with various crises and emergencies that face us, we need that agility. And it also included a proposal to raise the contribution limits to our campaigns. And again, for me, at a time when what I'm hearing from the public is they want to see less money and get some of the money out of politics, it seemed a little bit like going in the wrong direction, and I couldn't support that either. But the motion in front of us today is a little bit less prescriptive. And I hope that it broadens the kind of proposals and ideas that we might get back from this report. I particularly appreciate the need to try to get our citizens more engaged in county government. When I started my elected career as an elected member of the City Charter Commission in 1997, and that was a whole committee that we formed was citizen engagement. And that's where neighborhood councils came to be, and I was considered the champion of neighborhood councils because it really gave the citizens a heads up on some of the things that the city council would be taking up and gave them time to weigh in. If it was working perfectly, they would each, I believe there's 99 neighborhood councils, there might be more at last count, would actually allow them to give their community impact statement, like really weigh in on what the motions that the folks at City Hall do, how that really impacts a neighborhood, how that really impacts a community. And it would actually be written on the agenda. We would have it in writing what a particular neighborhood council wanted us to know, how they wanted us to vote. They didn't even have to show up at a meeting or call in. It was actually on the written agenda. So be interesting. I don't know if that's the direction we're going to want to go, is create neighborhood councils in the county, but certainly I think we can learn from that kind of direct citizen engagement, and maybe that's something this report back will look at and talk about. I do think, and I'm hoping that the report back will focus a little bit on our citizen commissions, because we do have hundreds of, I hate to use the word average people, because that they're all above average in my opinion if they agree to volunteer on one of these commissions. But we have citizens who are kind of the buffer between us and many of our departments. They meet regularly, they give us ideas, and I think they're underutilized to some extent. And I would like to see maybe this report look back at how we can strengthen our citizen commissions, give them more of a direct role in policy and decisions that we make. I will say, I'm a little skeptical of public financing of campaigns. I know that's something that this report will look at, or this consultant ultimately will look at. I think the Supreme Court decision on Citizens United has all but guaranteed that there will be a toxic amount of money in politics. And public financing, while I can see there's some value to that, that really, I don't know if people always realize, that's taxpayer dollars. You know, that would come out of our general fund, and we would be handing over those dollars to pay for people's campaigns. And I would like to see how much that would cost and, you know, what we might have to cut, because I know we're all about building more mental health beds and, you know, making some changes in whether it's our jails or our juvenile halls. I just want to make sure that we understand that that's taxpayer dollars that are given to people to pay for their campaigns, basically. And then one of the things I was going to ask the authors, if you would consider broadening the criteria for who can reply to this RFSI. It's pretty prescriptive on, it has to be academia, and then government and equity. And I love those in academia, but sometimes there might be someone who does not have that background, but might, you know, reply to this. And then maybe we would get a broader group of folks who maybe want to look at our county government, and then maybe we could then look and see which one we thought fit better. So that's just an idea, just to expand that criteria a little bit.
Sure. I think the reason you see the academia is because of the governance institutes that are across the country who study governance. And so it's not just about what people would like to see, but for us to look at models from which to select from. But I don't have an issue of expanding it, but I wanted you to understand why the academic institutions were there, because there are amazing institutions across the study whose sole purpose is to study the art of governance.
I agree. I just don't think the consultant could certainly, that could be something that we still say, part of it is we really want you to look at that, but I'm not sure that person has to have that background. But that would
That's
just,
fine.
okay. And the other thing, is there a way that we could, because there was nothing in here about cost of the consultant. It was pretty much hire the consultant and then asking FISA to just include that number in our budget. There's no not to exceed or even a range. So I was wondering if that I know I'm having a hard time saying the RFSI. It's a request for a statement of interest. Maybe that we could look at that before it was issued, and there could be, because I'm sure if you're going to issue one, you're going to have some range of a salary. Can we look at that at least before we just instruct her to include it in the budget?
I'm open to that, and I think that we modeled it off of, I've seen in the 2 years here, I've been here, a real mixed bag. We have hired consultants and have had motions where there was no dollar amount. And
we've also.
So it wasn't, this isn't the first time we've seen that where no dollar amount, because we actually looked.
Yeah, I
would look to the CEO.
This one is unique, and it's something, you know, we've never embarked on. It seems pretty expansive, so I would be interested at least seeing that range of salary. And also, I'd like to see how the RFSI is written, because, you know, you only get back what you ask for.
That's true.
And I think we all want to make sure that we're asking for the right person.
Thank you, Supervisors. I think one way to address both concerns is to have the executive office come back with a report back after they've received all the requests for the RFSIs, any potential cost estimates that were included in the RFSI, and they could brief your board, not necessarily for the board to make a decision, but to let you know where they're landing. It would be somewhat of a temperature check.
Would there also be an opportunity to look at, as I said, you only get what you ask for, and we've never really written this ask for this kind of consultant to look at the entire governance of the county. So is there a way to look at the RFSI before it goes out?
And let
Would
me
that be
clarify, it's
something-
not the entire governance of the county, it's the governance of the Board of Supervisors.
We are the county.
Well,
There's no difference.
And I think, I don't want to speak for Celia, but I think her team can work with your offices and your
Okay.
board deputies
Right.
before the RFSI instrument is
Okay.
finalized.
And
Right.
that's the plan. We won't
Okay.
issue the report back, and then we'll give a temperature check like Visa.
Okay.
and I would just say that because it is a unique approach and strategy, that is also why we didn't put the dollar figure in there, because it is first time that we've, as a Board of Supervisors, taken this kind of a look. So
But that would,
I'm open
that
to.
would have to be in the
That's fine.
request for, I mean, people aren't going to be interested unless they know what the salary would be.
I think
do you
that
think
we
we'll
have, since I have been here, we have put forward requests for a number
We
of,
have.
some
I would
audits.
just like to see a range on this one personally.
Okay.
Before because this one is higher, put it in the budget and done before and if we're, talking about really being transparent on this, I think I would like to see that.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have?
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also have some questions regarding the motion. I think overall, there's some good things in here that I can support, but there are others that I am reluctant to support or have questions about. I am open to obviously seeing that we have more access to the Brown Act, to our cluster meetings and things of that nature, and virtual meetings. That's a no-brainer, I think, for a lot of us. I'm also thinking about the fact that you mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, regarding the neighborhood councils. For us, it's our commissioners, and they are appointed by us, and they come from our community. I would also agree that since that has already been instituted, that they could also be considered our public voices, not mine in particular, but to be able to hear things vetted when departments come and speak to them. Because I have a feeling that some people think that it's cloistered and that people can't have access to that. I disagree. I think that we have a lot of our commissioners who call in to our meetings here. They go to our meetings, they volunteer. Many of them don't get paid, and they have other jobs. I would rather see a structure to allow for a look at that, as opposed to taking away our ability to have, say, motions and things that either our office or comes up from the commissioners, because we do have commissioners who come up with ideas. So there's different systems now in place that allow for that. So for people to think that that isn't happening, I want to say not from what I've seen, and I've been here the longest, seeing how there are avenues for people to bring up motions and ideas and work with our departments. Maybe it could be broadened. Okay, fine. I think, making that available through virtual meetings so more people could participate. But I hope that it doesn't slow down our process for deliberation. Because sometimes we are a board that has to react very quickly when there are incidents that happen. And part of it is, for example, directing Department of Mental Health and our Office of Emergency Management to quickly coalesce around catastrophes like shootings that just happened in Monterey Park. That's a budgetary issue. And I think we all agree that, I'm not going to micromanage and tell each department what to do and not to do, but they know the urgency of what this board office is saying when we need to have that attention immediate. So I don't want to give away, I just don't want to give away my authority to be able to make those judgments, because I think people do elect us, and I do think that we have venues for people to come and speak to us. At least that's how I have operated. I also think that the fact that we need to look at campaign finance reform, I agree there has to be some deliberation there, but I want it done in a broader context. not just simply what we're talking about here. And I think I can speak to that because I just came out of my own election. And there were a lot of things that our own departments, county registrar, recorder, couldn't provide me with information. And I don't think it helps anybody when people are disadvantaged, when they're not fully aware of what our rules and regulations are, including FPCC. And the fact that we may not always be following along the lines of FPCC when you're reporting use of funds, how they are spent by a candidate, where they come from, and the fact that they don't necessarily have to report them in the way that they are themselves putting together their campaign budget reports to us or to FPCC. And what I want to say about that is that a person could say that they have sufficient funding on their own and won't report that they're getting outside income because they're saying, well, I'm a business person and I can afford to do all this. But yet they're not showing any of their income or how that money is being spent on statements, on things, on hiring, and different things that go on in campaigns. So I have a lot of questions about that. And I know that I've raised that with county council and want to see more of a drill down on that. So I almost don't want to just leave it at what this motion is saying. I would want to have an opportunity to take another bite at this because I have some concrete things that I think could be useful for other board members moving forward on this, because it's going to be, we're going to have members here. They're going to be up for election in about a year or so. And there's a lot of things that may not be changed as quickly that can actually level the playing field. I do have a little concern about having to pay out of our own budgets, out of our overall budget for campaign financing. I would want to explore that more. What does that mean? And especially if we have more candidates, if we have more seats, we do redistrict and have more seats, maybe that might make sense. Okay, but we're not there yet. So, I mean, I don't want to come out saying that that's the best thing to do. I want to be able to weigh all of that because a lot of it is timing, for me anyway. I'm speaking for myself. Can we have more participation with our departments too? I think that's important. A lot of times our departments make decisions and they come to us with board letters. And I understand sometimes people are like, well, where did that come from? How did that get vetted? I think they ought to be a part of a robust discussions with the public. So before things come up to us, either it goes through cluster, but they make available those intents to the public. Maybe that might help. I hope it doesn't retard the quickness or agility of departments to get things done because they're also under the gun as well to try to do things. And many times it's because we're asking them to do something right away. So I'm just thinking that that's something I'd like to see more broadly looked at. I think for me, earlier I had a motion to expand the board, and my whole intent there was really just to see how we could go about expediting it through a legal process so that it's done correctly. And if there is a consultant that's brought on, that also be vetted. And that to me makes sense. So I'm sorry my motion and Supervisors Hans did not get through, but that was my intent there. So those are my concerns with this motion moving forward. But like I said, there are some things that I do agree with, but some that I have a lot of questions about. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell, do you want to talk again?
Please,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the hearty discussion about this issue. That was really the goal all along. And let me just say that we don't have answers to many of the questions and issues people have raised. The whole point of the motion is to engage in an exploration process to allow us to look at best practices across the country to inform the decision we can or may not make at some point in the future. I don't know, Supervisor Solis, if we have the authority to make changes, as you identified some of the challenges with the Fair Political Practices Commission. I believe that is out of our scope. That may be a different engagement we have to consider with the state legislature, but I'm pretty sure that we don't have the scope or the power to impact fair political practices. Even though we have to abide by their rules, I don't know that we can inform their policymaking process. With regard to needing to move quickly and nimbly as a local level of government, I think every level of government has a responsibility to respond in the event of a crisis. But that, from my perspective, is the exception rather than the rule. So to have an infrastructure in place that allows for thoughtful, deliberative policymaking, I think is critical, particularly given the size and the scope and magnitude of LA County. And there will always be ways in which, when emergencies strike, when crises strike, that the leader of the board or the board can take action in the event of an emergency. Again, I believe that's the exception rather than the rule, and shouldn't preclude us from putting forth a system that allows for engagement. Nothing in this motion for exploration should suggest that we stop engaging in the process of gathering motion ideas from sitting commissioners, not at all. The point is making sure that every resident of LA County understands our process, has access to motion language in enough time to be able to opine. Yes, we've got, I think, 300 commissions. It was overwhelming to me when I was first elected to realize the number of commissions we have and the number of people we have to appoint, but we have 10 million residents. And so there are a lot more county residents than there are people who serve on commissions. So I think we should create an opportunity for everyone to have access and feel they have the opportunity and the know-how to know how to engage and when to inform budgeting and policy making for the county that they call home. I appreciate the rich dialogue. I learned more today about concerns that many of my colleagues had than I've known up to this point. I appreciate you sharing. This is a report back. We will not change the way we govern based on the passage of this motion. This creates an opportunity for us to look far and wide, to learn best practices around governance, to be better for LA County, and that's our goal. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Adriana Bautista, Elia Yosufi, Donald Harlan, Efren Escobedo, Laura Coholen, Lauren Akiem, Megan Castillo, and Prince Asimwengi. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Aaron Robertson. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Robertson. I'm the Director of Political Voice at Catalyst, California. I urge you to support Supervisor Mitchell and Horvath's motion to improve Los Angeles County Board governance and strengthen equity and transparency. In the past, the board has taken bold action to address inequities, such as the 2020 when it established the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative. Similar action is needed to address a wide range of structural-based disparities impacting Los Angeles County's governance. Our research and that of other institutions shows significant racial and socioeconomic disparities when contacting elected officials. Gaps like these indicate officials are much more likely to hear from white residents than residents of color. The motion to improve Los Angeles County Board governance to strengthen equity and transparency has the potential to complement the board's establishment of ARTI by identifying structural challenges in government that effectively deal with racial disparities in public participation. Because of this, we urge you to vote yes on agenda item 13.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jessica Ferris. You may begin.
Hello, I'm Jess Ferris, and I'm Senior Policy Counsel at ACLU SoCal and a District 4 resident.
We thank Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath for this motion and urge the board to support as well. The process outlined in the motion can uncover barriers for Angelenos to participate in policy and budget decisions, which is the first step in exploring remedies to increase transparency, equity, and inclusivity in your decisions. We and our partners often have a really hard time keeping up with the speed of motions and the access to the budgeting process, even though it's our day-to-day jobs to stay on top of it. We understand absolutely the need for board agility in emergency situations, but LA County will really only realize its Care First vision through meaningful community input to ensure investment in communities with a history of disinvestment. And those community members have long led the fight to have a say in the budget process and should have a substantial role because they're usually the ones most negatively impacted by the board's funding decisions. And we think this motion could help that happen. Community input should be a top priority as the county decides how to spend our tax dollars and which motions to pass, and this motion seems like an imperative first
Next
step.
speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Go ahead, Eric. Hello? Eric?
Would you like me to move on to the next?
I guess. Try to find him. He's in
Our next participant is
cyberspace.
Jeremy Payne.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Payne, and I'm calling on behalf of Catalyst California, formerly known as Advancement Project California, to ask that you support the motion improving Los Angeles County board governance to strengthen equity and transparency. Los Angeles County has long been plagued by structural-based racial disparities in public participation, but bold action by this board, including the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative, and this new motion by Supervisor Mitchell and Horvath offers us steps to identify structural changes in governance to effectively deal with racial disparities in public participation. Racial disparities like how in Los Angeles for the past 3 presidential elections, whites have voted at a rate of 66%, while our Black community votes at a rate of 56.6%, 53.5% for our Latinx community, and 53.1% for our API community. Racial disparities like how our county suffers from civic deserts, areas that persistently have low voter participation, concentrated in the San Fernando Valley, the east side of Los Angeles, South LA, Long Beach, and the Wilmington-Carson area. A sincere effort to improve the board's governance structure is an opportunity to identify structural barriers that impede participation and explore how they can be removed.
Thank you.
For these reasons, I urge you
Next
to pass
speaker,
Supervisors
please.
Mitchell and Horvath's
Thank
motion.
you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jennifer Williams. You may begin.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
My name is Jennifer. Okay, great. My name is Jennifer Marie Williams. I am a delegate in ADAMS for 8061, a resident of the unincorporated community of Westmont, and a member of the West Athens Westmont Task Force. I always support efforts to increase transparency, equity, and accountability in government and policymaking. I believe this is how love can be embodied through the institution of government. But what is equity for this particular policy? And we need to be clear about that. In a county with over 10 million folks, 1 million of which live in unincorporated communities who rely on the county for all county and municipal services, if unincorporated communities are not centered in the redesign of LA County government, that is not equity. I support this motion with the expectation that unincorporated communities will be centered, called in, and engaged with thoughtfully to influence this policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kathleen Crowley. You may begin. Pardon me, just a moment. Kathleen Crowley, pardon me.
Hello.
Go ahead.
And we apologize. Ms. Crowley, please queue up again. Our next participant is Jamie Martinez.
Hello, my name is Jaime Martinez. I live in Los Angeles and I'm the advocacy coordinator for Homies Unidos. I believe we need transparency and equity for a community. And I asked the Board of Supervisors to support ID 13.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sean McMorris. You may begin.
Hello, this is Sean McMorris again with California Common Cause. Just calling in to support Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath's motion. Item 13, they are looking at a lot of very good government reforms, and we look forward to participating in that engagement. And also with any supervisors who have concerns or questions about some of the reforms that are in there. We would have hoped that both items 7 and 13 had passed. We think they complement each other, but it would be a real shame if neither passed. So we look forward to the passage of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Anthony Arenas.
Hi, my name is Anthony Arenas from Supervisorial District 3, and I wanted to support expanding the board. Reiterating what was already said, LA is the largest county in the U.S., and it's home to more than 10 million residents. Because the 5-member board is locked in size, individual supervisors are being tasked with representing roughly 2 million residents, and that is an unmanageable number of constituents with pressing and diverse needs. So the board structure means that the average resident has no meaningful opportunity to engage their supervisor about the needs of their family and
They dropped off. I don't know why.
Go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry. I'll say is that community input should be a priority as the county decides how to spend our tax dollars, which motions to pass, and how to best serve its 10 million. And this motion is an imperative first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Byron Jose. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Byron Jose, and I'm a longtime resident of SB2. I am part of the Trans-Latino Coalition, and which is part of the Immigrants Are LA and Reimagine LA coalitions in support of this motion. I would like to thank Supervisor Mitchell, Hahn, Solis, and Barger for the unanimous vote on the addressing the inequities facing transgender, nonconforming, and intersex communities motion last November. And we want to welcome Supervisor Horvath. TLC and our coalition partners look forward to partnering with the board and supporting more equitable and inclusive models that addressing this motion, such as expanding the board and building community engagement models towards a true care first budget, which includes, codify and annualize minimum $900 million in CSCI funding, moving youth out of probation, and defunding the largest carceral system to truly invest in our communities. So we look forward to partnering with you to ensure that immigrant communities, transgender, expansive, and intersex communities are included in the policies that you're creating and the funding allocation, so that we move beyond just words, right, and truly reflecting your actions and your funding. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jillian Burgos. You may begin.
Hi, it is imperative that we expand the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Currently, each supervisor represents about 2 million people. The current system sets everyone up for failure, but we have a chance with item 13 to get fair representation. Finance reform is long needed. Currently, it is daunting for the average Angelino to consider a run for public servant position, especially those such as myself who are running grassroots campaigns that are not beholden to special interests. If you claim to be anti-racist and champion uplifting marginalized voices, this is crucial. Get police, realtor, and corporate money out of elections and cap the amount of campaign costs. Redistricting is also needed so that each district can be fairly addressed. District 3 has Lancaster, NoHo, and San Dimas, which have vastly different needs, and the disenfranchised voices often get drowned out. Also, I hope you continue to allow remote comments. This allows people with jobs, childcare needs, and mobility issues to participate in their government. And please consider moving your meetings to a different time from LA City Council and Police Commission. It is impossible to participate in all three when they happen simultaneously.
Thank you.
Simultaneously.
Thank you.
It feels intentional.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to in the room, in person. Welcome.
My name is Adriana Bautista, and I am in favor of this agenda item. I think that strengthening equity and transparency for board governance is imperative, especially since this nation, not just this county, does have white supremacist background. And also there was a mention of the Brown Act. Even the 1 minute has been by the city of Long Beach found to be unreasonable amount. They decided 90 seconds was more reasonable. So there's just, I think just every facet of this governance board could be reevaluated. Also with Kenneth Hahn having been in support of the Un-American Committee, House Acts Committee, which did not want to investigate the KKK.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alia Yusufi. I'm here on behalf of the Council of American Islamic Relations, Los Angeles chapter. Kara is also a proud co-chair of the Immigrants Are LA campaign, a diverse community-led initiative that seeks equity and justice for immigrants in Los Angeles County. I want to commend Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Horvath for bringing forth this motion. The IRLA campaign has been working for the last 2 years to make the LA County budget more transparent and accountable to the immigrant community, which makes up 35% of the county. Immigrant communities in LA County have an especially difficult time accessing and understanding the budget process. One of the beneficial items in the motion is permanently allowing remote public comment at public meetings beyond the designated state of emergency, and immigrant communities tend to have a tougher time traveling further distances and have less ability to attend these meetings in person. So this is just one step that would make for greater input from immigrants. We urge all the supervisors to vote yes on this item. We look forward to seeing the results of a third-party review.
Thank you.
And recommend the LA County Policy
Thank you.
Development.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Prince Osewingi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Prince Osewingi. I reside in Supervisor District 1. I'm speaking in support of item 13. As the Senior Policy Associate and Inclusive Action for the City at LA-based CDFI and Economic Development Policy Research and Advocacy Organization, support this motion based on my organization's nearly 2 decades of experience in community development and directly servicing thousands of local small businesses, entrepreneurs, and sidewalk vendors. From our learned experience, we found the true value and importance in gathering and incorporating community feedback to inform our practices and work. That being said, I believe this motion is a step in the right direction and ultimately strengthens this government's impact by enhancing transparency, equity, and inclusivity processes. I'm confident this motion can bring value to the LA County Board and government by learning best practices from other governments and municipalities. And most importantly, I'm confident that formalizing new approaches.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Laura, speaking in unequivocal and enthusiastic support for Agenda Item 13, the report back motion on county governance reform. I live in Supervisorial District 2 and organize with Reimagine LA and Justice LA, and our partners and the coalitions thank Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath for putting forward a motion to conduct a review of the board's governance model and identify best practices from across the country. We strongly urge all supervisors to support this motion. First of all, I support investigating ways to increase the size of the board. Board expansion could ensure that communities will have more direct representation and access to their supervisor. More decision makers results in more diffuse power, thus this option is a step forward. I also support investigating the need for publicly funded elections and campaign finance reform. These measures would make running for public office more accessible for poor and working class communities and communities of color. Finally, I support the other measures for accessibility, transparency, and equity. We know that it's pivotal that marginalized communities have access to giving input on the budget, and this motion would move us towards that. For this reasons, I once again urge all supervisors to support this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Efrain Escobedo, President, CEO of the Center for Nonprofit Management. I have engaged with LA County government from multiple sectors, nonprofit, philanthropy, and even as a county employee. I'm energized by your leadership towards much needed government transformation, including expanding the number of districts. While COVID-19 shone a light on systemic inequities in our region, the county was resilient, in large part due to your wisdom, working collaboratively and transparently with community, philanthropy, business, academia to identify and adapt services for hard-to-reach communities and prioritize resources in order to save lives and keep our regional economy running. We must seek to institutionalize this more open and collaborative democracy beyond just your terms. Currently, county administrative and policy-making processes provide limited opportunity for resident engagement, public deliberation, and transparency. Aligning power to serve justice through inclusion requires courage. I urge your courageous support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Megan Castillo, and I am the Coalition Coordinator for the Reimagine LA Coalition, as well as the Policy and Advocacy Manager at La Defensa. I am a longtime resident of District 2, and I'm here to uplift my support for 13. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Horvath, for introducing a motion that ushers us and our communities toward a Care First vision that the board committed to in 2020. Historically, budget processes have been exclusionary to Angelenos, and Angelenos have historically not been a part of the decision-making process. Despite deep engagement in the ATI work group process and the Care First community investment, community members are still often undermined, overlooked, and forgotten. Community members encounter great difficulty when trying to access and participate in county meetings, and I believe establishing a process for review of motions before they're considered enables deeper policy analysis and greater authentic input from community. Given that LA is the largest county in the nation, it is pertinent that we explore structural changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I want to speak in support of the campaign finance reform and expanding the council. For too long, it seems like California and Los Angeles politics has been stale when it comes to leadership. There has not been a churning of leadership that a democracy requires. If you look at the demographics, over half of LA County is under the age of 40, but is represented by 0% of this board. Over half of the United States is under 40, but represented by only 5% of Congress. Over half of Los Angeles City is represented by people under the age of 40, but is only represented by 10% of city council. That is not by fault, an accident. That is by design. That is by Citizens United preventing people without resources, saying that money is speech, and because young people don't have money, therefore they have limited speech, because they have not any connections with politicians in the Democratic establishment, that prevents them from ever having any opportunity of representation on this council. That's a glaring fact.
Thank you. I was just so engaged, and I gave you more time. Okay, next speaker, please.
Going to the telephonic, Madam Chair.
That's right. Okay, let's go to the telephone. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
That is not by an accident. That is by design. That is by Citizens United preventing people without resources, saying that.
I think that's like a recording of that's a delay.
It was, Madam Chair. May I move on to the next person?
Yes, go ahead.
Our next participant will be Rob Kwan.
Hi, it's Rob Kwan with Unrig LA, and I strongly support this motion because it would be irresponsible to increase the size of the board without retailoring our campaign finance laws and assessing the broader governance structure. We need to give voters a reason to trust the process where they are creating more politicians. We need to match that with more accountability, and frankly, the county's campaign finance database is a disgrace to transparency. We need to establish an independent ethics commission and take campaign finance administration out of the hands of the registrar. And if we're talking about representation, let's talk about the CEO. They aren't elected, yet the CEO is one of the most powerful political figures in the county. And 99% of voters don't even know their name. We need more representation, but we also need more effective government. Everyone talks about taking charge of homelessness, but replacing a 5-headed monster with an 11-headed monster will only obfuscate leadership. Electing a county CEO would clarify leadership and would offer a clearer path to logically restructuring LASA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Brad Sutton. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Fred Sutton speaking on behalf of the California Apartment Association. Our members help house Los Angeles. We thank Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath for bringing this item forward. Our organization has long pointed out that it can be difficult to track and provide input on legislation. Unlike other jurisdictions, there doesn't appear to be a committee process that vets major issues, and deputy meetings don't appear to be the best places for deep policy conversation. A policy proposal comes forward, a decision is made in the board meeting, and we often don't hear or see much about it until a final proposal is ready to be voted on again. It's important stakeholder feedback is received, items are thoroughly deliberated on, and the process is transparent as the board makes their ultimate decisions. If passed, we look forward to providing our input where appropriate in county governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Yvette Al-Ferlito. You may begin.
Yvette Ale-Ferlito, Executive Director of La Defensa, District 1 resident and Commissioner on the GRAC and PSRT. I support this motion and commend Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath. I've been attending board meetings for nearly 7 years now, and I've witnessed the board take bold, transformative action. To be frank, this motion is not bold, transformative action. It is a pragmatic first step towards the necessary reforms needed to implement your transformative vision. I've been proud that my Supervisor Solis, led the charge to stop jail expansion and adopt the Care First vision. But what has been exceedingly clear is that implementation of this vision is encumbered by the current budget processes and governance model. Our communities want to be involved. We saw this through the ATI work group process, which remains the gold standard. While I agree with Supervisor Solis that commissioners are a valuable asset to provide feedback and ideas, it is also incredibly difficult, even for someone like me who is very involved in county commissions and versed in county processes, to keep up with the volume and depth of the policies and budget items we are expected to digest and provide comment on. We need more voices at the table to make participation both sustainable and more nuanced from people who are not full-time advocates. The county's current processes are just simply inaccessible, and this is an opportunity cost, an opportunity to tap our county's collective genius that we simply cannot afford to ignore. I will caution that efficiency is not always the right metric. You all know better than anyone that true democracy that seeks to include all voices can be slow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But bureaucratic roadblocks should never be a
Next
reason.
speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Sophia Quinones. You may begin. Ms. Quinones, your line is open.
Go ahead.
Our next participant is Diana Williams. You may begin.
Thank you. I just want to say it's not the number, it's the quality. Do not put the spotlight on us because the voters have participated. But because things are not followed through on, Catherine, like Mike did not do, or because people get away with not following the rules, that's the problem, ladies. It's not us not caring. It's the board not carrying through on the powers that they did have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kathleen Crowley. You may begin.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Hi, I'm Kathleen Crowley, Executive Director of Recovery Institute, and I'm very much in support of this motion. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Mitchell for bringing it forward. I lived in Madison, Wisconsin for several years, which is also county run, and it was very, very easy to contact and make connections and work with local government. Because it was much smaller, they represented fewer people. And I highly respect all 5 of you and appreciate all 5 of you, but it's impossible for you to provide the type of access that is really needed to create the solutions that are needed. And we need a lot more innovation and a lot more accountability and a lot more collaboration in LA, and I think expansion would do that. So I thank you for your consideration of this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Hector Ramirez. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Hector Ramirez. I'm a consumer of GMH and live in Supervisorial District 2 in Chatsworth. I just want to thank you to Supervisor Mitchell and Horvath for putting forward this motion for the exploration of best practices around governance, which I support. Being the best county possible needs to mean that it's inclusive, diverse, equitable, and accessible, a county that is diligent in its oversight and accountability of the funds it has been tasked to oversee, while engaging its residents in a participatory manner that is transparent, representatives, and forward-thinking. As a former commissioner and somebody who helped out in the Project J committee, it's just so frustrating to see all these wonderful people that are showing up to provide support and great advice, but are not necessarily oftentimes at the table whose ideas really goes forward. And I looked at my mental health commission as that, which has been really difficult to engage because of technical issues, but also because they lack the necessary understanding of what their roles are.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I really want to thank them for this work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next participant is David Levitas. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Thank you, supervisors. My name is David Levitas, Executive Director of LA Forward. Represent 15,000 people across the county and work for a fair, flourishing county for everybody. And really here to speak in support of this motion. I feel like it's not a prescriptive motion that is saying this is what needs to change exactly. It's really important that this is a study of consideration of what's working, what's not, what are best practices from other places. And I think, in a county this large, with a budget as large as it is, I think it's really incumbent upon us to review, how government is working and to consider how we can make it work even better. So I have respect for all of you, for all the supervisors, and just would urge that you consider this motion to study changes to make government work even better for the 10 million people who live in our county. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys.
Okay, this is Roy Humphreys, in California. And a couple of words, something called transparency, a buzzword. You keep throwing it around, but so far as transparency goes, it doesn't exist as in the present form. And your subversion of the Brown Act with the present method of calling in and so forth and addressing the board, it just goes to that. And as far as equity goes, if there are few, if any, things in life or in nature that equity is involved, the only thing we can want to assure there is equity of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sophia Quinones.
Yes, I support the motion. 1850. It's been 173 years that the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles have been segregated. Ms. Mitchell, I thank you for bringing up this motion. I think we have to make sure that unincorporated areas have a pathway to become cities, because we have the right to have a seat at the table when it deals with agencies across this state, when we're dealing with environmental racism. As far as neighborhood councils, when the city created that, there was a problem with that because it excluded the power of homeowners associations. And now when you look at it systemically, the homeowners are outvoted every time, and developers and special interests, we have to look at the composure of those neighborhood councils if you're going to create them. But we need cityhood in unincorporated, segregated areas that have existed since 1850. Now, I thank you for this, and I think that commissioners are one thing, but we saw the fiasco that happened with the 5G towers and how your commissioners supported it, when the community and those that were involved and know the history of the problems with 5G were ignored.
Thank you.
So we hope that you expand the board.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, there is a process for unincorporated areas to become incorporated, and it's called LAFCO, and it's an agency that looks at requests from unincorporated areas of the county to become their own city. So there is a process. Thank you. Are there other members on the phone?
No other speakers, Madam
No other speakers. Okay. Hearing no other comments, item 13 as amended and accepting some of the things we discussed is before us.
Do you mind if we just state them just so
Yeah, go ahead.
everybody's clear? If that's okay with you, because I just want to make sure I got them right. Hang on, I wrote them down. One quick second. The read-in that I gave, the 180 days.
Right.
the ability to have academia policy to partner with other consultants outside of those areas of expertise.
Right.
And the CEO to advise the board on cost.
Right. And we're going to get to see possibly the RFSI before it goes out, so we all make sure that we're all, it's asking what we want it to ask. Yeah, but we can see it. Okay. Then it will be moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 13 as amended is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to go back to item 4, consent decrees achieving compliance, which was held by Supervisor Barger. And I believe we do have the sheriff who has arrived to be here to answer any questions. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on item 4, consent decrees achieving compliance. Supervisor Barger, would you like to start, or you want to wait for?
Yeah, I was going to hand it off to the sheriff when he comes in, but I can start.
Okay.
A few months ago, this board had before it a bundle of settlements that totaled over $40 million in the sheriff's department alone. While I shared concerns, as did all of my colleagues, over the financial toll of these settlements that they're having on our taxpayers, the issue is not exclusive to one department. It made me think of the various settlements the county has entered into over the last 2 decades. The county has entered into many settlement agreements to resolve litigation regarding alleged unconstitutional or otherwise inadequate practices by probation, sheriff's department, DCFS, and others. These consent decrees typically contain several provisions, including requiring the county to enact policies and otherwise change its alleged inadequate procedures, and often provide timeliness by which these changes must occur. The consent decrees are generally appoint a monitor or monitoring team that oversees the county's efforts to comply with the consent decrees. Issues periodically are reported on the status of the county's compliance and brings to the court's attention serious compliance failures or other significant compliance issues. The county also genuinely must pay the fees and costs of the consent decree monitors, which have over time run into the millions of dollars. Several of the consent decrees have been pending for many years, creating litigation, reporting, and monitoring costs that may hamper county efforts to proactively and affirmatively help the same vulnerable populations that the consent decrees are designed to serve. One of the most notably known consent decrees involves the jails, and so I wanted to invite Sheriff Luna to share more about his recent efforts that will help bring his department into compliance. So Sheriff Luna, thank you for being so patient and for being here, but I'd like you to talk about what you're doing within your department.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. Supervisor Barger, thank you for giving me this opportunity to come before all of you. I want to thank the entire Board of Supervisors for this motion, as I believe it demonstrates a concerted effort to collectively address issues relating to the consent decrees, settlement agreements, and court judgments. And just to make it clear, as I do talk about these, I understand the significance of these. They're very significant. To succeed, we must work collaboratively as a unified body with a common mission and purpose to achieve compliance and then ultimately get ourselves out of these agreements. I view your motion as part of that effort. I also view the appointment of Maggie Carter as the countywide coordinator as part of that effort. I have heard nothing but great things about Ms. Carter and her abilities, and I want her to know that she has my full support and the support of the LA County Sheriff's Department in her efforts. I have been asked to provide some background on the Office of Constitutional Policing, that I created, and why I created it, and what they are charged with doing as they move forward. First, as your motion notes, there are a number of consent decrees, lawsuits, settlement judgments, court orders, and pending investigations, including one from the State Department of Justice, all focused on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Many of these have been pending for years, and they are costing the department and the county considerable funds to address. Significant to all of these orders are the department's inability, some might say failure, in achieving compliance with the mandated requirements of the orders. One need only to read the reports of the monitors filed in court to see that we are not in full compliance. This is absolutely not acceptable. And let us be clear, if we do not achieve success, more court orders, more consent decrees, more settlement agreements will be coming towards us. Part of the reason that success has not been achieved is compliance has not been a focus of the entire department. Coordination has not been taking place throughout the department either. And direction has not come from the top ranks of the department as well. My intent is to absolutely change this, change course. The creation of the Office of Constitutional Policing is my first step to address these issues. First, I am sending a message to the department that we have to address these orders. It is unacceptable for a law enforcement agency not to be in compliance. Second, this team will be focused on this effort, compliance. They will bring the department together, the different components of the department together to address these issues. They will coordinate all of our efforts. They will measure compliance and focus on the issues. This office is a direct report to me. It cannot be any higher in the department. The message to everyone will be clear and is clear. We must work in a unified approach to address all of these compliance issues. The Office of Constitutional Policing will be focused on this mission and will direct the other components of the department to be focused on this in a comprehensive, systematic, and sensible manner. Of course, the department cannot do this alone. The issues in the jail are extremely complex. We will have to work together through the county to develop a comprehensive plan to address the conditions in the jail. The department is not the only department responsible for the welfare of individuals in the county's custody. Similarly, some of our technological systems are inadequate. We will need to upgrade our systems and we'll have to present you with a plan to do that. In other words, countywide coordination will be needed to ensure that there is a collective effort to address these more systematic issues, that we will coordinate properly, and we will have a unified plan to address all of these issues. In short, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department did not get to this position overnight. The county did not get in this position overnight. Sadly, we will not get out of this overnight as well. But we must develop a better method to do so. I believe the Office of Constitutional Policing is a significant step towards addressing these significant problems and addressing a comprehensive plan to get out of these court orders. Because if we do not, the problem is only going to get worse. And I don't want it to happen on my watch, and I don't want it to happen on your watch either. Finally, as I said earlier, this office will work closely with Ms. Carter and any other person you designate to address these issues comprehensively. The county can only address this collaboratively. None of us can do this alone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna, and really, we appreciate you taking the time to be here. I do firmly believe your Office of Constitutional Policing is a great step, especially under the leadership of Eileen Decker. As I mentioned before, we have other departments also under settlement agreements. Last week, the monitor assigned to overseeing compliance with the conditions at probation juvenile halls sent a letter to this board which stated, there has been little to no progress toward compliance or on major portions of the provisions within the judgment, and the detailed plan. In some circumstances, provisions which were previously related as in progress have been moved back to non-compliant status. These facts are simply unacceptable. Making the required compliance changes has often required significantly increased resources or staffing, changes in policies, procedures, and training, and capital improvements to physical facilities. These challenges, however, cannot become an excuse for non-compliance or for reversing progress made, and I know we all feel that way. It is my hope this motion establishes a clear path forward while offering some lessons learned on these agreements, not only that carry a high price tag, but without compliance, we are also doing a disservice to the individuals and groups they are aiming to protect. Colleagues, I would ask for your aye vote, and again, I think what Sheriff Luna has done with the hiring of Eileen Decker is truly really addressing the issue of transparency and accountability. So I thank you for leading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Sheriff, for being here, and I too thank you for creating this office under the direction of Eileen Decker. I think that goes a long way towards helping to restore the trust with the public, and certainly, and even with the Board of Supervisors. At all these consent decrees together, which is what we will be seeing, it is a little astonishing how many the County of Los Angeles is currently under. And, you know, consent decrees are sort of a last-ditch effort to, you know, coerce us to do what we were supposed to do in the first place. So the fact that we're under so many consent decrees means, you know, bottom line, we haven't lived up to what we need to do, especially for our most vulnerable in our jails, in our juvenile facilities, and in our foster care. I wish it didn't take a lawsuit to get us to do what we need to do, but that's where we are. And so I think what's important, I think Sheriff has taken a big first step. I think it's important that we come into compliance on all these as soon as possible. And I think this motion will help us get there because it'll tell us a detailed list of our consent decrees, where we're out of compliance, how we're going to get there, and a plan that we can all really rally behind and support. So I know everyone has my support to do whatever we can. Sheriff, you have my support as you work to provide that kind of transparency and accountability in the Sheriff's Department. So I will be supporting this motion. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, for bringing this to our attention. You know, compliance with the consent decree should be perceived as the floor. That's the bare minimum under the law that we should be doing in terms of the provision of service. So what I'm hoping is that our county departments are working with county council to course correct and to stop the actions that are leading to litigation and consent decrees in the first place. You know, we are under a consent decree, we finally get into compliance. We need to change behavior, and we have to learn from those experiences so we don't continue on this hamster wheel. So that's the piece that I didn't hear that I wanted to make sure. It's not just getting into compliance, acknowledging that compliance is the floor, and making sure that we are improving the provision of services, and we do that by changing the behaviors of county personnel in their treatment of the people within their charge. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank Supervisor Barger for this motion. Happy to see the sheriff here. It's actually refreshing to be able to hear from our sheriff. I know a lot of changes are occurring under your leadership, Sheriff Luna. And this is one I think that really has been bothering many of us for a long time because there are just too many consent decrees. Not all under your purview, but many that we know have to be corrected. And I agree with the fact that it is I guess, the standard to try to get us out of the consent decrees, that we have to do much, much more. And I think the discussions today were centered around a lot of that. better governance, changing the culture in our departments, and that takes a lot of work. And it also takes a lot of work dealing with our bargaining units, many of whom may not have always wanted to go along to assist in some of these changes that are very necessary. So hopefully under your leadership, you'll be able to set a good example, and hopefully we can have a domino effect in some of our other departments. So I thank you, and congratulations on your new team that you're amassing and putting together. Look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Supervisor Barger for bringing this motion forward. LA County has historically entered into various consent decrees for the right reasons, and this is not exclusive to the Sheriff's Department. The KDA consent decree was about ensuring children in foster care receive adequate mental health services. It was meant to strengthen the partnership between DCFS and DMH. The county enters into these consent decrees in recognition of our collective responsibility to protect the vulnerable people we bring into our systems. Over the years, the county has struggled to fulfill the requirements in the consent decrees, and they continue to remain active, which is disturbing, not only because it means that we're not solving the problem, but also because we're spending millions of dollars without significant results. I support today's motion because in order to do better, we have to be willing to ask, why do we consistently fall short? I expect these report backs to shed light on the key challenges we face and to serve as a global roadmap of how to get the work done. Furthermore, I'm particularly interested in the lessons learned, in particular in better understanding any provisions we agreed to that in hindsight were unattainable from the start. I want to thank you again, Supervisor Barger, for this motion. I look forward to the reports back, and I know the public will as well.
Okay, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Adriana Bautista, Jasmine Richards Abdullah, and Wendelin Julian.
And Sharon, thank you for being here. I know you've got a conflict and a meeting to go to, so I really appreciate you taking the time.
Yes, thanks for being here. We know we kept you long enough. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay.
Excuse me, you're being disruptive.
You're disrupting the meeting. This is your first warning.
Supervisor, this is actually her third warning. We had the code of conduct. You warned her earlier.
Yes. Okay, this is your
third
final warning. You're continuing to disrupt the meeting. This is your final warning. Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's call up the speakers, and please be respectful when you come up.
Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
On the phone, thank you.
Madam Chair, no one is queued up. Pardon me, someone just did queue up.
Okay.
Our first participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay.
Yes, I know a bit from which I come with. My brother worked the sheriff's wayside for 3 years and watched for 4 back in the day. And with Leroy Baca and his crew there, I submit that the entire County Board of Supervisors should have gone to federal penitentiary along with him, and that the County Board of Supervisors has been a bastion of organized crime for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, on the phone, if there is one.
And Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll
Madam
go.
Chair, Wendelin Julian with the Probation Commission had to leave, but she put in writing her support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go in person.
Okay, my name is Adriana Bautista, and Sheriff Luna, you can fire Clarissa Prentice and Elazer today. You have that power. You can fire them. They killed Charles Towns a few weeks ago in Altadena. There was no effort made to evaluate the scene. There was no effort made to call a MET team. They just point blank executed a man having a psychotic episode in the middle of the street after he had already put his hands up, was trying to run away for his life. The video needs to be released unedited, all of it, by the end of today. And you have that power. Also, Jelani Lovett, he was executed by LA sheriffs in Men's Central Jail, and his family still has zero answers. His cause of death was determined referred for over a month.
Thank you.
Referred.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, we want to talk about transparency and compliance, right? Well, Officer Elizur Morales never had on his body cam, right? You released, we're going to say his name, Charles Towns. Charles Towns was murdered January 22nd in Altadena. There was 9 entry wounds, 5 exit wounds, 7 shots at a downward angle. The DOJ has taken this because they know that these officers are out of policy. We have demands. Release all body cam of all of the officers involved unedited. Now, we know that one of your officers was out of compliance because his body cam footage was not released because he did not have it on. What are you going to do about that? 2, release the names of all officers. We have to find that out ourselves because I'm from that community. 3, release the restraining order on the autopsy report. Why are you hiding the autopsy report? Because you know that your officers are out of policy. We also want you guys to work with DMH to ensure mental evaluation teams are readily available to quick respond throughout LA County 24/7, that they are on call. Now, we know that you have the power to fire Officer Elizur Morales and Clarissa Prentice. It is on you. It is on you. There's blood on your hands. His name is Charles Towns.
Okay,
he was a
thank you.
friend. He was my family, and his blood is on.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Your time is up. Is there another speaker in the auditorium?
No other speakers.
No other speakers. Okay, hearing no other comments. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm here for public comment, but now that this.
Well, this is we're on item 4.
Yeah, I know. But
Okay.
then when I saw this coming on, with this perfect opportunity.
Okay.
I'd like to address you. I actually spoke to Ms. Williams' office a few weeks ago. I actually have a claim against the county and for the sheriff's department and the Beaches and Harbor for an actual incident that is happening right now. I am not being allowed to have a tow hearing according to.
Okay, let me just stop you. Hold his time. So that is general public comment. This right now is on the consent decrees and achieving compliance.
I agree to that. Yes.
So stick to this item.
Yes, I'm saying it's because I have that. I am in favor of what you're doing here, and I will be addressing this in public comment, but I'm totally in favor of policing and you reaching out to the community to have better staff. I support you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now, okay, that's your final warning. Excuse me. That's your final warning. We understand, but you cannot disrupt the meeting. You cannot disrupt the meeting. That's your final warning. Okay, we will now, I think we'll clear the dais and move into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, public employment consideration of candidates for appointment to the position of the Chief Medical Examiner Coroner. Item CS2, Department Head Performance Evaluation, and item CS3, Conference with Labor Negotiator Fezia Davenport and designated staff, as indicated on the posted agenda.
Okay, the item 4 is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 4 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item 15. We'll now move to 15, fighting back against racial bias in appraisals, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and 0 now to comment on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Fighting back against bias and appraisals is before us today, which leverages the county's role as a client of appraisal contractors. The county conducts, on average, just under a dozen appraisals per year related to privately owned land we might need to acquire, usually for the purposes of a capital project. Properties in Black and Latinx neighborhoods consistently appraised for less than the contract price, and more often appraised for less than the contracted price than in predominantly white communities. According to a report recently from Freddie Mac, 12.5% of appraisals in Black majority neighborhoods appraised below the contract price of the home, compared to 7.4% of appraisals in white tracts. It stands to reason that bias in appraisals contributes to disparities in financial equity for people of color. When a home appraises for less, the amount of money a family can borrow against it is impacted, which hinders a family's ability to build wealth from their home asset. This is one piece of a larger legacy in our country and county of racial discrimination in home buying and historical exclusion of Black and Latinx communities from wealth building. Admittedly, the county's role in addressing the appraisal issue is very narrow, but as an employer of appraisal firms that serve our region, we must ensure that we're doing everything we can to incentivize the appraisal industry to do more on this issue. We must also leverage the county's bully pulpit to ensure our families understand how to report suspected bias in appraisals. This issue gained national attention in the last several years when the mayor of Stockton, the former mayor of Stockton, Michael Tubbs, was a victim himself in attempting to get an appraisal for a house he was selling in Stockton. The mayor of the city appraisal came in hundreds of thousands of dollars less than his neighbors on his very same block. So this is an issue that is far-reaching. As the county's primary workforce development provider, we must also leverage our role to encourage more diversity in the appraisal industry to support further challenging appraisal assumptions at the individual level. In 2021, President Biden launched the Poverty Appraisal and Valuation Equity Program, which is the first of its kind interagency task force dedicated to ending bias in home valuation. I read the report, would encourage others to do so. It is deeply troubling. I hope I can count on the support of my colleagues to support the motion today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for bringing this important item forward. Unfortunately, we have recently seen there's still racial bias in appraisals. For most people, their home is their most valuable asset. Their home represents a life's worth of work, and in many cases, their retirement. A fair appraisal can be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars and can make or break a home sale. Unfortunately, recent studies have found that properties in Black and Latinx neighborhoods more frequently appraise for less than the agreed upon contract price than properties in white areas. It is critically important to assure that appraisals are fair for all property owners and adequately represent the value of the property regardless of the race of the homeowner, especially because this paves the way for gentrification. Recently, the Biden administration's Interagency Task Force on Property Appraisal and Valuation Equity has outlined actions to advance equity in home appraisals, such as increasing oversight and accountability in the appraisal industry. We need to ensure that equal steps are taken within Los Angeles County, particularly when the county is purchasing property. For these reasons, I'm happy to support Supervisor Mitchell's item, which will help to educate the public about appraisal bias and also ensure that appraisal bias is not occurring in Los Angeles County, including when the county is purchasing property. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also thank Supervisor Mitchell for bringing forward this motion. I think it's very important, very timely. And I think many of us know the past historic discriminatory practices that take place with respect to redlining. And this is no different. And it hurts our communities. It keeps communities in poverty. It keeps them in crime-ridden status in many ways. And so, yes, this is a very important motion to look at that. This in particular impacts a lot of our communities, immigrant communities that I represent, and it impedes their ability to generate wealth. So if their properties are not increasing in value as others are in other neighborhoods, then we are committing, in my opinion, a gross underrepresentation of people and suppressing them. I think that this is important because we know that there are many immigrant communities who often work in the informal economy, and since they're shut out of more traditional employment, it's even harder for them to collect their funding to acquire property and what have you. I think that the state, as we know already, requires appraisers to complete qualifying and continuing education in cultural competency and anti-bias. Contractors who work on behalf of the county should also be required with the same training as our own employees, including implicit bias training. The county already requires contractors to take county's equity and sexual harassment prevention trainings. I also agree that we need to go beyond just our own contracted appraisers and change the industry to be more inclusive. A few years ago, I authored a motion to work with the assessor's office to pilot a program at Mount San Antonio College to create a pipeline for entry-level appraisers. I'm interested to hear staff's recommendations for establishing a peer review process to offer input on the work of consultant appraisers who perform more than 10 or more appraisals. This is a novel process for the county contractor to work outside of design reviews for capital projects, and I hope that these results will be equitable. I support the motion and hope that we can, yes, and I'm very happy to also be a co-author for this. And I do think it is important for us to address these inequities as we move forward. I was watching, oh my God, The Equalizer.
Oh, Equalizer.
Sunday.
It was on Sunday night.
And it was about this topic, appraisers. And I have no doubt in my mind that is going on right underneath our nose. So thank you very much, Supervisor Mitchell, and I, yes, wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you. And Madam Chair,
I didn't realize she was co-author.
Well, she is now.
Okay, because I would usually call on the co-author after the author speaks. So
she is now.
Great, thank you. Well, yeah, no, really glad you brought this forward. Again, it has so many historic roots in just the denial of generational wealth, particularly with African-American families. The Equalizer just had that episode Sunday night. I love that program. But you know, sometimes if people don't understand what it means, that was a good episode that really told how you know, a black family got a completely different appraisal than the white family right across the street with a home that had less upgrades and improvements. Anyway, I love that show. But it did highlight this issue, so thank you for bringing that forward. Oh, yes, Ms. Barger.
Thank you. I also want to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Solis for this motion. I remember the story as it was told with the mayor. And I have to wonder how often it's happened, if not for it being a mayor, to shed light on it and make light of the fact of what is occurring. So, you know, I think this is an opportunity for us to do more training and more accountability in all industries to ensure that these type of situations or appraisals that are clearly, to me, taking advantage of a disadvantaged community need to be addressed. So I will be supporting you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there members of the public that have signed up? No members of the public, in-house or on the phone? Okay. Hearing no comments, item 15 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 15 as amended is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, let's move on to item 21, ensuring reliable access to reading materials for individuals incarcerated in our Los Angeles County jails, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item, item 21. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Supervisor Barger for her friendly amendment and joining in on this item as a co-author. But most importantly, I want to thank Amani Sanati for bringing this issue not only to our attention, but to the attention of many people who have taken an interest in this issue and reached out to learn more about her efforts, not only here in Los Angeles County, but she has been contacted nationwide about efforts to make this change that we are about to make today. I also want to thank the Sheriff and Assistant Sheriff Aloma and the Custody Inmate Services team who have all committed to working on this initiative in partnership with our board. The board faces many challenges when it comes to the services we provide individuals who are incarcerated in our jails. And in recent weeks, we have dealt with the challenges of providing meaningful mental health services, addressing overcrowding, and solving other highly complex issues. Pushing our Care First Jails Last initiative has reminded us that our own scope and authority may at times be limited, and that it will take time to work with our partners to achieve our ambitious goals. But giving people reliable access to reading materials isn't fraught with the same complexities. We have the books, many people want to contribute, and many people, even more people, would love to do more if we just tell them where and how to do so. We have individuals who would jump at the chance to run a library within their own living unit. We have the technology to explore giving people the greatest access possible to books and games, and we have the will to make it happen. And this, to me, is a perfect example of things, once again, being written down on paper, but not put into practice. No one disputes the power of reading as a therapeutic tool. There is no question that it is an invaluable teaching tool in its very simplest form. It is a low-cost, easy-to-access pastime. No one should be deprived of any of these benefits simply because they are incarcerated. In a setting that is otherwise fraught with sadness, we have the ability to provide joy, and nothing should deter us from doing so. I once again want to thank Amanise for her leadership. I think it's an example of when the community speaks up and identifying a solution, working in partnership with us to make it happen. Her example, I hope we can all take to heart. And colleagues, thank you for your consideration. I ask you to please support this worthy effort. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair,
Thank you.
I am really happy to co-author this motion with Supervisor Horvath. A few years ago, the 5th District team members assisted with the creation of Hunter's Library at Men's Central Jail. A group of women came together, and I remembered as though it was yesterday, to establish Hunter's Library, which was named after the son of one of the ladies in the group who saw a profound change in her son, who wanted to read as many books as he could get his hands on while serving at MCJ. While I understand Hunter's Library is no longer in operation, something that I didn't know, I was disappointed but not surprised that the prior sheriff decided, I guess, to remove it from the jails. But we all know that access to books can have a profound impact when it comes to rehabilitation. And also, there are those over there that are craving, even in our probation camps, when we went and toured Barry J. Nidorf, they want to learn, they want to read. So the good news is that we've already exhausted all the legal avenues that need to be looked at. So hopefully they can find the books, because there were a lot of books that were donated, to your point. People were bringing in books, donating books, and get this up and running. And I appreciate you shedding light on the fact that it was no longer in existence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. And I want to applaud Supervisor Horvath for bringing this motion to our attention. I just want to make sure that we avoid any unintended consequence because of an experience I had as a sitting member of the state legislature and a public safety committee, where we were hearing from family members of those incarcerated in CDCR who experienced situations where correctional officers would make arbitrary judgments on an inmate's parole suitability based on the nature of the books they had in their cell. And the example I was given was Eldridge Cleaver's Soul on Ice. And so I want to make sure that they have the freedom to read what they choose, and sheriffs don't make judgments based on what they choose to consume. You know, if you've read the autobiography of Malcolm X, he tells the story of reading the dictionary, being introduced to the dictionary while in jail, and reading every word in the dictionary that led to him becoming the man he was. So I just had a horrible flashback to that experience and learning that people were actually harmed based on their reading material choice, and we don't want to have that happen here.
And if I may, Madam Chair, that's certainly not the intention of this motion. Thank you for raising that issue. Yes. And if you have an action item that helps us address that more concretely, I would certainly welcome it, but I appreciate you raising it here for the record so we can be clear about what our intentions are with this item.
I think her point was that unintended, not what the intentions are, but unintended consequences. So thank you for raising that. Are there members of the public?
Chair, I wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there you are.
It didn't go away, but it's okay.
Okay, now you're there.
I agree with
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, and I want to thank the authors of this motion. I think it's really critically important that we provide whatever programming and assistance for people that are in our custody, and reading books and having access to tablets and all of that are really essential. Their learning should continue. Nothing should preclude them from reading what they want, but also having access. I'm reminded of the movie Shawshank Redemption, whatever it is.
Shawshank Redemption.
Right. So I mean, remember?
I'm into movies and TV.
They were carting
yeah,
those books
that's
back.
right, the books.
And how important it was for people to have that were in prison had access to books. It's a way of also educating yourself, but also at the same time providing mental health stress relievers. And I think it's really critical that we continue to do everything. And I would equally say it's important to do at all of our probation camps and any of our custody facilities where we have people that we are overseeing. So again, thank you, congratulations on this. I will support it, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Except for the ice pick that they hid in the Bible and that. Okay, are there members of the public that have signed up? Yes.
Following individual, please come forward and staff will assist you. Natasha Kamashta. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Anthony Arenas. You may begin.
Arenas from District 3. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Barger for authorizing this critical motion. It is critical to recognize the needs of incarcerated persons in LA County, and it's always important to commit to providing folks who are incarcerated with the tools that will support their humanity as well as their dignity. And I think that it's also imperative that this motion does not result in more funding for the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department is notorious for abusing overtime hours and using operating costs of LA County jails as a slush fund for the department. The Sheriff's Department must not use this library as a way to get more funding for their department. So I urge the supervisors to tread carefully and monitor the budget for this project closely. The board has already committed to closing Men's Central Jail. The board must set a timeline for this closure. The crisis in the Inmate Reception Center is getting worse, and the board continues to do the bare minimum to bring about the safe and effective closure.
Thank you very
of
much. Next
MCJ,
speaker,
and the
please.
library will not close.
Thank you.
MCJ.
Thank you. Okay, let's go in person. Hello, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Natasha Kamashta, and I'm a 22-and-a-half-year county employee. I think I've met many of you, but Ms. Horvath, congratulations on your election. And I'm speaking on behalf of the LA County Public Defender Union, Local 148, and myself. In Playa del Rey, me and Amanise have been working on this project for over 2 years. We met through the Buy Nothing group, and our entire community have donated dozens and dozens and dozens of boxes, as have public defenders and alternate public defenders throughout the county. So we are very, very thrilled that this motion, that you brought this forward, Horvath, and that Barger, that you have added to that. The one thing that I would like to add is that we want to ensure that none of these that these funds are independent, and that the Inmate Welfare Fund is not utilized for this project. There are plenty of books out there. The library is wonderful that they will cooperate and will help with this endeavor, but we want to ensure that no commissary funds are used for this or the Inmate Welfare Fund, because we are trying to eliminate the commissary fees.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please. That's it. Okay, hearing no other comments, item 21 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 21 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. I have, the next item is 67B. Is that right? Is that where we are? Support for Assembly Bill 1090, codifying sheriff removal. Is that my, yeah, it's not on my script. There it is. You're right, it's 23. Terminating the proclamation of local emergency and declaration of local health emergency for COVID-19, which I held, and for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. You co-authored this motion, and as chair in March of 2020, you were the one that declared the local emergency at the start of COVID-19 pandemic. And at that time, there was no playbook, there was no rule book. This was like nothing that we had ever experienced. We were continually walking the line of protecting people's lives and protecting their livelihoods, and sometimes those two things conflicted. Many people lost their jobs, people lost their business. 35,000 LA County residents lost their lives. Supervisor Horvath, I think about that number, that's the size of West Hollywood, the city that you came from. These past few years, and especially that first year before we had the vaccines, were the darkest years many of us have lived through. And I really wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone in LA County who helped us get through to the other side. Thank you, first off, to the essential workers who put their lives on the line every day, keeping the necessary pieces of society functioning, while so many of us had the privilege of working from the safety of our homes. Thank you to the medical community who made unimaginable sacrifices under unprecedented stress to uphold their oath and commitment to their patients. Thank you to the LA County employees who went above and beyond to serve our residents in crisis, often in roles that were far from your normal jobs, whether it was the LA County lifeguards who were deployed to our Project Room Key sites, or our librarians who became contact tracers. And thank you to our LA County Department of Public Health Department Head, Dr. Barbara Ferrer, who never stopped working to save lives and found herself thrust into a national spotlight. And it's because of all those people that we find ourselves in a very different reality today. COVID is still with us, but it is no longer an emergency, and it is time for us in LA County to end our emergency orders. At the height of the pandemic, our emergency orders allowed us to stand up Project Roomkey locations, set up mass testing sites at closed mall, and huge drive-through vaccine sites. We fast-tracked the outdoor dining policy and deployed county staff to distribute food to people who couldn't get out to buy groceries. The emergency order is also the tool that gave this board the authority to implement county-wide tenant protections. Today, the virus has become something we are learning to live with, manage, and even predict. Our departments are planning ahead, coping with COVID, and rolling that into their new normal. For instance, the Department of Public Health will continue to track COVID and make sure that the public has the information and tools they need to protect themselves, but they are no longer relying on disaster service workers and emergency orders. They also continue the mobile vaccine vans, as that has proved to be a very successful way to get vaccines out where people are. This motion, if approved today, would end the local emergency declaration next month on March 31st, which means there's 4 weeks for our county departments to prepare and talk to the public about how county business will continue after the declared emergency is over. I believe we have a lot of lessons learned from the past 3 years, and I think there were things that the local emergency allowed county departments to do, as I mentioned, which in talking to us going forward, we'll see if there still makes sense to continue to allow some flexibility in the things that we do. It's the right time to end this emergency and officially transition our approach to deal with this new normal. So thank you, and with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, co-author, Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Hahn, for allowing me to co-author this motion with you. It was just under 3 years ago that as chair of the board, I authored a resolution to declare a local health emergency in response to the developing COVID-19 crisis. And you're absolutely right, it was uncharted water, and really none of us knew what to expect. At the time of this emergency declaration, we were still very uncertain of the impact that this would have on our community. The urgency and the emergency declaration was necessary to ensure our healthcare institutions had the resources and flexibility to respond quickly to the dynamic needs in our community, among other things. Now, 3 years later, we are no longer at that point of needing the same level of emergency response. Although COVID-19 is still present, due to vaccinations, natural immunity, therapeutics, and many other effective tools, we are at less risk of crippling our healthcare system and making it become overwhelmed. While I'm glad we are moving to end this emergency at the end of the month, I know that we always talked about aligning it with the state. My preference would have been that, but I am grateful and I understand the thought process of allowing 4 weeks to get departments ready. I think that is actually a smart move so that we can do it across the board. Our health care partners have been clear that they have appreciated the flexibility and resources that came with the state's emergency, and it was important that these be protected. I hope the state will move to permanently codify many of the flexibilities that allow our healthcare system to more effectively staff and resource our hospitals and clinics. I think there are a lot of lessons learned that we could have as takeaways. The ongoing emergency continues to cast confusion and uncertainty into our schools, businesses, and community organizations. Many are still recovering from the impact of COVID emergency measures and the heartbreaking consequences, which I know we've all talked about, faced by our youth and children, is still being understood. In all of our communities, they are looking to the county for guidance on not how to respond to an emerging crisis, but how to live with this virus in the future, and you touched on that. Getting rid of the emergency order does not mean that COVID is no longer here, it is. And we do, as we do with all developing or known communicable diseases, it is the county's responsibility to provide common sense advice to residents on how they can live and go about their days responsibly. I want to take this moment to thank and show my gratitude to so many who rose to the occasion of this crisis, and I think it really speaks to what an amazing county we have. I mean, obviously, the healthcare workers and frontline workers are first responders, educators who had to adapt to Zoom, community-based organizations who came in and worked even though they faced the possibility of contracting the virus, businesses that constantly adjusted to create safe environments, in particular the restaurants, and all others who stepped up to serve the community over the last 3 years. And to your point, Supervisor Hahn, you and I sit on we all sit on sanitation. They are monitoring this as well. So we get an update from Sanitation District in terms of whether it gets a tick up or a tick down. And so I think it's vital for us to keep an eye on this, but also on any communicable disease that may come into this county. We had people testify about a new strain of STD that actually is resistant to medication. So it's important for us to be vigilant across the board. And if COVID has not taught us anything, it should have taught us that any given day, what you have can be taken away quickly. So with that, I'm proud to support this, and I'm ready to support and vote yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and also to Supervisor Hahn for bringing this motion before us today. Next year will mark the 3rd year since the board proclaimed and ratified COVID-19 emergency. These have been, I think, 3 of the most incredibly long years for some of us. The pandemic had devastating impacts on the health and economic well-being of so many of our constituents. Over the last 3 years, the county has seen over 3.7 million confirmed cases of COVID-19, and sadly, over 35,000 people lost their lives because of it. We all know that though the pandemic impacted everyone, it also did not impact everyone equally. Communities in my district were especially hard hit. Over 750,000 residents in the 1st District have confirmed positive for COVID-19, and 8,710 residents passed away. That's the highest number of deaths in the county. These are not just statistics, these are mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, abuelas, abuelos, who are no longer at the family dining table. And of course, we all know of residents who lost their jobs, small businesses that closed their doors never to open again, and people losing their homes and falling into homelessness. The unprecedented tragedy of the last 3 years can't be understated. But in the midst of all this loss, there was also incredible strength and resilience. We saw our county come together. This board, our departments, our workforce, our residents, businesses, schools, community-based organizations, they all banded together to look out for one another. We stood up extensive county-wide testing networks, an entire vaccine infrastructure, mobile clinics, and test-to-treat system that served as a national model. We deployed resources from federal, state, local levels to struggling businesses and organizations. These actions, members, have saved lives and livelihoods. And we all weathered the wave after wave, surge after surge from the virus, which kept evolving and challenging us, from the original COVID to the Alpha variant, to the Delta, and to the Omicron. This virus kept throwing curveballs our way, and the county kept responding, linking arms together to meet that crisis. And the local emergency and the health emergency gave us the tools we needed to do so. I will forever be grateful to Dr. Barbara Ferrer, who is here in the back there. Hello, Barbara. Thank you for putting up with us. Dr. Davis, Dr. Galley, and so many others who helped lead and provide guidance during the pandemic. Thanks to their actions and the work of so many others, the county is now in a much different place. Yes, COVID is still with us. No, we don't want to abandon those tools that got us into this place where we have the interventions needed now to save lives. But with effective vaccines, testing, and treatments abundantly available, we can move on to the next phase of our response of COVID-19. I want to stress to our residents, just because we will be lifting the emergency orders at the end of March, we can't forget the lessons learned from this pandemic. This, of course, includes COVID-specific responses. For example, stay at home if you feel sick, get tested, get vaccinated, and for God's sake, get boosted. But it also means looking out for one another, protecting our communities that are most vulnerable, and working to address the social determinants of health that created significant health disparities that COVID brought to light. Thank you again to Supervisors Hahn and Barger for introducing the motion. I will be voting in the affirmative, but I will never forget the last 3 years, and I will not stop working to safeguard the health and well-being of our residents, not just in SD1, but countywide. And I'll keep working to find sustainable paths forward to continue some of these successful programs that we implemented during the pandemic that helped address this and other crises like homelessness, substance abuse, decompressing our emergency departments. Thank you to all and to OEM as well. I see them in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger and Madam Chair, for bringing this item forward. I know we all have very vivid images of the ways that we've been impacted, the devastation that we've seen in our communities as a result of this pandemic. And I know that we are all relieved to hear that given the COVID-19 metrics, the Department of Public Health and Dr. Ferrer feel comfortable ending the LA County emergency declarations for COVID-19. It's wonderful to have news, to have an end in sight for this emergency declaration for a pandemic that has had devastating impacts on our health, social and economic well-being, and our mental health, you name it, for many individuals throughout the world, especially here in Los Angeles County. With the state ending its emergency declaration today, the federal government ending in May, and the county with this motion ending on March 31st, it is of the utmost importance that we understand how each of these will impact our county departments and our constituents. I look forward to the report back in this motion that will outline the implications of ending the emergency declarations, with recommendations for a smooth transition, as well as an outreach plan to our constituents to ensure transparency and prevent confusion, and ensure much-needed resources and funding continue to be available for those who are still struggling and need our help. It's important to acknowledge that although the emergency declaration may be ending, COVID-19 is not. The virus is still very much around us, and we must also continue to remain vigilant about any potential future new virus that may emerge. Therefore, it is my hope that the report back also includes the authority that DPH has to quickly scale up, God forbid it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell, were you on here?
I was, but I
Took yourself
my
off?
hand off because I think
Okay.
in listening to Supervisor
All right.
Horvath, I understood the report back was going to give us some of the
Okay.
answers I'm looking for. So
Okay.
thank you.
Great. Thank you. Please call the members of the public that have signed up on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Antigone Robinson, Arnold Sachs, Baba Adams, Gigi Tsai, Ian Jameson, Jennifer Kennedy, Lauren Natoli, Lynette Robb, Roxanne Beckford Hogue, Stephen Figueroa, and Vincent Tsai. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Sally Maslin. You may begin.
Hello?
Hello? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Yes, very much for stopping this emergency. I'm hoping this will also put an end to any further vaccine mandates that there are, mask mandates that there are for healthcare workers in health settings. Pretty unnecessary, really. And furthermore, I note that there are, while continued advocacy of vaccines and boosters, go on, there's a notable lack of any discussion of any side effects or impacts from the negative impacts from these vaccines and from these boosters. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please no outbursts from the auditorium. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Brittany Benessi. You may begin.
Greetings, member of the board. I am speaking on behalf of the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to ask that prior to terminating the local emergency declaration, you can reconsider extending the eviction protections for tenants and unauthorized pets to align with the city of Los Angeles. A reversal of these protections will force many residents to choose between their pet and their home, inevitably resulting in a significant increase in animal surrenders at a time when our local shelters are severely struggling with overcrowding and capacity issues. The City of Los Angeles has recognized the challenges that ending these eviction protections would bring and has voted to extend protections through January 31st of 2024 in order to avoid confusion amongst LA residents and ensure the best outcome for pets and the families that love them. We ask that you please vote no on agenda item 23 until these policies can be aligned. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Aileen Saylor. You may begin.
Members of the board, I'm addressing you today in order to ask you to please vote yes to end the emergency. It has been 3 years since we have been doing this. For what? According to the meta-analysis released by the Lancet, natural immunity is a thing. I urge you to please close the gap and bring people in the community together. You have fired a lot of employees from the county because they did not want to subject themselves to a vaccine mandate, which is unconstitutional. I beg you, please hire them back since natural immunity is a thing. Stop urging people to get boosters. There is an increase on deaths. We need to take that into account. Please, board members, vote yes and end the emergency state. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go in person here in the auditorium. Next speaker. Hi.
Item H says, introduction of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, a novel communicable disease which was first detected in Wuhan City in China, ratified by the board on March 4th of 2020. I'm wondering, you said there's 25,000 people that died. There seems to be a lack of funerals. I don't see too many people being buried. Do you know why people aren't being buried? It seems to be a real waste of talent. I've got my vaccine card. It says 2021-2022 influenza vaccination card. It's influenza. That's the flu. What about SARS? What about novel coronavirus? What about the monkeypox? What about the mayor of Los Angeles City declaring health emergencies? Where's the mayor to talk about the health emergencies in the city?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs.
Did you know anything
Next
about
speaker,
that,
please.
Janice?
Next speaker, please.
Before I start, this is going to be a little bit of a low IQ moment because I didn't get a chance to prepare.
Wait, we can't hear you. Speak, no, that way to the microphone.
I just wanted to say this is going to be a low IQ moment because I didn't get a chance to do research or prepare a speech, but.
Go ahead.
Oh, so I didn't get a chance to prepare a speech, and I only got 2 hours of sleep last night, and the evidence, my face. But I'm awake enough to know that keeping the SOE for another 30 days is like crazy. You ungrateful little. I know. And then on top of that, rescinding the state of emergency doesn't end the vaccine mandate for 112 LA County workers. My sister being one who had to get the vaccine to keep her job despite it being against her beliefs. My sister just simply believes that someone's vaccine status is no one else's business. I personally, for me, it's my religion, my raw egg nationalism, my doyalism, patriotism, and constitutional extremism. I know that's a lot. So my sister doesn't agree because she's not as epic, frankly. But looks like I'm gonna have to make the Texas move.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Ian Jamison, California Leftists for Freedom. In 1973, the federal Supreme Court in a 7-2 decision declared that the penumbra of the First, Fourth, Fifth, Ninth, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution guaranteed to all Americans a constitutional right to medical privacy and bodily autonomy. That decision was Roe v. Wade. You are all violating the constitutional rights of 112,000 people who work for the County of LA by imposing a now year-and-a-half-old vaccine mandate on them. Catherine Barger, you just affirmed the legitimacy of natural immunity. Why do we still have a vaccine mandate then? So ending the SOE a month after California does, ridiculous, but that's the tip of the iceberg. Get rid of the vaccine mandate, which has never been supported by science. Rehire all terminated employees who have had their constitutional rights violated. Return to full capacity meetings, and then all of you fascists resign.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Lauren Natoli from AIDS Healthcare Foundation. LA is proud of how COVID and additionally monkeypox were handled, and the measures we use should be models and baselines of what we can do when we have public health emergencies. They allow us to act swiftly and efficiently. And as this measure comes to an end, I ask that a public health emergency on sexually transmitted infections be placed on the agenda for a future meeting. I thank Supervisor Barger recently for mentioning antibiotic-resistant gonorrhea in her remarks, as this is a growing public health threat to which we have no medical solution. COVID showed us that in dire times, we don't have to worry about the bureaucracy of things. Pop-up clinics, mobile testing were relied on heavily, as well as collaborations between LA CDPH and CBOs. An emergency will increase testing, identification, and treatment. We need to treat STIs like the crisis that they are and declare a public health emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, it's me. Hi, I'm Roxanne Hogue, and nice to see all of you. Congratulations, Lindsay, and welcome aboard. I am speaking in favor of ending the state of emergency today. An emergency is defined as something that comes up suddenly, horrendously. Oh my God, we've got to do something. The other day, I came upon a horrible car accident off the 170. It was tragic. A car completely turned over, and Angelinos came from all over. We all worked together to get out the baby, and the mother, first responders came. It was a beautiful thing, and then it ended. 3 years is not an emergency. Hiro Onoda was the last soldier to surrender from World War II, the last Japanese soldier. He did so in 1974. So there is precedent for people holding on to things well past their sell-by date. I'd remind you that our children here at school in Los Angeles are still subject to a 10-day close contact mask rule, which makes no sense because this package says right here, warning, it will not protect you from contacting a contagious disease.
Next speaker,
Thank you
please.
so much.
Is there another speaker? No. Okay, seeing no more speakers, item 23 is now before us to end our local emergency. Yes, I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Barger, to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 23 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to item 67B, support for Assembly Bill 1090, codifying sheriff removal powers and alternative juvenile hall management, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. And for members on the public, please press 1 and 0 now to comment on this item. Okay, Supervisor Horvath, would you like to make a comment on 67B?
So many things to say. Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 1090, sponsored by Assemblymember Joan Sawyer, is both a nod to the work this board has already done and a lifeline that can help us address our ongoing challenges with the probation department. The bill has two key components. One, it grants LA County, including our Board of Supervisors, and all boards of supervisors throughout the state, the authority to remove a sheriff from office for cause by a 4/5 vote, which is the authority we have thanks to Measure A, and it authorizes a board of supervisors to appoint an executive officer to manage and control the county juvenile halls. AB 1090 mirrors the lead this board took by creating a nearly identical sheriff removal process in state law. Los Angeles County has suffered through decades of corruption and fraud. We now see that Sheriff Luna is working hard to restore the community's trust in his department. I look forward to seeing what he will be able to accomplish. However, the second component of AB 1090 has the potential to be a real lifeline for this board. The ability to appoint an executive officer to oversee the county's juvenile halls could prove to be an indispensable tool for this board. It is no secret that Los Angeles County has struggled to find steady, strong leadership for the probation department. The county has been subject of multiple consent decrees, as we heard earlier, costly litigation, and utter failures for young people due to mismanagement of our local detention facilities. We just recently heard that Narcan saved a life for one of our youth in facilities, and thanks to a motion that we recently brought forward. And multiple motions on pepper spray have been brought forward, and there still has been failure in compliance. With the authority to appoint an executive officer comes the flexibility to look beyond individuals who are peace officers and to fill the position with a person who is equipped to provide care, treatment, and trauma-informed care to young people in our custody. I understand from our county council and chief executive officer that further work may be needed to align this piece of legislation with existing law, but by supporting this bill, the county stands ready to work with the author's office in whatever way is helpful to get this bill in its current form across the finish line. Our young people desperately need us to do the hard work, and I stand with the state leaders who are willing to do it. Since my time on this board, there hasn't been a meeting day where the trouble with our probation department hasn't been on our agenda, which leads me to believe the department wants us to take it over. We need state law to change to do it. And we need dramatic departmental change to address the root causes of these problems, which is why I'm working on a couple of motions with my colleagues to do exactly that. I thank my colleagues for consideration in support of this item. I ask you to support today's motion as one more way we can give ourselves a fighting chance to make real change in our juvenile halls. And to be clear, this item will issue a 5-signature letter. I would ask that it do so long as probation provisions remain in the bill, which will provide us the authority we need to take these actions. Thank you.
Supervisor Barger.
You just actually read what I was going to say, because I understand that the author is considering pulling out probation. Just I didn't know if you knew that. So I want to let you know that. And, you know, if I'm correct, and I'm looking to you because I'm not really clear, does that mean that it's not going to be required to be post-certified? Is that really what it means for the probation chief? I don't know what the intent.
My understanding is that that requirement, it would no longer be a requirement.
So it would take away because that does limit the pool of applications that we have come in. So, you know, I do agree with you. That gives us opportunity to cast the net a lot wider. And quite frankly, I'm thinking that maybe an executive officer, an executive director is more what is needed than someone who's post-certified to oversee this department. I'm going to vote in favor of this with the understanding that I was opposed to the issue surrounding the sheriff, but it has been the will of the people. And so I have to respect the fact that people voted in support of that. But I'm glad that you, at the end of your comments, said what you said, because I think it sounds like this bill is going to change, and we need to have our ledge people up in Sacramento, Vizia, really focused on this legislation and keep us in real time what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank
well, you know, I was also going to bring that up before I call on you, Supervisor Mitchell, because I had understood that the author of the bill, Reggie Jones-Sawyer, was going to remove probation from the bill. That was the word that I got this morning. And also, if I'm not misunderstanding, I understood it to be that if we needed to almost like create our own receivership, that the person that we put in charge of the halls could be non-post certified. Not that the chief probation officer would ever be not required to be post certified. That's how I read the bill. I don't know if there's any clarification here by anybody. I'm not clear either. Yeah. But that's how I read it, that we're not saying that the chief probation officer could ever be not post-certified, but it would be like we could put a person in charge of just the halls, not the whole department, and that person did not have to be post-certified. That's how I read it, but I also am concerned that the author may change it So I don't know if we're premature in supporting it today, but Supervisor Mitchell.
I was just going to ask if people were aware of why the author was considering changing it, and just given the pace with which things can change in the legislative arena, perhaps our 5-signature letter needs to include language that says our support is contingent upon probation being included. So the author is clear about LA County's position proactively.
So, and that's a good point. The note that I was reading this morning was like, again, Holly, you know more about how this works in Sacramento than me, but something about it couldn't be acted on for a couple of weeks. So we wouldn't even know if that amendment happened. Is that, what's that about?
Well, because in the state legislature, once the bill is introduced, and I think it was introduced like this week, no action can take place in the bill for 30 days to allow for public consumption. So that's good. It gives us an opportunity to get our 5-signature letter there with our conditional support, based on what I've heard from all of us.
No one had the answer on the conservatorship piece of the bill.
Thank you,
Receivership,
Supervisors.
yeah.
So our reading in the CEO is that it would allow a non-post certified person to manage the juvenile halls. And yeah.
Right. Okay. But what I'm hearing is that this board would be interested in supporting this only if probation was a part of it. Does that mean the part about removing the sheriff, we would take our support away from that? Well,
the point for me in bringing this forward is the piece in probation. And I think to Supervisor Mitchell's point, this is the opportunity we have to clearly communicate why we would support the bill. We already have Measure A in LA County, so for me, that isn't the motivation here. My motivation is getting us the authority that we all know we need to address the issues that we've seen in the probation department, and to have the authority to take over the juvenile halls and appoint somebody else as needed. And that's what this bill would provide, and I want the author to be motivated to keep that language in there, and knowing that that's really what Los Angeles County is seeking in supporting that bill.
So can I ask a clarification then? So what I'm hearing is that this legislation does not take away post-certification for the chief probation officer. It allows for us to hire someone who's not post-certified to oversee our halls. Correct?
That is
And I didn't know that they had to be
Juvenile services.
post-certified, the people that were over our halls. I didn't know they had to be post-certified. I'm just surprised. I didn't know that.
We haven't put a separate person in.
But even the superintendents that are there, I mean,
But this is
we
about putting some.
could do it now, is my point.
But this is statewide, because we've already done the first element of this bill.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about probation now. There is no reason why we couldn't do that.
State law currently requires that the chief probation officer be in charge of the
But
juvenile.
I'm hearing it's not, but okay, this is what I'm trying to understand. I thought you said it does not exempt the chief probation officer. They still have to be post-certified.
Correct.
That is our understanding, Supervisor. I think the issue here is this board in the past have asked county council, can we take juvenile services out of probation department? And I think the answer was basically no, because we would require some changes in the law regarding the management of the youth as well as the funding. And I don't want to speak for the legislator here, but I think that this would be an early attempt at moving in that direction. And so instead of taking juvenile services completely out of a probation department, to allow, let's say, an executive officer, a person with some authority to run the juvenile services halls and camps while that organizational unit remained in a probation department. That is our understanding of the legislation.
Okay, so if the author takes probation out, then where does this board land on this?
I think we can have further discussion about whatever future version of the bill we would
But
like.
you're saying that this should
support would
be
contingent.
support unless it's amended?
Yeah, that's actually.
That's how I'm hearing this, that we would support it unless it's amended to remove probation.
Correct.
So that's, so then we won't know then I guess we'll have to look at another bill. I think it'd be more prudent to wait until we know what this bill says, but I'll go along with the will of the board. Supervisor
Madam
Berger?
Chair, knowing that we're having a board meeting next week, can we get clarification? Because I think it would be helpful, because I've heard he's going to do it in the next day or two, and then take a vote next week, because I'm trying to understand, I'm not still real clear on how this legislation can be used when I feel like we already have that tool, but I'm not understanding it. That's my problem.
I would be supportive of just a week until we get a little bit more clarification so that we can all support it.
The tool we don't have right now is the ability to appoint somebody over the halls to have that authority to take over what's going on in the juvenile halls. This bill, as it's currently written, would provide that authority, which I think we all want. And my concern is that if we don't. Everybody has a right to vote on what they want on this item, certainly. My intention with this item, if that is your desire, is to make sure that we're on record about that we need the help from the state legislature to give us this authority to have that flexibility. And that's what I'm trying to communicate by taking action now. If we wait and don't take action and aren't on record that that's what we want, we might miss the opportunity to have
Well, but just to be clear, this bill is not written yet. That's the problem. Supervisor Mitchell, did you want to?
It has been submitted.
I think it's in print. It can't move. It can't be assigned to committee for 30 days. So I have no problem waiting and communicating with the member. I think it's appropriate, and it doesn't necessarily require a 5-signature letter, to communicate with the legislator our desire that probation stay in it, or even get the information about why we're hearing it might come out. So I wouldn't wait until the bill moves. It's a LA County legislator. We should tell him what LA County desires.
If you don't mind, the maker, to continue this for a week and direct our Sacramento team to make it very clear, or a phone call from one of us to the author of this bill, so that we're clear next Tuesday on exactly what's in, what's out, and what it means. Okay, is that the will of the board? Do we need to vote? Okay, let's vote on continuing it. Is there a second? I move that we continue it just for a week. I don't think we want it any longer than that.
Is there a second?
Second. Okay, Madam Executive Officer, do we need to take public comment on that?
Yeah, we'll take a vote now. It was moved by you and seconded by Supervisor Solis to continue to March 7th. Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye.
Is there public comment on this item?
I just asked that.
We do not. We have one person. I'm sorry, 2 people.
Okay, let's take that. I asked that.
Will Arnold Sachs and Cookie Lomel please come forward and staff will assist you? Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Are we in person or remote? Okay, in person, Mr. Sachs.
Sachs. Thank you, Supervisor Holly Mitchell. You mentioned the 5-signature letter. Will you be signing your signature to that letter? Will the board be signing that letter with 5 signatures? Will you be signing that letter? That's really important, because if you don't sign the letter, who's going to sign the letter? And this stuff about codifying the letter of the law and the intent of the law. I'm wondering, there was a sheriff in Orange County who was removed because he was corrupt. And somebody stood up and said, he's not allowed to have the county appoint appoint a lawyer for him, because they're not allowed to do that. I think it was called gadfly. They were a gadfly. The sheriff was Sheriff Corona in Orange County, and he was removed for due cause because he was corrupt. And this stuff about probation department, you have a problem with that. You have a real problem with probation because it's all screwed up. There's nobody in control. There's nobody in control of probation. There's nobody in control of the juvenile hall. It's a disaster. And it's been going on for over 20 years.
Thank you. Next speaker,
You're welcome,
please.
Janice. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Cookie Lamel. I'm the membership outreach consultant for Local 685, the Probation Officers Union. We oppose this item in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you. You oppose continuing it? Because that's what we're, no, you just oppose the 5-signature letter. Okay.
Not the 5-signature letter, in the way it's now, the item is now written.
Okay. Thank you, Cookie.
Thanks.
Is there anybody on the phone?
No other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we have before us, it's been moved and seconded, just to continue this 1 week and take it up and get some clarification, and also to have our legislative team in Sacramento work on this. Okay, please, Executive Director, call the roll.
So to continue to March 2nd, Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
I'm sorry, March 7th.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're now going to hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by supervisors and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on the remaining items and general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items and general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for 2 or more, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. You may only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers. While they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will Max Sherman, Lauren Natoli, Miguel Ortiz, Gabriel Pivertera, Maisha McCoy, Arnold Sachs, Donald Harlan, Dale Locox, Selena Coleman. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Participant is Eric Shen. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking in support of item 67, C as Charlie. Honorable Chair Hung and Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the Eco Rapid Transit Board of Directors, we want to extend the warmest welcome to the county for becoming a member of the Joint Powers Authority. For nearly 2 decades, Eco Rapid Transit continues advocating for an efficient, safe, and a sustainable public transit option to connect the Burbank-Hollywood Airport, downtown Los Angeles, and the southeast port region of Los Angeles County. We strongly support the advancement of the West Santa Ana Branch project, and we're committed to collaborate among our member agencies throughout the environmental review and also design. Additionally, Eco Rapid Transit collaborates cross-jurisdictional issues such as economic development, traffic, and parking management in anticipation of the new light rail
Next speaker,
project.
please.
It's
Thank
tremendous opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Matthew Buck. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Item 11 only. Hello, item 11?
Yes, this is general public comment.
Okay. Yes,
Go
item
ahead.
11 in general. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, thank you. Matthew Buck, Vice President, Public Affairs, California Apartment Association. On item 11, just please reach out to the stakeholders and get some feedback on the issue for retrofit. Things like timelines that are shorter right now. Example, the city of LA is 25 years to complete the retrofit. Our members definitely understand the importance of safety. This is no fault of their own, but we do need to make sure we get this done right. There's been a rent freeze in place for 3 years, so real consideration needs to be given to the cost for retrofitting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Arnita Watson. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I am for general public comment. This is in support of item number 14. My name is Arnita Watson. I am a lifelong resident of West Athens. I am a member of the West Athens Westmont Task Force. One project example I would like to see support towards is a commitment and funding towards the remediation of the Caltrans land sites 15 and 16 being used to store cargo containers from the Port of LA inside of our neighborhoods without proper permitting nor community input. These sites 15 and 16 are located respectively at the corners of Western Avenue and 120th Street, as well as the west side of the street on Normandy Avenue and Laurel Street. In the last 6 months, since September 2022, our roads have deteriorated with this increased trucking traffic through our community. I would like to thank Supervisor Mitchell's office for her continued support during our community.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Amanis Sanadi. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, even though I called on 2 other items, I comment on doing number 21. First of all, Honorable Board of Supervisors, my name is Amanis Sanati, and I want to thank you. As a former mental health clinical supervisor with DHS, AFSCME District 36E board member, and currently as the regional director of NASW, I've had the great pleasure to work with each of your teams as I address concerns about my former workplace, Twin Towers. In over a decade of service at the jail, to be speaking with you today in this capacity is an honor. Thank you. However, today, although I'm no longer employed there, my commitment to this work continues. I'd like to especially thank Supervisor Horvath for taking the time to address this largely unknown injustice brought to light. I can tell you now, as a school counselor, the power of an effort like this goes beyond the bars because each of these individuals belong to a family and a community to which many will return. It's an effort to heal our society from the inside out. My hope with this passage of this motion is that this is simply a start. Moving forward, I'd be honored to continue this work with you in the name of justice for all. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Vanessa Camarizi. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin. Ms. Camarizi, your line is open.
Okay, well, let's go to the next speaker.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Our next participant is Ali Taj. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Ali Taj. I am Chair for Eco Rapid Transit. And I first of all want to thank each and every board member for the support of item number 67. And I want to give a special thanks and shout out to Madam Chair for bringing this into the forefront. And I want to thank you for all the great work that you've done. Like I said, I'm in support of item number 67 because 67C because this will have a voting member voice at the Eco Rapid Transit, which is much needed. As earlier Eric had said, this is going to a point where it is going to be EIR and shovel-ready project. So the voice of supervisor is, or the board is really needed at this time. So I'm just speaking in favor of it and support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Taj, for calling in. Next speaker, please.
My pleasure.
Our next participant is Ambrose Brooks. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, this is Ambrose Brooks, Coalition Coordinator for the Justice LA Coalition. I'm speaking on item number 3252 in general public comment. On item number 32, this year's litigation cost report is another case of the Sheriff's Department terrorizing LA communities and wasting millions of taxpayer dollars. Fiscal year 21 to 22 saw a massive increase in the department's litigation costs because the county allows their misconduct to continue unchecked despite the tens of millions of dollars wasted by the sheriff. The department's misconduct is responsible for half of litigation expenses across the entire county. The Sheriff's Department was the most expensive department out of all county departments, costing the county $73.2 million in judgments, settlements, fees, and costs. The second highest department cost the county less than a third of the Sheriff's Department litigation expenses. No department comes close to the amount of money squandered by LASD's misconduct. This fiscal year, the county satisfied 14 judgments, 7 of which were against the Sheriff's Department. Of the $26.5 million spent on judgments, $25 million, or 95%, were due to Sheriff's Department misconduct. The most expensive judgments were against the Sheriff's Department due to civil rights violations such as strip searches, unsanitary conditions, and unlawful detainment. This is a 157% increase in judgment payouts compared to last fiscal year, and it is entirely due to LASD's increasingly violent behavior. Of the 12 costliest lawsuits last year, which accounted for the majority of settlement payouts, 7 were against the Sheriff's Department. Just these 7 lawsuits against the Sheriff's Department accounted for $13.1 million in settlement payments to rectify the Sheriff's Department violent misconduct. Yet the Sheriff's Department is once again asking the board for more money for officers, more money for sheriff's deputies, for sergeants. Yet how and when will the Sheriff's Department address the litigation expenses that are paid for by county taxpayers? We have no choice but to pay for the murderous cops' lawsuits. That is unacceptable. And on item number 52, this is the Offender Monitoring System Services sole contract agreement. The county must immediately cancel on all contracts for the use of electronic monitoring. We know electronic monitoring is incarceration. Electronic monitoring violates personal liberty, infringes on privacy, and can physically harm individuals. Billion-dollar corporations are the ones making money off of these electronic monitoring contracts. I encourage the board to think about auditing the way that this county contracts with tech companies for electronic monitoring surveillance. Constant surveillance is not a release or freedom. Not only are individuals on electronic monitoring subject to perpetual surveillance, but the people around them are as well. Electronic devices
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
Effectively a wiretap.
And we're going to go to in-person. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Kamimura. It has to do with item number 22. Oh, I got 3 minutes. My name is Marilyn Kamimura, a resident of Avocado Heights, North Whittier. I would like to thank Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Solis for item number 22, protecting the health of vulnerable communities surrounding the former Exide facility by monitoring residential property cleanup efforts. Oh, I thought I had 3 minutes. Can I start again then? Because it went to 3 and then it went to 1. I am here to support this motion.
Let's hold it.
What item are you?
First it was 3 minutes and then it went to.
Yeah, hold on. How much time does she get?
She hasn't said what items she's speaking.
What items are you speaking on?
Oh, item number 22.
So one item, that's 1 minute.
Can I start again then, because I was a misunderstanding? It was 3.
I'll give you, let's start again. We'll give you a minute.
Thank you. Then I can scoot it up.
Go ahead.
My name is Marilyn Kamimura. I already said that. It is item number 22, and I thank Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Solis for this motion. I am in support of this motion. I listened to the whole DTSC town hall meeting with the residents surrounding the former Exide facility on February 23rd. The anguish of being failed was apparent. The failure of the department DTSC oversight was repeated over and again. I live within the 2-mile radius from Comeco. We are the other Exide. DTSC has failed us with complicit enforcement. A settlement of the 29 violations is an example. A settlement of $2.3 million was a token. A true fine for uncorrected 29 violations would have been close to $1 billion. I'm here to oppose renewal of the permitting of Quemeco through DTSC and South Coast Air Quality Management District. As a constituent, I'm counting on all our public servants to go beyond legislative and jurisdictional boundaries to do whatever they can.
Thank you. Appreciate you staying through the meeting and hearing your comments, but your time is up. Even the extra time is up. But thank you for your comments.
Hello?
I know you have two supervisors up here who agree with you. Next speaker, please.
Hello? Am I on? My
Yes.
name is Richard Kamimura, resident of North Whittier. Belong to the CAC Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights, and our partners in Hacienda Heights, La Puente. Mainly, I want to thank the supervisors for taking up our concerns and standing up for our community. But the behavior of DTSC is very concerning, especially on their last lawsuit concerning the 29 violations. It was just a slap in the hand and a slap in the face to all our whole communities. So if we appreciate it, and if you can continue to support us, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, can
Yes.
I just, I thank the last two speakers. They represent my district, and they should know, and thank you for acknowledging our work on the issue of Quemeco when you represented the area as well, Supervisor Hahn. We have spoken to DTSC, and they are fully aware of what our concerns are, but I would also urge the community to contact their state legislators, because DTSC is directly under their purview. So the elected state officials, your senator and assembly people, should be contacted. They also have more, in Spanish we say poder. They can do a lot more as well. So I would urge that, and we've been working together on that. So thank you for coming here and staying all day long. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. I have one item on public comment and one item on 67A. What should I talk about? Okay. 67A refers to ending foster care, going to homelessness pipeline. Shouldn't it be reversed? Don't you want to take people out of homelessness, and put them in foster care? 67A refers to AB Savano, a bill, but it doesn't include any money. Whereas item number 5 refers to Assemblyman Ting giving $16 million, the same thing. So which would you support? Why would you support a bill that has no money in it? And why is it homelessness? Don't you have a homeless initiative from the county that was started in 2017? Sure you do. It's on the wall in the hallway. Now it's homelessness. They're different. Why are they different? You have over 24 A items in your agenda, in the back of your book, 24 A items. When are you going to start to go through some of these A items? They're very important. The most important one is A8, the Affordable Care Act that was created by the Obama administration. You could have used that health care to get rid of a lot of people, to help people get health care, but you didn't want to do that. And this stuff about racial bias, Janice Hahn, weren't you sitting in the city council when Michael Hunt showed up as a Negro dressed, as a black man dressed in a KKK outfit?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Hello again.
Go ahead. Next speaker, please. Mr. Sachs, you're done. We're listening to the next speaker.
Hello again. I'm Lauren Natoli from AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I'm speaking on general public comment. My colleagues and I want to thank Supervisor Horvath for visiting our Wellness on Western clinic yesterday. We really enjoyed having her at our busiest LA site, seeing our work, meeting the people that work there, and learning about our cutting-edge HIV and STI services. We appreciate having a continued conversation about LAC DPH and CBOs collaborating together for STI services. So thank you, and I hope we can continue to have these conversations about a renewed focus on sexual health services in LA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
This is a general public comment. My name is Miguel Ortiz. I'm from AIDS Healthcare Foundation. The most recent STD report back highlighted the additional federal funding acquired for LA County's STI efforts. However, did not specify where these additional funds will go. What percentage will go to the community providers who serve high-risk communities? Will a large portion go to testing and treatment? Ideally, 80% of these funds should be directed towards the expanded testing and treatment efforts detailed in LACDPH's new STI plan. But enough should also be set aside to resume processing CBO specimens at the county lab. These funds could also be used for antibiotic-resistant testing, as Supervisor Barger stated earlier, or to increase operating hours for DPH clinics, serving clients at night, after work, or on weekends. It is critical that LACDPH can be transparent about STI funding because it's a serious crisis.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Previtera, and I'm addressing the board on general public comment. I'm one of the associate directors at the AHF, or AIDS Healthcare Foundation's Public Health Division. I'd like to quickly thank Supervisor Barger for acknowledging drug-resistant strains of sexually transmitted infections earlier. I'm here today because I am concerned about the cuts to laboratory funding for STIs. Many people come to AHF and other CBOs like the LGBTQ Center and APLA instead of their primary care provider because we do not judge them, we do not send EOBs to their home that someone else might read, and our clinics are a safe space to address their sexual health. With the ever-rising rates of STIs, why would anyone want to disrupt discrete services for those who need them the most? APLA, LGBTQ Center, AHF, and others are trusted in the community as places to receive services without judgment. Why would you want to interrupt that process when STI rates are so dire? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Max Sherman. I'm speaking general comment and agenda item 11. We ask that the board not move forward with an ordinance on soft story seismic retrofit until rental housing providers have more time to financially recover from the past 3 years of rising operating costs, rent increase freeze, and an eviction moratorium. While seismic retrofitting serves a vital need, it is important to recognize that these projects are extremely costly. Our members are still waiting to recoup massive amounts of past due rents and are barely surviving as it stands. Once an inventory is created, housing providers will likely see their insurance premiums dramatically increase on top of the already 40 to 50% property insurance premium increases seen during the pandemic. We fully support the county conducting an inventory of their properties and taking any necessary related steps, but we ask the county to not start this process with housing providers still reeling from financial hardships. We again ask you to allow rental housing providers time to recover before starting a process that will surely lead to substantial added retrofitting costs and cause catastrophic financial strain, leading to loss of even more naturally occurring affordable housing in Los Angeles County. And limit the scope of the requirement of to high-rise, non-ductile concrete buildings, which was the primary motivation for the creation of this motion. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Selena Coleman, and I'm speaking on item 5, and I believe it's 67 in general comment. I wrote a personal letter that I want to give to you guys, to each one of you Board of Supervisors, that I don't want to actually read. I want to give that to you, and I want to say thank you, and I want to basically, I'm here because I work for Los Angeles County. I am a DPSS employee, and I'm also a union steward for 20 years. I wrote a letter to you guys in the beginning of I want to say 2022 or towards the end of 2021 about a fair union election because I was running for president of SEIU 721. With that said, I was also fighting for my life as a health issues, and I was going through my own health issues through this process. And it was unfair, and it's still unfair. And I know that you guys have been doing everything in your power to change the culture of LA County. And I'm here to say that thank you and I appreciate you. I go back with you, Ms. Mitchell, from when I was working with 660 and I was on as a delegate with Alejandro Stevens. And so my journey through LA County has not been challenging. And so once you read my letter, you'll understand who I am. Ms. Hahn, I had a chance to meet you at, excuse me, I'm so just.
You're doing fine.
At Karen Bass's event, which was so powerful. And I have been trying to get a hold of you through the card of Mr. Johnson, which evidently it is harder than you think when you give that card and tell them to reach out, because he did everything in his human possibly for me not to be able to be on your calendar. So I took the time out of my day. I took a vacation today. Today, my second oldest daughter is 32 years old. And it's her birthday. And so I decided to take that day off and celebrate it with you guys. I drove from California City, which is Kern County. I ended up in Kern County with my journey of flight, right, to get out of LA County because it's too much. But with all of that, I am a human rights activist. My activism has no race, color, or creed. And so I'm here as a vessel to you guys and hope that you accept what I'm trying to offer and allow me to be part of this transformation of LA County. And again, I say thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm going to have one of my staff members go out and talk with you right now, just to find out a little bit more how we can be of help, or how you can help us. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Maisha McCoy, and I will be speaking on Agenda 67A, 67B, 72, and number 2, plus public comments. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is Agenda 2. The only thing that I ask is that you hire more homeless people, children with learning disabilities, and ex-cons. Bringing these programs to cities like Compton, Watts, South Central LA, and Long Beach will give opportunities to those who has been denied a chance, and tutoring for the children who struggle, who wants to be a construction worker but don't have the drive because of academics. Second, I would like to ask the county if they can look into hiring the inmates for number 72 who used to be in fire camps. I know a lot of people personally who was in fire camp who fought for our county during the firestorms, who wants to be firefighters but denied because they have a criminal background. I think in cities like Compton, Watts, LA, and Long Beach, they will benefit off of that program because I know they want to be firefighters from personal experience. 67A, because I was a foster youth, I do agree with helping foster youth with housing after they exit the program, because a lot of children on the streets, because I'm an advocate, is dealing with suicidal, drug addiction because they don't have nowhere to go. When you guys take us from our families, we get distance. We don't know where they at, so we go to the streets. So I do ask that you guys approve that bill. And last but not least, for the bill 67B, the misconduct of probation department. I know from personal experience, probation has been neglecting the African American children. They have been keeping up drama within the probation department with the African American children and the Latino children. I know I have called down there and made complaints. I have been denied access to speak to the person who runs East Lake facility in regards to several incidents that happened between the African American children. That facility needs to be highly investigated with their probation department. And last but not least, I am a single mother of 6 children. I have reached out to Mark Riley Thomas' office, Holly Mitchell office, Janice Hyde's office, Catherine and Heidi office in regards to my homelessness. During the pandemic, I have a nonprofit that I started for my father. I was out there feeding the homeless, housing the homeless, doing blankets. Me and my children and sons was out there. How do I go from helping, receiving awards from my city to being homeless? I'm homeless because I refuse to live with roaches. I refuse to live with rats. I refuse to live with black moles. My daughter, who's never in her life had asthma, has asthma. When we became homeless, my daughter had MSIC. Nobody decided to house us. We was on the streets after my daughter got hospitalized 2 weeks. Holly Mitchell, I would really appreciate if I could have a sit-down meeting with you. I've been in correspondence with Victor, who's also with Janet Hines' office in regards to my homelessness because of Section 8. Section 8 is the reason why they cover up all of these complaints we have against these owners, and they're not doing nothing about it. And the health department as well has been denying us. They come in, they don't do what they're supposed to do, follow-up calls, and so on. So I would like that meeting with you,
Okay,
Ms. Mitchell.
thank you very much. Is there a way that we can get her at least to talk to somebody today? See that that area back there in the auditorium? We have people right there that maybe could start to work on your homeless situation. And your children have been very well behaved today. Appreciate that. Better well behaved than some adults. Oh, that's nice. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Dale Wilcox with the Room Report, and I am going to speak on general comments, so just 1 minute. Good afternoon. As a college student, I was fascinated with a book by John Howard Griffin about a white journalist who darkened his skin to experience life as a black man in the Deep South. I gave this a try here in Los Angeles County, not as a black man, but as a common voter in District 2. So this is for Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I found sheriff's deputies out of uniform, the famous donuts, published hours not being heeded, voters' policies not followed. Then to make matters worse, my boat has been towed twice, Mrs. Mitchell. And you have a letter to this to the effect. My constitutional rights are being currently violated, and now I need to know, how will this RIM report that I'm currently posting to the line end? Ms. Mitchell, I'd like to speak with you as soon as possible. How will this story unfold? I'd like to meet with you and let you see some of my high-resolution images, 4K.
Thank you.
And
Thank
audio.
you very much.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. I'd like to speak on agenda items number 7, 10, 11, 12, 14, 18, 22, 29, 30, 31, 49, 50.
Okay, go ahead.
A3.
Go ahead.
Project Roomkey, there's a lot of illegal real estate developments endorsed by LA County supervisors. The housing for the homeless housing for Los Angeles is out of control. You are a contributor to this homeless scandal here in Los Angeles. Everybody knows you guys contributed to the homeless scandal with all the illegal real estate you guys have developed. Consider this, you guys were supposed to build affordable housing, and they're $834,000 for an apartment. That's affordable? And then those people in that affordable housing came back here after 3 months because they couldn't afford their utilities or electricity. I mean, how far are you guys gonna push that crap? You know, the illegal real estate development is just too ridiculous. They've done overlays on all the county assessor reports, and now listen to this. A bunch of new county assessor reports showed up for 1967. Look at that date on the county assessor reports. All of a sudden, there's a bunch of 1967 dates that showed up, and it shows that there's multiple layers of overlay on those parcel reports. You know, I want you guys to realize that those illegal real estate developments cause natural disasters like floods. Whenever there's a natural disaster, you can always, or hillside collapse or a landslide, you can always trace it back to your guys' illegal real estate development. And so you know, many county supervisors have lost their jobs over endorsing illegal real estate developments and then somebody getting killed in the landslide or somebody getting killed in the flood. If anybody dies and you guys endorse that, you lose your jobs for sure, no questions asked. The rule should also be that if you work with somebody that endorsed one of those illegal real estates that got somebody killed like that, that you should also lose your job for that too. Let's see. The annexation of Bradbury. There's illegal real estate development here. Naples infrastructure. You know, nobody over there in Naples needs any help with infrastructure. Those people don't deserve a thing. They destroy infrastructure in Naples.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Or do we go, are we on the phone now?
That is
Okay,
correct.
let's go to the phone.
You have the first speaker, please.
Go ahead.
Our next participant is Adriana Quinones. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Adriana Quinones, a resident of Hacienda Heights and community advocate. Today I will be talking about item number 22. First, I would like to thank Supervisors Solis, Barker, and Hahn for truly representing the residents of Los Angeles County in reference to Exide and Cametco. We are asking for support from Supervisor Mitchell and Harvard. There are some elected officials who have not had the courage to schedule town hall meetings to hear concerns from the residents that are being affected with chemicals like arsenic and lead. The residents of Hacienda Heights, Avocado Heights, North Whittier, and La Puente are in support of the residents of Royal Heights and surrounding areas who have had terrible experiences with DTSC. It is my hope that the Board of Supervisors works closely with elected officials representing communities affected by these bad business partners. Together, pressure can be placed on DTSC and AQMD to not authorize permits with these
Thank you.
companies that
Thank
have
you very
had so many
much.
violations.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Venezia Ramirez. Please state the agenda items you wish to speak on and whether you'll be on general public comment. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vanessa Ramirez, and I'm providing general public comment in favor of item 22. I am a member of East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice and research coordinator at the USC Division of Environmental Health. The preliminary findings of our Get the Light Out study with East Yard and Occidental College found that over 70% of homes in our study that have been claimed by DTSC still have lead levels that exceed 80 ppm. And 97% of homes in our study that are outside of the preliminary investigation area have lead levels that exceed 80 ppm. I stand with the community to revise the cleanup strategy to ensure complete cleanup of all contaminated soil, including
Did we lose her?
Madam Chair, the phone line is still connected. They appear.
Oh, there she is. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Maybe she can't hear us.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but apparently you can't hear us. Go ahead and talk.
Okay. My name is Vanessa Ramirez. I'm providing general public comment in favor of item 22. I'm a member of ECR Communities for Environmental Justice and a research coordinator at the USC Division of Environmental Health. The preliminary findings of our Get the Light Up study with East Yard and Occidental College found that over 70% of homes in our study that have been cleaned by DTSC still have lead levels that exceed 80 ppm, and 97% of homes
Okay,
in our
thank
study that
you.
are outside of the
Thank you for your call. Thank you for your call. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Anthony Arenas. Please state your item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
My name is Anthony Arenas from District 3, and I'll be speaking on 32, 52 on general comment. For 32, this year's litigation cost report is just another case of how the Sheriff's Department continues to terrorize LA communities and waste millions of taxpayer dollars. Fiscal year 2021 to 2022 saw a massive increase in the Sheriff's Department litigation costs because the county allows their misconduct to continue unchecked despite the tens of millions of dollars wasted by the sheriff. The Sheriff's Department's misconduct is responsible for half of the litigation expenses across the entire county, and the Sheriff's Department was the most expensive department of all county departments, costing the county $73.2 million in judgments, settlements, fees, and costs. For 52, the county must immediately cancel all contracts for the use of electronic monitoring. Electronic monitoring is incarceration. Electronic monitoring also violates personal liberty, infringes on privacy, and can physically harm individuals. Research shows that electronic monitoring is also highly inaccurate, and alternatives such as calls or text reminders are cheaper and more effective at increasing court appearances. So in all, electronic monitoring is not aligned with a care-first vision for LA County. And for general comment, I just want to speak to item 18. This board must recognize the importance of investing in our youth, investing by decarcerating the youth population of LA County, and providing supportive care that is separate from the probation department. And the county can truly show the community it takes youth investment seriously by reducing the probation department's budget, moving youth out of Barry J. Nydorf, and ensuring no youth are subjected to electronic monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jennifer Williams. Please state the items numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Trishelle Marie Williams. I'm a resident of Westmont, and I'm a member of the West Athens Westmont Task Force, speaking on item number 14, not in general comment. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for putting forth the motion to explore the feasibility of an EISD for unincorporated communities in District 2. I'm especially looking forward to this potential policy garnering funding for brownfield remediation of contaminated sites, namely Cal Site 15 on Western 120th and Cal Site 16 on Normandy and Laurel, with groundwater and soil contamination. These sites both sit next to the 105 freeway. Considered together, our community is being pummeled by environmental pollution. I look forward to seeing the outcome of the study and forthcoming self-determined community-led development to improve the quality of life for unincorporated residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mary Jacobs. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Mary Jacobs, and it's just public comment. Today is the last day of Black History Month, I believe, or tomorrow, I don't know. And I'm speaking on behalf of George Floyd and Emmett Hill, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, Alice Walker, Jackie Robinson, Nipsey Hussle, my brother, Ronald Raymond Kovacic, who was half Black and was treated differently than we were. The Black men who have been treated unfairly on the corner of Hope and 7th about 2 years ago were saved because of my chutzpah. And I never wanted to talk about it, but I need to say this. I witnessed what could have become another George Floyd incident. There were 8 police officers from LAPD. Thank God they weren't from the Sheriff's Department. And they all had batons, and he was forced to the ground, and I couldn't see what was happening. And so I thought, I'm going to look for the biggest behind, kick it, and find out what's going on the ground, because I'm not going to be in the city of angels.
Thank you.
And I stopped the
Thank you for
car
your
from
call.
hitting him.
Thank you for your call. Are there any other speakers
No other speakers, Madam
on the
Chair.
line? Before we move on, I just want to, I'm not sure, are we talking to IT or somebody, but I know part of our motion about governance is to look at long-term continuing virtual call. And I can't speak for everybody, but sometimes it's really difficult to hear the callers. And I just don't know if that's, I know it's their phone, our thing, but if we could just look to upgrade some system that would clean, clarify, get rid of static. I got to believe that exists somewhere, that technology. Because if we're going to move forward, and I'm in support of continuing to allow people to call in, just really, it's really hard to hear it. And it's no good to let people speak if we can't hear. So let's just look into that system. Again, I just got to believe that technology exists.
We'll take a look at it, Supervisor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda items on which we'll be voting.
The following items are before you: 1, 3, 5, and 6, 8, 10, and 11, 14 as revised, 16 through 20, 22, 24 through 63, 65 and 66, 67A as revised, 67C and 67D, 70 and 71, 73 through 75, 1D, and 1P.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Mitchell and seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda or to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. It's my understanding that there are no specials today unless I see otherwise from my colleagues. Okay, then we're going to move on to adjournments, and this time it would be appropriate to hear our adjournments. We'll begin with Supervisor Barger and go in the order of 5, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Terrence Lynch, a resident of Pasadena, who passed away at the age of 81 on January 23, 2023, surrounded by his family. Terrence was born March 7, 1941, in Detroit, Michigan, and was the eldest of 5 children. His family would go on to move to Washington, D.C., and eventually Los Angeles, where he would raise his family. Terrence attended Loyola High School and later studied economics at the University of Southern California. He was a member of the Phi Delta Theta fraternity and the golf team before beginning a career in financial services after graduation from USC in 1964. Terrence had a long and successful career in investment banking that included tenures with Merrill Lynch, Ham Brockton Quist, Trust Company of the West, and Wells Fargo. By the end of his career, Terrence had built a reputation as one of the top investment advisors in Los Angeles. When he was not working, Terrence loved spending time with his wife and 3 daughters who he adored. Terrence was also passionate about golf, travel, sailing, cycling, and wine. Along with this, he was very active in the community, having served on the Board of Trustees for St. Matthew's Parish School in the Pacific Palisades, Don Bosco Technical Institute, Catholic High School in Rosemead, as well as Proctor Academy, a co-ed independent preparatory boarding school in Andover, New Hampshire. He will be dearly missed by his loved ones and community. Terrence is survived by his wife, Constance, his 3 daughters, Erin Sweeney, Courtney Koenig, and Catherine Adams, as well as 3 siblings, Rosemary Lynch Mitchell, Gerald John Lynch Jr., and Julie Lynch Russell. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Nelson Rising, a real estate visionary, political campaign leader, and a resident of Pasadena who passed away at the age of 81 after complications with Alzheimer's. Nelson grew up in Queens, New York, before eventually moving to Glendale. He attended UCLA Law School and served in the Marine Corps after college for 3 years. Throughout his career, Nelson contributed in several ways to both Los Angeles County and to the state of California. He is known for the creation of properties such as the U.S. Bank Tower, an iconic landmark located in downtown Los Angeles. He's also credited with the development of the city of Playa Vista and the redevelopment of the Mission Bay in San Francisco. Nelson was very active in politics. He got his start in politics with successful campaigns for both John Tunney for the U.S. Senate and Tom Bradley for the mayor of Los Angeles. He would later go on to help produce the film The Candidate, a political satire of politics based on John Tunney and his campaign. Those who worked closely with Nelson admired him for his ability to bring people together to accomplish incredible feats. His legacy left on both Los Angeles and the state of California something that will never be forgotten. Nelson survived by his wife of 59 years, Sharon, and his 2 sons, Christopher and Matthew. All members? Okay. I also move that we adjourn in memory of Patrick N. Shackelford, who passed away at the age of 44. Patrick proudly served the County of Los Angeles for over 17 years, beginning his career in detention service officer at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall in 2006. He was promoted through the ranks, becoming a Deputy Probation Officer 1 in 2008 at Challenger Memorial Youth Center, and later served at Firestone Juvenile, Camp Page, Campus Kilpatrick, where he was stationed until his untimely death. Patrick is survived by his father, Tecumseh Shackelford, better known as Shack, his mother, and his 2 children. Also that we adjourn in memory of Kristen Trimble, who was a longtime resident of Santa Clarita, who passed away at the age of 35 in Nampa, Idaho. Kirsten attended Bouquet Elementary and Valencia High School. Her favorite pastime was dance. She loved dancing at Studio 84 and was proud to be a member of Company 84 and the Arroyo Seco and Valencia high dance teams. Following high school, she attended and graduated from College of the Canyons and California State University Northridge with a BA in history. While in college, one of her favorite jobs was working at Quantum Learning Supercamp, where she empowered students from all over the United States and various countries. After achieving her teaching credential, she moved to Boise, Idaho, and was working as behavioral interventionist at Gem Prep Nampa. She's survived by her mother, Carolyn Klein Braun, brother Ryan Trimble, stepdad Jonathan Braun, stepbrother Cameron Braun, and stepsister Amanda Braun. I move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Robert Lizarga Cisneros, Army; Paul Francis Clark, Marine Corps; Howard David Gatliff, Army; Guy Lawrence Ginn, Army; Andre Joyner, Army; Patrick Lynn Mayer Mahar, Army; Daniel Kim Rogerson, Air Force; Charles Smith, Navy; Orlando James Taylor, Air Force; David Edward Walker, Army; Michael Joseph Wren, Army. Their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country should never be forgotten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of the Venerable Master Sing Young. Venerable Master Sing Young was born in Jiangdu, China in 1927 and devoted his life to the propagation of humanistic Buddhism. At the age of 12, he was tonsured under Venerable Master Zai Kai, and at 15, he received full ordination. In 1947, Venerable Master Sing Young graduated from the Jiaosheng Buddhist College, where he completed a Buddhist education. 2 years later, he moved to Taiwan, where he established the Buddhist Cultural Service Center in Taipei. Later, he then founded the Fo Guangshang Buddhist Order, where the objectives to propagate the Dharma through culture, to benefit society through charity, and to purify people's minds through spiritual cultivation. In addition, he integrated tradition and modernity in establishing rules and regulations, bringing Buddhism into a new milestone of modernization. Over the course of his lifetime, he successfully established over 300 temples around the world, including the Sai Lai Temple in Hacienda Heights, one of the largest temples in North America. He also founded 16 Buddhist colleges, 24 art galleries, libraries, several publishing companies, bookstores, and much more all around the globe. Sai Lai Temple in Hacienda Heights is a great example of Venerable Master's Sing Yong's work. It will continue to inspire those in LA County who visit it. Venerable Master has received many accolades and awards during his lifetime for his work, where countless people have benefited from his compassionate endeavors. His life was a shining example of the teachings of Buddha, and despite his passing, his achievements will continue to have an impact and inspire future generations. He is survived by over 2,000 monastic disciples and over 100 Dharma heirs and millions of followers worldwide to continue his teachings. May he have an auspicious rebirth. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Canon Lydia Lopez. Last month, on January 16th, which was Martin Luther King Day, Canon Lydia Lopez passed from this life. A giant of justice, Lydia came to age in the Chicano movement through the Church of Epiphany and Father John Lucy. She was the executive director of the United Neighborhoods Organization, UNO for short. She also worked for the mayor's office and was on staff at La Placita with Father Richard Estrada and Father Luis Olivares, and helped found Interfaith Communities United for Justice and Peace. At UNO, Lydia partnered with actor Dennis Weaver to battle food insecurity, lobbied hard to make sure LA Metro lines would serve working people, and battled insurance redlining that hurt Latino neighborhoods. A former member of the Episcopal Diocese of Los Angeles staff, she completed a record 27 years on the Commission on Ministry, helping form generations of lay and ordained leaders. May her soul rest in peace. And lastly, Madam Chair, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Austin Majors. Austin Majors, the former child actor best known for his role as Theo Spitzowitz in the ABC series NYPD Blue, had passed away at the age of 27. Majors was born on November 23, 1995, passed away on February 11, 2023. Majors received a Young Artist Award in 2002 for his work on NYPD Blue, which ran 12 seasons and won 20 Emmys. Majors' other television credits include ER, NCIS, American Dad, Desperate Housewives, and How I Met Your Mother. He was also a graduate of USC School of Cinematic Arts with a passion for directing and producing music, according to a statement by his talent agency. Major's talents were not limited to acting. He also worked as a photographer, videographer, documentarian, and released music under the name Pope. Days before his passing, he posted on Instagram that he had met with Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Mayor's friends, family, and former co-stars mourn the loss of a talented and kind-hearted individual who brought joy to those around him. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Charles Silverstein, who died on January 30th and was a resident of New York City. I know it's typically our practice to focus on LA County, but his work as a psychologist, therapist, and activist who played a key role in getting homosexuality declassified as a mental illness, I felt warranted our recognition. Homosexuality was considered a mental disorder and sexual deviation in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the authoritative set of mental health diagnoses at the time. In February 1973, when it was his turn to speak up before an American Psychiatric Association panel on why it should stop classifying homosexuality as a mental disorder, he chose an unexpected tool for his response: humor. He wrote a satire of all the absurd things that the American Psychiatric Association had diagnosed, illnesses like syphilophobia, irrational fear of syphilis. The testimony of Dr. Silverstein, who at the time was completing his PhD work in social psychology at Rutgers University, helped persuade the Psychiatric Association to change the language in its DSM of mental disorders later that year. That revision, while not completely ending the profession's pathologizing of homosexuality, was a watershed moment that led to further reassessments. As a gay man who grew up wanting to be cured, he dedicated his life's work to helping LGBTQ people live without shame, from his psychotherapy practice to his writing and beyond. He also founded Identity House, an LGBTQ peer counseling organization, and the Institute for Human Identity, which provides LGBTQ affirming psychotherapy, and started out with gay and lesbian therapists volunteering their time to see LGBT clients. He will forever be remembered as a hero, an activist, a leader, and a friend whose contributions to psychology and the rights of the LGBTQ plus community have been felt around the world. He is survived by his son. I would also like to move that we adjourn today in memory of Howard Bragman, public relations guru, who died on February 11th and resident of Santa Monica. Howard often helped celebrities navigate sensitive or volatile spotlight moments and had a specialty of advising actors and sports figures who were coming out of the closet. He was a familiar face in news coverage and on television shows like Good Morning America, whether talking about particular clients or about the art of public relations and damage control. Over his career, he handled plenty of garden variety public relations chores, promoting products, announcing engagements or deaths, but clients often made use of his services because they were in crisis mode. Behind the scenes, he would advise clients like Ed McMahon, JetBlue flight attendant Steven Slater, and Anthony Scaramucci on things like which interview requests to accept and what to say. But for another type of client, a gay man or woman going public, he was more open and more of an activist. He was gay himself, the gay guru he was sometimes called, and he was both a counselor and an admirer of actors, athletes, and others who were coming out. Among the celebrity clients he worked with in this capacity were actor Dick Sargent, TV icon Meredith Baxter, and country singer Shelley Wright. He also worked with former NBA player John Amici, NFL prospect Michael Sam, and former basketball player Cheryl Swoops. He is survived by his husband, Mike Maimani, and his brother, Alan. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Raquel Welch, who died on February 8th and was a resident of Los Angeles. A star student, Welch started winning beauty pageants when she was 14, ultimately earning the state title of Maid of California in 1958, the year she graduated from high school. Though she attended San Diego State University on a drama scholarship, she dropped out to get married and take a job as a weather girl at a local TV station. She moved to LA and started out earning small roles in popular TV shows and films, such as her turn as a co-ed in Elvis Presley's Roustabout. She also got her first lead role as a bikini-clad know-it-all in the 1965 film A Swing in Summer. After a screen test opposite James Coburn for the 1966 James Bond spoof Our Man Flint, she became one of the last contract players at 20th Century Fox to sign a multi-year deal. She quickly landed a role as a doctor in the 1966 Oscar-winning drama Fantastic Voyage, and then her career-making appearance in the prehistoric remake 1,000,000 Years BC. That film's poster launched her to stardom. In an era when men often considered women largely ornamental, she earned a reputation for being strong-willed and independent. She went on to become a pop culture icon, equal parts self-mocking bombshell and glamour-driven variety show host. She earned a Golden Globe for her demure role in the star-studded 1973 comedy The Three Musketeers, and starred in the roller derby drama Kansas City Bomber and the neo-noir mystery The Last of Sheila. She is survived by her son Damon, her daughter Tawny, and a brother Jimmy, and that concludes my adjournments. Thank you,
Madam Chair, I wanted to join that also because I wanted to just say that Raquel Welch was also Latina, Bolivian, and I don't think she got much credit for that. And I think it's important because she symbolized women at that era and that time when so few role models like herself were out there. So thank you very much for allowing me to join you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to join that too.
Absolutely.
And wasn't one of her first performances playing Ramona out in the Ramona pageant? Yeah. Did you already say that?
Everyone is able to join if that's what you would like.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Dorothy Marovich, who was passed away at the age of 87, longtime resident of San Pedro. Dora was born in Croatia, but moved to San Pedro as a young girl with her family. She attended San Pedro High School and later studied to become a nurse's aide. She was a devoted member of the Dalmatian American Women's Auxiliary. She also enjoyed hosting parties and traveling back to Croatia to visit family. Dora was preceded in death by her husband, Pete. She's survived by her daughters, Denise, Patricia, and Stephanie, along with 6 grandchildren and 7 great-grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Joseph Nicholas Marino, who, again, another longtime resident of San Pedro. He was 95 when he passed away. He served proudly as a third-class petty officer in the U.S. Navy. He had a passion for education, which showed as he served as a teacher, a principal, and college lecturer for over 35 years, leaving a lasting impact on innumerable students. Joe was a huge fan of USC's football and basketball teams. He also enjoyed traveling, public speaking, spending time with friends at the Elks Lodge and the Dalmatian American Club. Joe was best known for his love of his family, his friends, and community of San Pedro. He led a life of faith and purpose. He's survived by his beloved wife of 68 years, Marion, children Joseph and Nancy, grandchildren Joseph, Daniel, and Brandon, 2 great-grandchildren, and brother-in-law Steve Trutanich. Joe Marino was just really was so about San Pedro. Everyone loved him. So many students were impacted by him, and the entire town will miss him. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Kathleen K. Ulrich, who was a longtime resident of Rancho Palos Verdes. She was a proud member of the San Pedro Elks Ladies Auxiliary Club and Holy Trinity Church. Most notably, Kay was a founding member of the National Alliance on Mental Illness and inspired many to get involved in mental health advocacy. Kay was preceded in death by her husband, Tony, and her son, Chris. She is survived by her daughters, Kathy, Connie, son, Craig, 4 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren. Thank you. That concludes our adjournments. We'll take all those as seconded. And if that's without objection, that will be the order. I'm trying to find where we are now. We will now, if there's no objections, that will be the action. And we're about to go into closed session, but for the members of the public and colleagues, we're now going to be showing video presentations as we're in closed session. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation recognizing the Regional Planning Commission's 100 year of service. Supervisor Solis has a video presentation recognizing Black History Month. Supervisor Mitchell has a video presentation recognizing Black History Month honorees. Executive Officer, please read us into the closed session.
In accordance with Bryan Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, public employment consideration of candidates for appointment to the position of the Chief Medical Examiner Coroner. Item CS2, Department Head Performance Evaluation, and item CS3, Conference with Labor Negotiator Fezia Davenport and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
It is my honor to celebrate the Los Angeles County Regional Planning Commission for 100 years. It is my honor to celebrate the Los Angeles County Regional Planning Commission for 100 years of service. Established by the Board of Supervisors in December 1922, the Regional Planning Commission made history as the first county planning commission in the United States. They were tasked to study issues the county faced regarding residential and industrial districts, traffic conditions, public parks, boulevards, flood control, subdivisions, and other matters that affected the county's growth and development. Over the next century, the Regional Planning Commission and its commissioners have provided the board with crucial recommendations on ordinances and land issues. Some of these led to groundbreaking decisions with lasting impacts both in LA County and nationwide land use planning. This legacy began when the commission developed the Los Angeles County zoning ordinance, which was adopted on September 12, 1927, as the first county zoning code in the nation. The Regional Planning Commission has served the public during major historic events from the Great Depression and World War II to the countywide general plan in 1980 and the COVID-19 pandemic and everything in between. The Commission has also seen the county through major growth, especially when the Department of Regional Planning was established in 1974. And since the Commission was founded, the county has seen the incorporation of 50 cities. The Regional Planning Commission continues to provide forward-thinking, sustainable, responsible, and equitable ordinances for our communities. I am thankful for their work to ensure Los Angeles County is well prepared for the future. With that, I'd like to present this scroll to Amy Bodek, Director of Department of Regional Planning, and my appointee and chair to the Regional Planning Commission, Michael Hastings. Congratulations on this incredible milestone. Here's to many more years of success for the commission.
On behalf of my colleagues on the Regional Planning Commission, I'd like to thank everyone for being here. And for 100 years of service, we've got a staff that is second to none. And my fellow commissioners, we are guardians of the land. And we continue to look at planning, and we continue to look at how we can serve the people of the county the best way we can. Thank you very much for this honor. Yeah.
Okay, everybody look over here with a nice smile.
Let love be the answer to hate and violence and chaos. Let love be the kiss of death to all greed, lack, and injustice.
We're celebrating, after 2 years, our Black History Month celebration, and we honored almost 24 individuals from our community representing all walks of life, people who are very much vested in promoting opportunity, equity, and diversity, and making sure that we're all working together.
History shows us that partnership and cooperation build resilience.
It's really time for us to work together. We can't do it alone. And this event really epitomized that particular action and priority for us to work together collectively.
And now we can honor each other, but move on and know that we have much work to do, whether it's helping people find nutritional programs for their children and families, whether it's finding the ability to create affordable housing, low-income housing for people who are also unhoused, helping young people who are leaving the carceral system to find good jobs and to find career paths in the trades and apprenticeship programs, or whether it is looking at how we enhance our health services and safety net services for the mentally ill and those individuals that are out in the streets.
I'm very grateful to be honored for the work that we do for the community. We share our talents with the totality of the Pomona community, and we're really happy to be able to do that.
I am so excited about Black History Month and the fact that our champion, Board of Supervisor Hilda Solis, has been the one who has recognized the things that's needed in the city of LA and in the 1st District.
This was about bringing all of our county family together and our communities, our CBOs that help to make our job a lot easier because they are the truth sayers in our community. We're going to continue to celebrate Black History Month onward, and not just during February, but for the rest of our lives.
Black History Month was created in 1926 in the United States, when historian Carter Godwin Woodson and the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History announced the 2nd week of February to be Negro History Week. Negro History Week grew in popularity, with mayors across the United States endorsing it as a holiday. By 1976, Black History Month was being celebrated all across the country when President Gerald Ford recognized the month during the celebration of the United States bicentennial. Black History Month is observed in the United States and Canada in February.
Hi, I'm Holly Mitchell, LA County Supervisor for the 2nd District. And in honor of Black History Month, would like to recognize a few of the countless unsung heroes and sheroes in our district that are leaving their mark on the history and future of our community. Our first honoree is LaToya Cooper, who is receiving our Young Leader Award. I had the pleasure of meeting LaToya a number of years ago while I was in Sacramento during a California Youth Connection event. She shadowed me for an entire day. She credits that experience and participation in the Right Way Foundation as the key reason she desires to lend her voice on LA County's Youth Commission, and I'm proud to have appointed her. LaToya hopes to inspire other youth who've been impacted by the foster care system. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that already she is a rising leader and an inspiration to not only me, but her generation and community. We see you, LaToya. Appreciate you. Our Small Business Award recipient is Aqua Equity, a Black-owned social enterprise water bottle company. Ryan Morgan, founder and CEO of Aqua Equity, set out to lower the amount of plastic pollution by using aluminum bottles while giving back to his community by donating proceeds to local organizations right in the 2nd District in the community of Watts. Now that's how you uplift others as you climb. Thank you, Aqua Equity. Charlie Kemp is this year's Community Engagement Award recipient for her work in reimagining learning to benefit the youth of the 2nd District. Charlie is a native Angelino and the founder of the nonprofit organization Change the Tune, which provides free, innovative after-school programming to students across South Los Angeles. Thanks, Charlie, for inspiring and supporting our youth in accessing diverse learning experiences. Olivia Valentine is our Trailblazer honoree for her passion and advocacy in supporting the city of Hawthorne. In 2011, Ms. Valentine was the first African-American woman to be elected to the Hawthorne City Council. As a council member, she advocated for Hawthorne's economic development, community safety, and emergency preparedness. She created various local policies that helped constituencies and businesses flourish before and during the pandemic, and still advocates for her community while in retirement. Closing out our honorees this year is our Public Service Award recipient, Randy Hughes. Randy founded Friends and Neighbors Community Club, an organization that connects the community with their locally elected representatives to make sure that their voices are heard and their neighborhoods are preserved. Thank you, Randy, for your military service, for mentoring our youth, and for supporting our senior citizens for over 20 years. Congratulations to all our 2023 Black History Month honorees. I thank you for your leadership and commitment to making our communities better and stronger each and every day. Happy Black History Month.